mornings are running. So yeah. There is fire in Africa. Oh, fire everywhere in the sea. Yeah, in the air, land. No one is surrounding. Fire, yeah. Nobody is surrounding. Ojúmọ́ mi, ilẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Àdàbà tí ń fò lókè, wá balẹ̀ mi o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Oh yeah, àdàbà tí ń fò lókè, wá balẹ̀ mi o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Oh yeah, àdàbà tí ń fò, wá balẹ̀ mi o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. mi o ojúmọ́ tí mọ́ mo ríre o. Just the other day, I was talking to the weatherman about today. I know all he could say was no one knows tomorrow. See, I can read the weather child, I can tell me be the river for the sun will shine. But that's as far as my guess goes, 'cause no one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. Time it wasn't need to go to war. All the kidding just to settle someone else's score. But the victory isn't even sure. No one knows tomorrow. So we can study history and philosophy and places ideology. But tomorrow's a mystery. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow is your opportunity to fail or be successful if you please. Yes, indeed, tomorrow is a politician's today. Is the victim of decisions and the future of our children. So when I die someday, will I be in heavenly places singing hallelujah with an angel on the piano? Or will I be just another contribution to the earth, the trees, the grasses, as tomorrow slowly passes? No one knows, 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 no one knows. So when I die someday, will I be in heavenly places singing hallelujah with an angel on the piano? Or will I be just another contribution to the earth, the trees, the grasses, as the tomorrow slowly passes? No one knows, no one knows, no one knows, no one Àǹtí tó ń pèlè ìtòsí, ó wá wálé yìí àti ọjọ́ mẹ́ta dábọ̀. Ó wí pé ó lóyún fún ọ. oṣù méjì olóyún fún ọ. Àní wípé o olóyún fún ọ. Ìwọ náà olóyún fún ọ. Wàyídì ọmọ Ṣẹ̀kínà ọmọ Muyínà ọmọ Muhammad. Wàyídì ọmọ Ṣẹ̀kínà ọmọ Muyínà ọmọ Muhammad. Àǹtí tó lóyún fún ọ, ó tóbi ọlọ́mọ. Ìwọ náà. Àǹtí tó lóyún fún ọ, àní ó tóbi ọlọ́mọ. Ìwọ náà. Ọmọ Sọláyọ̀, ìrẹ́ ló ń mú ẹsẹ̀ irun orí. Ìwọ dúdú ọmọ pupa, báwo ló ṣe rí? Wàyídì ọmọ Ṣẹ̀kínà ọmọ Muyínà ọmọ Muhammad. Wàyídì ọmọ Ṣẹ̀kínà ọmọ Muyínà ọmọ Muhammad. Fojú mi rí màbo nílé, màbo lóko, màbo lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Màmá tóbi má rẹ̀ ní màmá mi. Èmi náà bíjẹ̀ mi. Táwọn lọ fọmọ tán ẹ̀. Má kò tirẹ̀ bá mi. Àbọ̀rọ̀ láti ọmọlúwàbí, bó wá dénú rẹ̀ á tó díndín. For the people who are God, Yekba. For the ones not yet born, oh. For the people who are yeah. For the people, peace. For the people who are gone, Yekba. For the ones not yet born, whoa. For the people who are yeah. For the people. looking at me. Just take one step at a time, cause if you jump, you will never believe the thorns of life that my wanting and waiting for me and you. They make it better say, I want to run away. Run away, run away, run away. Where did just go? Run away, run away, run away. Where did just go? Peace for the people who are gone. Yeah, for the ones not yet born. Whoa, for the people who are for the people. I cry when I see that I am burned. I leave when I see what I am to do. Cause life is all about on you sitting and looking at me. Just take one step at a time, cause if you jump, you will never believe the thorns of life that my wanting and waiting for me and you. They make it better say, I want to run away. Run away, run away, run away. Where did just go? Run away, run away, run away. Where did just go? Beautiful is your name. Wonderful is what you are to me. It's you I see in my dreams every day, and I pray for you, queen of my life. You are so beautiful, mama. You're beautiful. Emi wa mama kan. Talere yeah. Mama mi o roju ri. That is why I'm loving you. Nítorí ọmọ ó jìyà ilé ọkọ. Mama mi ò rojú rí. That is why I'm loving you. La 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 la. Oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you're beautiful. Oh yeah, la 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 la. Oh, you're beautiful. Oh. Ẹ bá mi kíra fún màmá mi. Òrìṣà bí ìjà o, kò sí láyé. Ẹ bá mi kíra fún màmá mi. Òrìṣà bí ìjà o, kò sí láyé. Oh yeah, la 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 la. Oh, you're beautiful. Oh yeah, la 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 la. Oh, you're beautiful. Whoa, woman, there is no one like you. Oh, woman, there is no one like you. Victoria ma oh dia nileo.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm so glad and happy and excited to see a room full of women supporting the first World Women House in Davos. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Equality Moonshot Breakfast. This is our first breakfast hosted by Carolina. Carolina, thank you so much. I know we want to enjoy the first morning session, so I'll keep it very, very brief, just to tell you who we are, what we do, and why we are here. We are a nonprofit organization. World Women Foundation is based in Los Angeles, and our global mission is to invest in 1 million women by 2050. We do that by providing access to capital. We build communities. We give commerce opportunities to deserving women entrepreneurs. We have a content studio, and currently we work with 55,000, close to 60,000 women globally. And we are super excited to bring this strong community, global community of women from all around, almost 48 countries, to the World Women House in last 4 years. And if you have visited the house yesterday, you know how jam-packed it was. And it's all because of you. And of course, one of our very early supporters, without whom this house would not have been possible, with her energy, with her network, with her resources, and with her strong backing. I want to welcome the most extraordinary woman, Carolina.
Oh, well, it's all not true, of course, you know. The house is here because of you, and you know, I mean, the compliment goes all the way back. Good morning, everyone. Did you realize what color the house has? Yes. Yellow. So what does yellow stand for? Because we were discussing it yesterday. Optimism, friendship, enlightenment. Okay, it happened, and for I don't know what reason, I didn't know what the house color was. I was wearing a yellow jacket yesterday. And my telephone is yellow as well. So what's going on with this yellow? So I had an incredible conversation with the Saudi ladies yesterday, and she said yellow stands for jealousy. And I said, we gotta repaint this house immediately, because what we cannot be is jealous of each other. Ladies in the room, women in the world, we cannot be jealous. We have to stand together. We have to pull each other. We have to invite each other. We have to convene. We have to be together here in this incredible World Woman House, because when I look into the agenda of the World Economic Forum, and some of these ladies here, they have a white badge. That's the badge to have, right? The entrance, the great entrance to the great agenda of the World Economic Forum. Do you know what they have not one, I think they have one single session on gender equality. And I don't get that, because aren't we like the 4 billion women in the world? We are 4 billion women in the world. They have about 30% female participants in the Congress Hall, and that's what we have to change. And I tried to change it from the inside. I was there 2007, one of the first ladies in there. I was much younger, long blonde hair, you know. And then these guys, they came and they looked at my badge, and can I quickly, Iris, borrow your badge? So they looked at my badge and they said, you must be a very special lady, because you're having a white badge. So who are you? Now, in the meantime, I don't have the white badge anymore, and I think we have to push this agenda from outside. So I'm thanking you, Rupa, for being here. I'm thanking everyone in the room for being here. We have Ursula, we have Marianne, we have Iris, we have Antonella. Meet these great friends of mine. We are all trying to push this agenda from the outside. Now you do it from the inside. Iris, I'm going to give you back. Iris is not only a great friend, she used to be the dean of the Howard Kennedy School. She is a great author of books you have to read. I'm going to pass you the microphone. No, yes, please.
The book can speak for itself. I will leave it here. It's called Make Work Fair. Thank you so much, Carolina. First of all, congratulations to all of you for being here and for being, it's what Carolina just said, creating spaces for women to come together and support each other is so incredibly important. So thank you to both of you for the incredible work that you're doing and for creating the space for all of us. But my particular passion is bringing evidence to bear on the question of gender equity. Because there's a lot of noise, and there's more noise now than ever, but there's always been noise. And so I'm trying to build this on empirical evidence and help us move the needle. So thank you again, and thank you for the leadership that you provide, Carolina.
No, without you, and I'm going to pass on the microphone to another incredible woman, because this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be passing on the microphone, and everyone can stay like a minute, or is that what we can do? Yeah, just... Oh, yeah. Okay.
But I love Carolina. She's very spontaneous and honestly, that's who I am. I'm from India. I never have a plan. I say things and then I figure it out. But we have a plan.
You learned from a Swiss, right?
Yes. The plan is, this is Equality Moonshot Breakfast, and we wanted to bring the future to you. And that's why the voice, the sound, the experience that we wanted to bring, we have partnered with L Acoustic. And I want to invite Francoise and Amber to introduce and say why they are here and what you're going to experience today.
So hello, good morning, everyone. So I'm Françoise, I'm from Hell Acoustics. I'm leading CSR and sustainability. And I think that it's super important for us as a sound provider. You see the loudspeakers and the sound in this room, it's us, to work on sound and the place of sound in the society, which is one of our pillars around CSR. And the place of women in sound as well, because as you said, we are not a minority, but in that space we are underrepresented. So that's why we think it's super important, because sound it's more than just something you can listen to. It's something that triggers emotions, something that makes you feel better. And when it's also performed by a woman, it's even better. So that's why we wanted to share with you this experience. And we hope you'll enjoy it. And my phone is not yellow, it's green, so green is hope. And I pass the mic to my colleague Amber, who will explain more about our technology and the great artists that we have behind us. Thank you.
Awesome. Yay. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Amber Mundinger. I lead creative engagement globally at L Acoustics, and we're very excited to be partnering with World Woman Foundation. The space that you're in, we have actually used our immersive technology, Eliza, in this space, and what Julie, DJ Hestaprin, who I'll introduce, is going to be using throughout the week is L Acoustics DJ, which actually spatializes stereo in real time. So yeah, have a listen, have fun. But as Francoise said, part of what we do at L Acoustics is really think about how you can use sound for cultural change and societal change. So that's everything from what she's doing on the social responsibility side to how we work with the most amazing artists in the world to advocate for that change. And Julie is one of those amazing artists. She's an amazing DJ and licensed clinical therapist from New York. And she is going to kick things off and ground everybody and take you through a whole experience before we get started. So I'll pass it over.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Hi. Carolina, thank you for having me, and Rupa and Amber and Francoise. So my name is Julie. My DJ name is Hester Prin. I've been a DJ for 15 years, but I'm also now a licensed clinical therapist. And I blend music and neuroscience and teach people how to create the life that they want. So I'm going to speak for like a minute, and then I'm just going to play some fun records for you. So when I was trying to think about what to address here today, the word that keeps coming up, because L Acoustics brought me here, is space. Space, right? And so we're all here to be creative and to be connected and to develop new things in our lives. But I imagine, like you came here pushing forward very hard. You had to get here, you had to take care of your whole life at home. Who here has emailed another country this morning about perhaps a school assignment, maybe? Who emailed and said, make sure she studies the Spanish AR verbs? Did anyone else? Okay, so I'm not alone. So we've all been working so hard, we're pushing so hard to get here, to take care of ourselves, our bodies, our families, and all of this. And when we come in so hot, where is the space to really connect with each other, right? So I want to take a minute and I want to clear it. So we're going to draw a line in the sand like this. That's the line in the sand, and everything behind is what you came in with. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to step over the line, okay? So everybody can close their eyes. Oh my God, isn't this so nice to take 1 second? You can put your hand on your chest if you want. And breathe in. And let it go. We'll do that one more time. Breathe in. And let it go. Just slowing down, feeling gravity beneath your bum or your feet on the floor, holding you to the earth. We don't have to do anything to be grounded. The earth is grounding us. And we're coming to presence in this space. Okay, we can open our eyes and look around at each other. Everything is new. We're on the other side of that line in the sand that we just drew. So I'm going to play some great records. I think I'm going to play all female vocals. I just decided to do that. Wouldn't that be fun? And this isn't like a performance where you need to look at me. This is, I'm playing music to support you connecting with each other. So like mingle around, talk to each other. I'm going to play kind of low. Like you don't need to look at me. I'm not going to be singing or anything. But you can come over and say hi to me if you feel inspired. All right? So I'm going to play some of my favorite songs with female vocals in this beautiful space while you guys get to know each other and connect. So give yourselves a round of applause to start it off. How about that?
Billy Ray was a preacher's son, and when his daddy would visit, he'd come along. When they gathered around and started talking, Cousin Billy would take me walking. Out through the backyard we go walking. Then he looked into my eyes. Lord knows to my surprise, the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Yes, he was. Being good isn't always easy, no matter how hard I try. When he started sweet talking to me, he'd come and tell me everything is alright. He kiss and tell me everything's alright. Can I get away again tonight? The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Lord, he was. Yes, he was. How will I remember the look was in his eyes? Stealing kisses on his life. Taking time to make time. Telling me that he's all mine. Learning from
Um, Good morning, everyone. My name is Mika Latimer. I am a youth delegate for the World Woman Foundation. I attend UC San Diego for social psychology, and I am beyond excited to be here. I'm here to announce our first Equality Moonshot Dialogue with Whitney Baird, President and CEO of United States Council for International Business, and she is our moderator, interviewing our highly esteemed guest. Please welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, let's try again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, that's more like it. On a nice, chilly, but bright and sunny morning in Davos. My name is Whitney Baird. I am the President and CEO of the U.S. Council for International Business. We represent U.S. business in a number of multilateral and international organizations, among them the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and it's really my delight today to introduce Dr. Ngozi, who is the Director General of the WTO, for a fireside chat. So I'd note, it is really a pivotal time for global rules-based trading system. The WTO has celebrated 30 years in 2025, and the WTO has delivered rules of the road governing global commerce that impact 72% of global trade. This has led to growth across regions, reduced poverty, increased market stability, and prosperity around the globe. It allows business to invest and trade with confidence and lowers obstacles. The WTO also continues to advance important liberalization efforts through its ongoing committee work, including the Trade Facilitation Committee, the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, and lots of other work that I think, unless you're a trade nerd, is very much in the weeds, but incredibly important to the ecosystem that allows businesses and countries to trade with each other. I don't think it's too much to say, however, that today the WTO is facing a crisis in confidence in its ability to carry out its core functions. We have seen a real, I think, a change in global mood after the Uruguay round. There's been, I think, a lack of global consensus on moving forward in these great liberalization rounds that we saw in the 80s and the 90s. And we've also noted that in many cases, members have failed to meet their obligations, and all of this affects global trade. WTO members, perhaps I can cop to this as an American, are pursuing unilateral actions and raising tariffs outside of WTO rules. So I think the question is, how did we get here? What does the WTO need to do to restore trust? And what are some opportunities for trade liberalization in the road ahead? The WTO is approaching its 14th ministerial conference in Cameroon at the end of March, and these issues, I think, are driving discussions. So I will say it is absolutely appropriate that in World Woman House Davos, the Davos Agenda, that we have one of our preeminent women leaders in an international organization. Dr. Ngozi, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Whitney. Well, thank you very much. And there's absolutely no doubt that trade, the global trading system, is facing the biggest crisis it has, not just in 30 years, but in 80 years. So I always say that the WTO is both 30 years old and 80 years old, because it was created as a general agreement on tariffs and trade. At the same time, the Bretton Woods, the World Bank and the IMF were created. It was one of three Bretton Woods organizations and was supposed to be called the International Trade Organization. But the US Congress at that time wasn't ready for that title. So it went under the name of GATT, and then later on was formalized to the WTO in 1995. So it's 80 years and 30 years. Isn't it interesting to have an organization that can celebrate two birthdays? So that's a little bit of context. And it is true that when the rules were made and for the global trading system and formulated, I think the idea was that they should have been able to evolve with the times and to change. When you make agreements at a certain point in time, you should anticipate that these agreements should respond to changing global circumstances. And I think one of the things that, as I came into the WTO almost 5 years ago, when I was competing for the job, one of the things that I did say was a little bit of the lack of evolution of these rules, the failure to keep up with the times. I think that's one of the, when you say, how did we get here, just to put that in context. And the world is changing so fast and so rapidly that if you don't have a system that can be flexible enough to evolve and to adapt, then what happens is you begin to fall further behind and perhaps not be able to deliver for your members. So that, I think, is a little bit behind, that underpins some of the criticism that the US, but also other members, by the way, developing country members have criticisms of the WTO that it's not integrated them enough and adequately to help them advance in their development. So it's not only the US that has criticisms. So whilst you may not agree with the US's unilateral actions, which they've taken and which undermines global rules, some of the criticisms are valid. I share them, and I think that means the organization needs to reform. But that being said, I think that those who are being very, very critical and thinking the system doesn't work, they need to take a deep breath. Because what we are finding is that the system is so fundamental that in spite of all this turbulence and crisis, it's shown remarkable resilience. 72% of world trade today is going on WTO terms. 72%. Most people think the WTO is gone, it's finished, it's not working. No. And the reason I have to stress that, and it's actually a piece of good news that I bring, is because a system that shows this resilience means hope. It means we can build on it, we can solve the problems of things that don't work, and then we can build a global trading system that works better for the world. And there are big opportunities to do that, which is what I want to talk about. So I'm going to keep saying this in every forum. So bear with me. The WTO and its rules are like the plumbing in your house. You take it for granted. You don't think about it. People go into the store and buy a good off the shelf. They don't think about how it got there, you know, why it's priced the way it is, why the quality is, why they can trust that when they buy it, it will work when they get home. But how does all that happen? It happens because there are rules that make sure you get these goods and they're relatively safe for you to take home and to consume. It's like your plumbing. You only think about it when the pipe breaks and floods your beautiful furniture and your nice Persian rugs. Then you remember you have plumbing. So the WTO is a bit like that. So it is resilient now. It's going to respond to the system, and it's just fundamentally what I call a global public good.
Wonderful. I really appreciate hearing that. So as I mentioned, we are moving towards the MC14, as we call it, the Ministerial Conference number 14. They're held generally every 2 years, and it's coming up in Cameroon. I will note my first posting in the Foreign Service in the mid to late 80s was Cameroon, and I have not been back to Yaoundé, and I am looking forward to it to see how much has changed there. I think so as a personal note, it's going to be quite interesting for me. But really, I think WTO members, all these member countries, 165, how many?
166.
166. Missed one. 166 members.
And 22 on the waiting list.
And 22 on the waiting list to get in, which does demonstrate, I think, the resilience and, frankly, the attraction of WTO. And maybe we'll circle back to that in a second. But with, I think, the primary focus at MC14 will be the reform agenda. And I'd be interested, maybe if you wanted to talk a little bit about what you're expecting to see as a package of reforms or a package for the ministerial discussion.
I'll come to that in a second. I just wanted to, you mentioned you're representing many small businesses, and many of the women here may be running small businesses themselves. There are one or two things that the WTO does routinely. I mentioned the big rules, but there are some routine things that happen every day that are important for your business. So let me just give one example before I get to the reforms. We have a system we call EPING, and it comes out of a Committee on Trade and Environment that oversees and work on the technical barriers to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary measures. I talked to you now about how the safety of what you buy is very important. There's a committee that works on looking into that and meets every day, and members bring concerns. But what is very important is that when members or countries change their trade rules or measures, we have a system whereby they have to notify it immediately, and a platform that gives a trade alert to those who subscribe, which include many, many small businesses. This is so important so that businesses know what's changing in any country they're dealing with. If I want to export to this country, if I want to import it, what are the measures that are changing and who can I talk to? There's also an interactive portion where you can, exchange with an official to find out more. And then this helps you manage your business. So I think this EPING is one of the things, and thousands of alerts come each day just to bring it home to small businesses and how on a daily basis, forget the big rules, this can also work for you. And then going to the reforms now. Before I touch on that, I also want to say that we should take note that a lot of the things happening with tariffs don't have to do with trade. So tariffs are being used as measures for non-trade issues, for security concerns, immigration concerns, drug concerns, geo-economic and geopolitical issues that are not really in the WTO's remit. So it makes it quite difficult. So I think we need to separate two issues. The whole set of issues around trade, where we need to do the reforms, and yes, where we have a job. But there are also other issues where tariffs are being used in a way that I don't think the WTO, this is not within our remit or our rules. So I wanted to set that out. I often joke we don't do drugs at the WTO. There are certain things we don't do, so we try to stay out, but we can't control the use of trade measures and instruments for other purposes. Now, coming back to the trade measures, I think that where I agree we need to do the necessary reforms is reforms that make the organization more nimble, more flexible. I think what you need from multilateralism these modern times is an ability to be responsive. So the way we make decisions, we are very proud that the WTO is one organization where decisions are made on consensus. But consensus at WTO means unanimity, which is practically not the way it's practiced elsewhere. So that tends to hold up decision-making until everyone agrees. We need to do something about that, to be able to have a system in which a group of members, if they want to move on something, a large group of them can do so without everybody coming in unanimously. How do we reform that whilst maintaining the essence of consensus? Level playing field issues, meaning making sure that members do not feel that somehow or the other members are getting ahead through using trade measures or non-trade measures that enable them to, have an undue advantage and compete better just because they're using subsidies in a way they shouldn't use subsidies or other enhancement measures or incentives. We need to look at that because there's a big complaint that some WTO members have been able to get ahead and undermine competition because they have not been going with the rules. We need to reform that. So these are some of the reforms. For developing countries, you also need to look at their complaints and see how can the system work better to help them integrate into the world multilateral trading system. So these are some of the very big ticket items we'll be looking at to kick it off. So reforms will not be agreed there, but we need to kick off a work program and timelines to get it done.
Thank you. I know we only have a bit of time left, and I know you have a very busy agenda here. But I think in World Woman House, it's really appropriate maybe to talk about women in leadership positions. There are not so many women heading up major international and multilateral organizations. I would say you probably find yourself not infrequently the only woman in the room. So in looking at our audience today, perhaps from your own experience, do you have a bit of advice on aspiring to leadership positions, and then once you are there, how to exercise that leadership in an effective way?
Leadership is lonely. I can see a lot of nods, but we have to get there because I really think we need more women leaders. You know, and when women say, when I hear the comment, she's the first woman and the first African to lead the WTO, it's with very mixed emotions. On the one hand, yes, I'm proud. On the other hand, I'm like, why did it take so long? We have many qualified women. So I think women should aspire to lead. I think if there are two ways, you know, there are women entrepreneurs, you have your own enterprises. You're a leader too at that level. So leadership is not always the big, shiny, you know, big organizations or head of state. I also look at women and men who are doing things at a lower community level or entrepreneurial level as leaders because they're making a difference. What is leadership all about? For me, it is trying to make a difference in people's lives. You know, changing, and you can do it through big policy. That's what I've done my whole career. So you have to choose which part of leadership. Is it big policy? That's what I feel my calling has been. I've been a finance minister, a foreign minister in my country, number 2 at the World Bank, now the head of WTO. But it could also be at an entrepreneurial level. Strive to lead, because I think we need more women. Not because we need more women should be there. Why shouldn't we? You know, so that's the way I feel. But to get there is not easy. So you really have to strive to work hard. If you're in a technical field, like I am, I'm an economist, you have to be very clear-headed and clear-eyed about where do you want to lead, why do you want to lead, what is pushing you to do this, because it's not easy. You need the commitment, hard work. It is hard work, round the clock. You have to be able to hold your own technically, as well as managerially, and to be able to maybe inspire followers. You cannot be a leader if there are no followers. So if you're a leader and nobody wants to work with you, I don't think that's much leadership, is it? So you also need the people skills, and I think that comes from knowing your purpose. So those are some of the things. And above all, try to have some fun if you can, and enjoy, or at least some commitment to what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for taking the time today. We really appreciate it. I think what we see is you have not only the technical skills, but also the people and the leadership skills. And I think probably, many can take some of those notes away from this meeting with them.
Thank you so much, Whitney. I appreciate it. And thank you for what you're doing. I have to tell you, USCIB has been very supportive of what we're doing. Without even pushing, you've been amazing. So thank you very much. Don't stop.
I won't stop. Thank you. Can we take a picture? Would you like to come up for a picture?
That was our ritual last year.
Last year. I don't know how, I think we stood here. Or
Yes, I just stood here and we did
did it.
the
So shall we go down?
Sure.
Can you keep a hand?
like a picture from stand up.
Men can be in it too, don't they, Sharon?
Maybe some people can go up on the stage. Yes.
Or should we go up?
No, your photographer will come on stage. No, facing the DJ.
If I something don't understand, I go to her and
Okay.
We'll work together.
Okay, thank you. So everyone on stage, yeah. Okay. Yeah, come on stage.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dr. Ngozi, do you want to go up?
Okay, I'll stand here.
Right there.
One of you guys get up there. Too high. Okay. So maybe you get in the front. I know it's hard. It's so many girls. I'm not either. They can't see me either.
Everybody look here, please. Yeah. 1, 2.
Fantastic. Santiago is brave. Thank you all very much. Thank you. There's so much energy.
The money shot.
Yeah.
Whitney, excuse me. Whitney, excuse me. Oh, sorry. I had her take your photos, so she'll come find you.
Oh, okay. Fabulous. I really appreciate it. Just let me say goodbye and then I will come back.
Good morning. Again, can I have everyone take their seats, please? We are going to be starting our next panel. If you can all take your seats, please. I'm excited to introduce the next panel, Mothers Earning, Children Learning, and our moderator, Elissa Mayolene. Thank you. Please come to the stage. Any, please. Are perfect.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Elissa Mayolene. I am a journalist at DevX. We are the largest news organization that's focused on global development, humanitarian aid, and I'm thrilled to be here with you all today and my excellent set of panelists to talk about something that I think will be hopefully really interesting and really critical to this room, but also hopefully to the whole of Davos, which is women and girls and mothers and the connections that we can create across education and why it matters. So we're going to get into all of that today, but to start, I just want to set a little bit of framing here. So we're going to focus on girls' education for the next half hour. And this, increasingly, is a sector that's been really under threat. Last year, we saw increasing conflict. We saw escalating climate shocks. We saw a drop in official development assistance. And all of this affected girls' ability to learn and thrive and grow. Now, all of these changes are now forcing us to kind of rely on different partnerships, actors, players. And one of those players that we're going to highlight here today are those that are already behind girls, moms. The moms that are there to support girls and the caregivers throughout the worst of it that are often already there. So we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about girls' education. We're going to talk about mothers. We're going to talk about different programs that work and the lessons that we've learned and why companies and private sector partnerships might be able to fuel some of these programs ahead. So with that, I will introduce this fantastic set of women next to me. immediately to my left, make sure I get everyone's titles right. We have Lucinda Dinant, who's the co-founder of Street Child, an organization that works in nearly 20 countries across the world, really focusing on girls' education, but also the livelihood of mothers, which we'll get into. Next to Lucinda, we have Inderpreet Sawhney, who is the Chief Legal Officer and Chief Compliance Officer of Infosys, which is a Bengaluru-based tech company, though I've learned Inderpreet herself is based in Texas. Next to her, we have Eke Vermeer, who is the Vice President of Corporate and Public Affairs at Liberty Global, a multinational telecommunications company based in London. And next to her, we have Julia Pelle, who is the Vice President of Sustainability at Formula E, an international motor racing championship for electric cars. So, a very impressive group of women, and we have a lot to talk about. So let's dive in. To kind of set the framing, I want to start with Lucinda. Lucinda, you've worked now at Street Child since 2008, so really working on girls' education in a number of different cross-sections. But I want to ask you about this idea of mothers and about really supporting mothers to then support their children. Why does this matter to Street Child?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for hosting us here. And I want to say how inspiring it was to hear Dr. Ngozi speak beforehand. So thank you to her as well, particularly as she's talking about entrepreneurialism with women, and that's a topic that we really want to get into this morning. So Street Child works for a world where every child is safe in school and learning. We focus our support where that's least likely to be true. So we work across 20 of the most fragile, conflict-affected, crisis-affected, and extremely poor contexts. And it's the case that children there just don't have the opportunity to go to school. And our focus is to enable them to do that. And one of the ways that we've been able to do that is by focusing on the mothers. So just to give you an idea of how important this is, girls in sub-Saharan Africa, every year they spend in secondary education increases their lifetime earnings by 20% every year. So the longer that we can achieve for children to go to school, it makes dramatic impact. Everyone here at Davos is talking about smart investments. And what we're here to tell you is that investing in girls and investing in mothers is the best way to do that, because 20% income uplift is just an amazing thing to do. And so investing in mothers, well, one of the greatest reasons that children don't go to school in sub-Saharan Africa is because of poverty. And so since 2010, we have been pioneering an innovative scheme that has enabled over 55,000 caregivers, predominantly mothers, 90% of them mothers, to set up small businesses through a cash grant, mentoring, training, and monitoring. And it's tied to the fact that they send their children to school. And the results are incredible. So the businesses survive after the work is complete, but also 3 years on, over 70% of those children are still in school. So we know it works. It's a smart investment, and we're delighted that we're able to talk about it today.
Great, and I think recently you've also expanded that program further through a loan program. So tell me a little bit, and tell the crowd a little bit about why that was necessary and what that program is willing to do, or working to do.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, as I said, every year you can keep a girl in school, her lifetime prospects of earnings increase. Although the program has been remarkably successful, over 70% of children 3 years on staying in school, what we noticed was that still over time, children were fading away. They were dropping out of school, and particularly girls. So as they're going through education, costs increase, textbooks, travelling, exam fees, the costs go up. And parents, particularly the parents that we're working with in sub-Saharan Africa, where there's acute poverty, they just weren't able to afford those costs. So we looked at the scheme and thought, well, how can we support this? Caregivers are unwilling, unable to take out loans. So we started a new scheme where we're able to loan caregivers money to grow their businesses, particularly, again, attached to this idea that they keep their children in school. And it's early stages. We're just working with 10,000 caregivers at the moment. But yeah, the results are really promising. And I was in Crew Bay in Sierra Leone in October just last year, and I spent an afternoon meeting with some of the caregivers who'd been through the family business scheme, and they were undertaking this new loan program, Loans for Learning, and they talked with absolute passion about their businesses, about their daughters, about the fact that they were able themselves to keep their children in school. And it was remarkable because we started working with some of the caregivers in 2013, and now their daughters, who were at risk of dropout, that was why we were starting to work with them, they were now heading off into university. So it was a brilliant it was a brilliant experience to go and speak with the caregivers directly about how supporting each other and working together with our teams has made an enormous difference, particularly for the long term for their daughters.
Yeah, so really linking that kind of economic gain with then that trickle-down effect to girls learning.
Exactly.
Thank you, Lucinda. So interesting. I think now we're going to take a little bit of a pivot and think about another way that organizations or companies across the world are helping girls' education. To do that, I want to turn to Inderpreet. You are working with Street Child, or you as Infosys are working with Street Child in Ukraine. This is a very different situation, correct? This is a place where conflict has now raged, or war has now raged for several years. A lot of children are out of school. Tell us a little bit about that program, how Infosys is working with Street Child to really get children back into the place they need to be to learn and therefore to grow down the line.
We're certainly very proud of our partnership with Street Child. You know, the work that Lucinda and the rest of the team does is just amazing. They're really the people on the ground, especially in conflict areas, right? And we have provided both financial as well as digital support. So just to take a step back, at Infosys, we're a people organization in the tech space. And what we've realized is that as people graduate, even people who have access to resources and come into the workforce, for them to stay relevant, you know, reskilling is a very, very important piece. So we've created this platform where we tell all of our employees, you can learn anytime, anywhere, on any device. It's available to you. And then when we looked at our platform, we decided then to put it to greater use besides our community of employees, right? So we do offer it to our clients, but more importantly, we've made it available to whoever wants to use it, right? So currently, mostly in India, but just throughout the world, we have 10 million people who are on that platform. And it offers tech skilling for people who want to either upskill, reskill, or, you know, embrace these jobs of the future, right? And it was using that platform is how we evolved our partnership with Street Child. The idea being that because of the geopolitical situation, there were these children, including girls, who were kept out of school because schools were destroyed, the infrastructure wasn't there. So we ended up creating 7 digital learning centers, which gave these children in these in this harsh environment, which is even difficult for us to imagine, the ability to come into a safe space and learn digitally and remotely, even when, you know, you couldn't go to school, so the school came to you. And we've used this philosophy and this model in other parts where you look at under-resourced communities, right? The under-resourcing could be because of geopolitics. It could just be historical. You know, we see a lot of that, for example, in most communities, but particularly in India, where women have been kept out of access to education. Or our partnership with the University of Technology in Sydney, where we bring people who typically are indigenous kids, high school kids, have never come into a city, and give them, for example, a day in a university so they can see what is possible. And I think that's sort of really the idea, that we have this very powerful tool which makes learning ubiquitous in many ways. And if you create these safe spaces, then you can tap into people who otherwise would not be able to realize their potential. So that's really the thinking. And I would mention just lastly that in addition to my day job, I'm also a trustee of the Infosys Foundation in India and chair our US Foundation. And a lot of the work that we do for learning, for skilling, for reskilling and upskilling is done through our foundation.
Great, thank you. I want to turn to Eke as well for the same kind of question, a very different partnership. Now, we're looking at Liberty Global and Street Child taking girls' education and how to support girls in a different route. Tell us about the program, and tell us a little bit, too, about why this worked for Liberty Global, why this was, let's say, an ROI, why this is something that Liberty Global was interested in.
So Liberty have been working with Street Child for a long time, almost 10 years, and we've been doing this for almost 18. But specifically Nepal, we only started about 6 months ago, so that's this specific project. But Street Child has been there since 2015 after the earthquakes. So they've built a whole foundation with schools, getting children, not specifically girls, back in school, all ages. And the project we're doing in Nepal is a STEM-related project, which is very closely aligned with the Liberty goals on decreasing the digital divide. And this specific project is for girls between 16 and 18. So and is really to bring the foundation for the future and to reshape their also the economic future for Nepal. And in Nepal they have I think it's less than 0.5% of women in STEM-related jobs, the lowest in whole of Asia. So it's a very important project, and it's something that's already, since the 6 months we've started, has really already we see the difference that it's made. And also because it's very close aligned to our own objectives that we do. I mean, we see, of course, similar things. We have problems in Europe and the rest of the world with women in STEM, girls in STEM. So this is it's something that's very close to my heart, and I'm very happy to be involved in this project.
I mean, that's a staggering statistic. Like I said, less than 0.5% of women involved in STEM. Be curious to see as the program continues if that number can shift or change. We have one more program to highlight before we start digging into some of the tougher questions, but I want to turn to Julia now because we've talked now about conflict settings. We've talked about working in more developing regions and past earthquake regions. I want to talk a little bit about climate now. Julia, tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about what Formula E is doing with Street Child in that regard.
Yes, thank you, Elisa, and it's a pleasure to be here. So the work that Formula E does with Street Child is really focused around climate and climate damages that really have an impact on children. What we realize is that children are the most impacted by climate change and the least responsible for it. So when they get out of school because of climate disaster, we need to get them back to school as soon as possible, because then the risk is that they will never come back. And obviously, we all know the damages of them never having an education and having access to equal opportunities in terms of work and, choosing the life that they want. So, Formula E and Street Child teamed up together to kick off and create and contribute to fund the climate fund, which is all about basically supporting children that have unfortunately had to get out of school because of climate disasters, making sure that they can go back quickly. We've started this important work in Sierra Leone, but this will obviously expand and keep going because unfortunately climate change is, whether the world likes it or not, it's a reality and it's happening and impacting everyone everywhere. And obviously children are, the most vulnerable population facing it.
Thank you. So a lot of really different programs, a lot of different communities. Lucinda, I want to turn back to you just to kind of bridge this gap here. What kind of have you seen works among these different contexts, works within, and what doesn't? Where do needs diverge? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what's clear is, although all the contexts are extraordinarily different, and you've heard a range of different programs, what's key is that we need to look at what works for the context and be agile and really look at making smart, sensible investments. And so from contexts like Sierra Leone, where extreme poverty and remoteness is preventing children from going to school, cash injections, working with mothers makes a huge difference. Working in conflict zones, getting children into a safe space where they can feel safe and secure is is incredibly important and a massive investment so that they can start to recover. And using the expertise of Emphasis with digital support is has been a striking, innovative way of achieving those aims. And so, and climate is a disaster that is getting worse and worse. And Julie's exactly right that we really need to lean in and make sure that children are able to get back to school as quickly as possible. And of course, it's girls, again, that are most likely, once they drop out, to find it difficult to get back. So everything we can do to focus on girls' education, supporting parents and their communities and the countries that they live in to enable them to get that education and break the barrier of poverty is extraordinarily important.
Which I think if you're a nonprofit and you're focused like Lucinda of girls' education and that is your core mandate, of course, the ROI is clear. I think for private sector companies, it can be a little more challenging, right? That is not your main mandate. Technology, communications, race cars. You know, we've got a totally different kind of MO here. So tell me a little bit, whoever wants to take this question or several, how you kind of make that case, why this makes sense for each of your companies, and really kind of what that ROI is for you and for your companies.
I'll be quick. But I think for Liberty, what we did, we made this really part of our culture. So it isn't like a project we're doing. Street Child and the causes is really embedded in everything we do. And for example, every year we do the big ride. So it's a big, and thousands of people, and all our partners, law firms, everybody takes part in this. And we have galas, we organize volunteering, but also the tech team. We make AI programs. We do hackathons. So everybody's involved, and there's always a way for anyone in the company to be involved, and that's really creates something that is a part of Liberty Global, of our culture, and I think that's why it works really well. And
you know, it's also as a tech company, we have this wonderful asset. It's a great way to give back. It's a great way to engage with all of your stakeholders, the employees who volunteer, the people who are passionate about this, like how do you bring them and their families together for this cause? And then, you know, as a member of the communities where we live and we thrive, we also have an obligation to make sure those communities continue to thrive, because you cannot do this alone. And leaving a significant part of the population behind, I think, is an asset that in many ways we are underutilizing, right? Like if you think of the women who could have been if they had had all the resources.
On the family side, it's, we're coming at it from a slightly different angle, because obviously we were creating with a purpose to try and support people living more sustainable lifestyles. But obviously, climate is not about, saving the planet. It's saving people that then will save the planet. So that's where we're coming at it, because we want to make sure that we impact positively the communities where we operate. But also because motorsport, and I'm sure it's going to be no surprise to anyone, motorsport is a very male-dominated environment. And we have a mission to rebalance that. Formally is exceptional in this case, because we're really a 50-50 gender-balanced organization. But we are the exception part of the rule. The rest of the motorsport industry is very, very male-dominated. So we actually want to proactively support girls, getting more opportunities, because they deserve. We need girls and we need women to bring that diversity that will bring performance. That's basically the mindset and the purpose, and that's why we decided to join the two key areas of focus that we have: climate, children, and a focus on girls with Street Child.
Wonderful. So it's really baking that into the culture of the company. It sounds like getting employee buy-in, getting kind of value buy-in, and then finding the right partner to do the right work. So there are so many more questions that I could ask each and every one of you, but we have to stop here. Thank you so much to our panelists for this conversation, and thank you to everyone for listening.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Busy day for you, right?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour. Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
determination, having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Yes, but also busy. Of course we're going to think about how to build better buildings, create better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Wherever you want.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me Your Majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me Your
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognized. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start? Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start? Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I am excited to announce our next panel, which is Women and Resilient and Regenerative Agriculture. I will be inviting Whitney Baird back to the stage as our moderator. She is the president and CEO of the United States Council for International Business. Please welcome Whitney and our esteemed speakers.
Good morning again. So today we're going to talk about agriculture, resilient and regenerative agriculture, and maybe more particularly the role of women in agriculture. And we have two great panelists with us today. Natasha Santos, who's head of sustainability and strategic engagement at Bayer, and Inbal Becker-Reshef, who's founder and co-director of NASA's Harvest and managing director of AI for Good Lab at Microsoft. So the United Nations has declared 2026 as the International Year of the Woman Farmer. And regenerative agriculture isn't new, but it's been overshadowed by systems focused on short-term yields over long-term land health. Land degradation affects 1.7 billion people globally, with the largest impacts in middle-income countries. Intensive input use meaning pesticides and fertilizers, et cetera, in high-income countries often mask underlying degradation. So closing yield gaps sustainably, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, requires access to technology, extension services, secure land tenure, inclusive financing, and enabling policies. Farm size diversity matters. Scale-sensitive solutions are needed with targeted support for smallholder farmers on marginal lands. Agri-environmental policies are expanding, but adoption remains uneven due to capacity and resource constraints. Regulatory measures improve land outcomes, while incentive-based payments are effective where funding exists. So that's a fair amount of technical talk about agriculture. I think really what is maybe a little more interesting as a place to start is if I can ask each of our panelists, maybe first Natasha and then Inbal, to talk a little bit about their work, because they are both working in how technology can really support agriculture, and maybe more particularly in this case, women farmers. So maybe first, Natasha, over to you.
Thank you. I think it's so cool that I'm at the World Women's House. I asked my team so much to be able to be here, because I come here to hear from other amazing women and network. So thank you, SCIB, for hosting us here. So my name is Natasha Santos. I lead the sustainability strategy of our agriculture division at Bayer. And my responsibility is on our portfolio, the work that we invest on. We are mainly focused on scaling regenerative agriculture, and I can comment a little bit about that, and on empowering smallholder farmers. So from a regenerative agriculture perspective, obviously one thing that really can help scale are technologies in seed, crop protection, biologics, digital from simple apps in terms of agronomic knowledge, but as well, if you think about big, and she knows more about that piece than me, but big digital platforms, right? So that's, from an innovation point of view, is our core business. But then we realized, as all of us, particularly around 5-6 years ago, that for us to be able to really scale, We need to help farmers. We need to support farmers to have a positive P&L, right, to be economic viable. And for that, we need a system investment and a system change. So we need market linkages. We need finance solutions, things that are not on our portfolio. So if you don't partner, you're not going to scale. So that's on the regenerative agriculture point of view. For us, it's critical. It is the health of our future business. Bayer has a long R&D company, so we have a long-term innovation cycle. We are discussing nowadays what are the type of innovation that will be in the market in 30, 40 years. So regenerative agriculture, because we believe that brings resilience to farmers, if we can crack that P&L code, that will be relevant to our business. So we have a pure business as well perspective, but then as anything in agriculture, that's why I love it, you are transforming livelihoods. Last year, I traveled 25 countries, many in Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. What can I say? Then you see the purpose of your work, and it gives you additional motivation. And then just transition to the other piece, our empowerment of smallholder farmers. We obviously are increasing our footprint, particularly Africa and Asia. And the way that you bring solutions to smallholder farmers is not necessarily purely the same way that you do to large farmers. And we need to think a bit different in terms of agronomic knowledge sharing. So we have targeted investments in that space, and that's what we have in the sustainability portfolio, looking at R&D, commercial, and partnerships.
Great, thank you, Inbal.
Great, it is wonderful to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I have to say, this might be the first time that I'm in an all-woman audience, so this is really incredible, actually, to be here and to have this experience. So I wear two hats, actually, as of recently, that I think are particularly interesting for this topic. So we founded NASA Harvest. I'll start with NASA Harvest about 9 years ago. It is NASA's food security and agriculture program. I would imagine most of you don't realize that NASA has anything to do with agriculture. And when I say NASA, often people say, well, do you mean you're trying to grow food on the moon? No. And a lot of the technology that NASA develops is space, right? And it's like, how do we do space exploration? Well, one of the critical roles of that is having satellites that are down looking at Earth, right? We have one planet, and we better protect it, and we better figure out how we live sustainably and for the long term. And so this becomes really, really important because what we have are satellites going around the Earth continuously, capturing all agricultural land, all land, in fact, and oceans. And that can inform us in terms of where do we stand, how are we impacting the planet, how are we changing things, how do things change from one day to the next, from one season to the next. And I think as you've said, data is critical for us to make decisions, to understand the patterns in what we're doing. And so this program sits in a division called Earth Action, and it is within the agriculture space. It is run as a consortium. And we're looking at how do we leverage these data sets for a whole host of agricultural decisions, including sustainability and regenerative agriculture. The other hat I wear is with Microsoft's AI for Good Lab. This is a philanthropic arm of Microsoft. It's largely a team of data scientists that work with and partner with different organizations, different governments, UN organizations, for addressing different public good and social impact issues. One of them being also food security, biodiversity, right? And again, I think that goes back to your point about partnerships. We can't solve these challenges alone. And we are one world. We might have countries and boundaries, but those are artificial ones that we put there. And so looking at how do we partner, how do we co-develop solutions, how do we make sure that what we can do as having, on the NASA side, a lot of data, bringing that together with some of the most powerful and advances in technology in terms of AI applications, right? How do we process these massive amounts of data? But for that data to be useful, we're really focused on co-development. You can't provide, if you think about we see this often, you can't provide data to a government, to an organization, to a company, if they weren't involved in that development, so that ultimately we can then make sure that they're guiding that and that's gonna have an impact. And I think specifically on the regenerative agriculture side, and I'm sure we'll get a lot more into it, we still need a lot of data and information. We have lots of pilots. How do we scale that, right? How do we understand the patterns, what works best, where, when, what practices? It's not a one fits all. It's not cover crop is going to be the solution, right? We've seen a lot of those kinds of policies coming. And so having partnerships across the private sector, the public sector, NGOs, and looking at how we come together to ultimately provide this information. And that's a lot of the roles that we play on our side.
Great, thank you. I don't know about you. I go to a lot of panels and people use terms of art, and sometimes I scratch my head. So I am going to ask each of you just to start, in your mind, what is resilient and regenerative agriculture? So how would you define that?
You want to go first? So I think the journey that we have been in agriculture, from a sustainability lens, from a resilience lens, has been historically, we need, particularly from an innovation perspective, we need to produce more with less, right? Inputs optimization, so more with less in terms as well on how do you do some of the work in sustainable intensification, how you manage the land better, you produce more on the same land, so you avoid unneeded expansion and so on and so forth. But then more recently, what we have realized is that not only we need to do more with less, but we need to regenerate, which gets very complex, meaning because of that we all know, because of the environmental footprints of agriculture, which, just to be, I hope, set the scene, agriculture already provides services to societies with food, fiber, and fuel, right? But obviously, as any sector in agriculture, because of its footprint, we need to think how to slow that down and reverse from an environmental footprint point of view without losing the economic viability and power. So for that to be able to happen, we frame it as regenerative agriculture. There are frameworks. Sometimes it varies because regenerative agriculture is very context related, because not all soils are the same. In the US, in tropical agriculture, in India is different. So the interventions and solutions might vary. But the heart of it is, and the main focus is, how do you improve as fast as possible, although soil health takes a long time, soil health. Because soil health from a biodiversity, from a carbon capture, from a yield, which is critical, productivity to the farmer, is really, really important. That's a big lever. And then with that, obviously, land use change, how you manage, again, to avoid unneeded expansion. So those are the principles, and those are the principles of Regen Ag. And you do that through conservation practices. And to do that at scale, you need innovation, you need agronomic knowledge to the farmers, and you need to be able to manage their risk, which comes finance, which comes how do they manage how do they pace the interventions, and some of technical things that I can comment. So that's how we see Regen Ag, and that's why we decided to invest and help to scale on the markets that we operate.
That was an excellent definition. I think essentially, right, the principle is how do we leave and how do we make sure that the soil and the environments and the ecosystems that we're farming, we're leaving better than and improving them than what they are today, and making sure that they're then sustaining in a healthy way and at the same time are productive, right? So we're not losing productivity from these lands. But I think that's the essence of this. I think there are a lot of different definitions when you go around. I think that's part of the challenges, is how do we find it? How do we monitor it? What are the indicators for it? And I think that's a lot of also what different organizations and companies think about.
Thanks very much. Actually, super helpful. And to me as well. Maybe if we can turn again to the UN Year of the Woman Farmer that is this year. And just from your perspective, what barriers still limit women's access to land, finance, technology, or decision-making in the countries in which you work or you oversee? Just some of the barriers that exist, and maybe some of the possibilities of overcoming some of those barriers. Maybe Inbal first?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
you can always change it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Natasha can probably speak into a lot more detail about, land ownership, access to finance, access to good seeds, access to fertilizer, right? And I think what we see is when women do have that, they actually tend to invest more in the long term, right? They tend to have de-risk. They tend to actually do that naturally. And so I think a lot of the barriers, if you start from there, right? If you look at gaps in terms of political leadership, right? Whether that's in companies, whether that's in governments, whether that's in anywhere. women are not very well represented. And if we're thinking about how do we empower women, they're a critical part of the agricultural landscape, right? I think there are different statistics out there, but around 40% of the agricultural labor force, and you might have different or better statistics on that. So they're core to this industry, to this area, but making sure they're then represented in all the decisions that are being made so that we can support and sustain women. And I think we lack that. If we look on the AI and technology side, it's the same story. If we're looking at, we want to do farmer advisory better, how do we reach women? Well, if they're not, integrated into how you design these, how are they going to reach them? Are they providing the information actually they need? So I think in all those contexts, there's still huge gaps for us to make. Are we making big progress? Yes. Is there a lot more? Absolutely, and I think it goes from the farmer and the barriers kind of at the individual level to the company level to the government level to organizations and all the way up. And
yeah, building on that, our one of our strategic goals in the smallholder investment space is actually to close yield gaps that you mentioned on your opening. In particular those smallholder markets. And we have as well, country by country, some profitability target for those farmers and those communities for them, right? Profitability for them, because then they are our customers, then we are able to access them in that market. And then what do you do when you have that in agriculture in general, from a smallholder perspective? You bring more knowledge, you bring partners, you bring the technology, you do the trainings, right? You train farmers how to use technology better, how to understand the market dynamics, to price things. That's what you do normally. The challenge is when we go to women, when we go to the women in those communities, then you start to see there's many other layers that are inhibiting them to be able to close that yield gaps as you would do with men. And that's because, and that's the challenge, so if you look at the numbers, the women farmers around the world are around as well, 45%. So they're almost half of the production system. But their productivity in general is 18, 25% lower than men. Why? Because there's systemic and institutional barriers on land ownership, or even to design a training in some of the countries, and here depends, there's cultural, there's religion, but in any of those countries, you need to do much different efforts, because to get the women to come, to be able to get the women comfortable to get the training, to be able to have that community comfortable as well for you to run those trainings, there's so many challenges that when you do in a community with or only with the male farmers, those don't exist. But unfortunately, what I realized is that us and many of our partners, we were designing trainings and designing intervention as if was standard anywhere, right? And without taking into consideration the women needs and the women realities on their community. Many communities, I was in Bangladesh last year, engaging with our rural entrepreneurs, many communities, if you don't bring the men and if you don't do a pre-work of kind of cultural and mindset shift, like why are you doing this? Why are you bringing the women to those trainings? If you don't do that work before, which yes, it gave you more work, it's a bit more complex, and sometimes you need just a tiny bit of more investment. But if you don't do that, it's not effective, right? And then I think we cannot shy away from it, because without the women farmers, we're not going to be sustainable in agriculture. But we need to be able, on all those programs that we design, to have women in mind and understand that at the end, if you do it right, the return of investment will be really amazing and profitable. Because imagine then just jumping 20% productivity, you have faster growth than many other communities. So that's where I think it's critical, and that's what the type of things we are trying to think how to solve faster and smarter.
Great, thank you. I just as a personal note, last year, I went to the Biodiversity COP, Conference of Parties meeting in Cali, Colombia, and during that had the opportunity actually to visit a bear demonstration farm. And what was really impressive to me was just at a ground level with smallholder farmers, the use of technology and information, how important that was in regenerative agriculture to determine, trying to really minimize the use of pesticides and fertilizers, that using drone technology and other data information, they were able to much more, I guess, specifically target the timing and the use of specific insecticides to deal with specific pests that were detected in that area. But all of these, I think, are kind of pilot programs, and a lot of what you've talked about are pilot programs. So I guess from each of you, in your mind, what does it take to scale these, to make them much more broadly available to farmers, not just in demonstration farm areas, but broadly speaking, women and men? And you can go in either order.
I think so. Our learnings have been, I think, the number one, and I mentioned at the beginning, the number one element to be able to scale things is if you do design those programs based on farmers' profitability and P&L. In the first season, 3 seasons, 5 seasons, but you need to work on the farmers' profitability. It cannot be just, I think we all know here, but it cannot be just a nice to have or, just an intervention that comes. You need to handhold many times, if you think particularly on smallholder farms, but you need to design on farmers' profitability. And I'll give you an example. Our commitment to transformation in India from to direct seeded rice from a TPR, which is transplanted rice. If who's not familiar, sorry, I don't want to go technical, but with rice normally rice is produced with water, it's flooded, and the seeds are thrown on the water, and because of the floods, there's 2 main issues. One is the methane emission, that's why rice is the number 1 crop with GHG emissions, and then the second is the labor quality is really bad because they need to do the nursery and then they need to walk on those flooded fields. So we believe direct seeded rice, not only, we know from data, from public data as well, you are able to optimize water use by 40%, so the reduction, GHG emission by 45%. So wow, that's amazing, right? However, if you don't look at the farmer's P&L, this is not going to be scalable. Then what we realize that is doing that transformation, we actually, because farmers save on optimization of inputs, but particularly because they have a lot of challenges, labor shortage in rice, their P&L actually from the start gets better. So with that, we start engaging with farmers, with those numbers, with those trials for them to see. And then the main leverage for scale now is technology. Technology on seeds, hybrids, for example, for that different type of production, which we and others in the field can invest. Mechanization, because now you have a different system. You need smaller machines because you're not doing the flooded rice. And finance, insurance that are tailored with the data of this new type of production system, right? So the banks, smallholder farm is challenging as well because normally they are informal, but the banks or fintechs or other players can come with a tailored solution. So it's the partnership, it's creating the ecosystem, but the heart of it is, does it make sense for the farmer? Can you design it and can you make the assessment and show to the farmers that they will be profitable? And then I think, then we have hopes of scaling, then the partnership comes.
Yeah, so building on that, I think a lot of where we play is actually thinking about that question of scale. How do you monitor, what your example, right? We can monitor actually flooded rice versus intermittent wetting. We can look at what are the scales of adoption. We can look at indicators of productivity. Have they increased productivity, right? Like that's a big factor when you take in and you adopt. But you want to learn that in different ecosystems, in different environments, because our world is diverse. And I think a lot of the times is that we're looking for this one silver bullet, one guideline, this is going to work for everybody. And the reality is it doesn't. And so what we need to really be thinking about is where does it work and when and under what conditions and how do we learn that at scale? I think, again, you know, going back to that example of cover cropping, at some point there was this policy everybody should cover crop. Well, guess what? If you are in an arid environment or semi-arid environment and you've planted a cover crop and it's now sucked all the moisture, well, what's going to happen in the spring when you plant your crop, right? And so I think there are different trade-offs, and we need to understand which cover crop, when, what crop rotation makes sense.
So I'm going to interrupt to maybe define cover crop.
Sorry. Okay. So a cover crop is kind of what you plant, thank you, in between the crops that you're actually going to harvest and is what you're going to sell, right? And the idea is that's going to protect your soil, that's going to keep it in the ground and not run off. That's really important. Talked about soil degradation and how much of the top soil, right, the really fertile part of the soil we're losing. It's a very important, but it just needs to be tailored to different systems, different productions. And I'll give you an example of a different thing that we tried to do, right? And nitrogen fertilization, okay? Nitrogen is really important for protein content, for productivity. It is also expensive. It also leaches into waterways, and it's also a greenhouse gas. So if we can learn how to optimize its application, that has massive advantages. Well, satellite data in some cases can be really useful for guiding when and how much to fertilize. And we had this great idea. We were working with a company in France where that's actually being applied to multiple farmers. And we said, okay, we know, and as you said, the burden today is kind of placed on farmers. Okay, we need to do this transition. Farmers, you need to do this. Well, who's going to finance it? What's the risk? Who can tell them, am I going to lose productivity for the next 3 years, but then I'll see the gains, right? And so how do we, one, quantify that risk and understand it and communicate it in a way that is then clear and understood? And then two, how do we develop the systems, the mechanisms, the insurance, the loans that are going to help the farmers? Because if today the burden all sits on farmers, well, that's not a great way for us to move that forward. And so we said, okay, well, with nitrogen, we have this kind of great partnership. It's working somewhat at scale. Let's work, and I won't name the insurance company. We said, can we insure farmers and say, if you use these guidelines and reduce the nitrogen applications and kind of use, then you will we will guarantee your yields. Well, we tried to sign up farmers and we got 2. Okay, so we had the science, we could show it, but I think there's another lesson there that it's a lot of work to build the trust, to explain, to onboard, it wasn't enough that the insurance company said, we'll cover the costs for this year. It was like, we actually want to get paid more because this is a risk for us. And so I think understanding all of that is going to be really critical. It's not enough for us to develop the solutions. It's really important for the farmers, for the organizations, for the cooperatives to be engaged in this, and for somebody to demonstrate this at scale. And that's when you generate kind of these other, I think, use cases. And it's not us saying, hey, this works. It's like the farmers saying, or the cooperative saying, this really worked, right? And that's how you demonstrate and build demand.
Just to build on that, it just was I travel a lot to India, and I engaged with one of our rice farmers that we were doing the investment on DSR, and then my team and some other partners came with the perfect P&L, right? The economics to the farmer and explain in a very simple way, show the technology, and then the farmer saw, okay, and then he looked at us and he said, well, but my neighbor, he tried this, and it didn't work. And the neighbor, it didn't work because, the practice were not right, and maybe not the timing right, and so on. But there was no way we could convince him to do anything because the neighbors, so to your point, we all know on farming, farmers trust on farmers. So you need to bring those success stories to the farmers. You can bring all the data and our fancy talking. But if you don't bring other farmers to convince them. So it is really it is exciting. And, who works in agriculture needs to be purpose-driven because you see the impact so beautiful from a community point of view. But it's a lot of work. We really need to think there's a lot of on-the-ground work. That's the point. So, sorry.
No, just a quick question, particularly because you now are working in the AI for Good laboratory. A lot of the discussions around Davos, and frankly, any international conference I go to, are around AI and the use of AI, good and bad. And maybe looking forward, what are some of the ways AI maybe that bears using now or thinking about using the way you're looking at AI? How can AI help in resilient and regenerative agriculture? And I think, as Natasha's noting, improve information flow, maybe break down resistance, or provide a good, convincing narrative to have people try some of these changes?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I think it's an important one. And I think sometimes you hear so much AI is this and that, and it's going to solve all of our problems, and it's everything. And all you need is actually just one data scientist. You no longer need all these big government systems and researchers. It has a place. It has a really important place. But it is, again, I think where it becomes impactful and powerful is when you have this technology being brought together with domain experts and with farmers and with input and kind of bringing teams together that can help to build these kinds of systems. And ultimately, that's where you're going to have the impact, right? And so a lot of these technologies, what they do is they're enabling us to process gigantic quantities of very diverse data. Right? Like if we think about, again, from the satellite perspective, this is absolutely revolutionizing what we can do. We have humongous amounts of satellite data. Think about how we have hundreds of satellites going around the Earth every day collecting data in what we can see, right, visible, red, blue, green, but in a lot of other wavelengths, right, that are really sensitive to what's in the atmosphere, to water content, to plant health, to chlorophyll, right? A lot of important information. We have satellites that are monitoring the Earth at 3-meter resolution every day. It's massive amounts of quantities. If we can tie it to ground data, to experiments, to what we understand, we can then start to utilize this data in really powerful ways. We have a lot more compute than we ever did before to actually get the insights that we want. But if somebody's going to design that system without actually having the agricultural understanding, without understanding what data do you need, when do you need it, in what format, what uncertainty, then they'll have the wrong answer. And I think that's also the danger, right? It's much more accessible than ever was. Satellite data, anybody can provide a map. But if we don't know how it was provided, what the assumptions, and so I think it's really exciting, but I think these are the constellations in which it has an impact.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So one of the main levers for us to scale Regen Ag is, as I mentioned, the agronomic knowledge transfer to farmers. So we see AI, as you know, we've been historically as well looking at data insights, being hopefully able to tackle that. I am not a technology expert. I work in agriculture for 22 years, so I learn things by osmosis, kind of. But AI is too recent to be an expert yet. But someone very smart in my digital farming team, I like that kind of a soundbite. He mentioned to me, well, ideally, AI would help, like the farmer would have a co-pilot to make management, like agronomic decisions, right? We need a lot of data, we need to design, but imagine if the farm is small or large, we have like a co-pilot to make their thousands of decisions, and that's where AI could make a huge difference. AI, Gen AI, and all of that. And we have been trying in some areas in the largest market now. We are looking together with the Gates Foundation if we can scale some ideas in Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. But that's where AI could really be transformational, and obviously we are investing in that space too.
Terrific. Well, I think it's a good place to end on this kind of forward-looking note. Thank you, Inbal. Thank you, Natasha, for joining us today. Thank all of you, and maybe you can thank our panelists. Maybe we do a quick picture.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Good morning, everyone. If I can please have you take your seats. We're going to be starting the next panel. Okay. Please quiet down. We are going to be starting the next panel. Thank you. I know, right? Hello. Okay, so the next panel I'm introducing is AI Driving a Sustainable Advantage, and I am excited to announce our moderator, Beate Rosenthal. She is a partner at Roland Berger, and please welcome her to the stage as well as our esteemed speakers.
Good morning, everyone. We've had some incredible sessions, and they all, touch upon the topic we're also going to get to now, which is AI for sustainable advantage. And we're not hiding the word sustainability, we're putting it up front. If you think about what's happened to sustainability, and some of you might have seen the recent risk report also by the WEF, it's still a topic that's with us. The megatrends are still out there with climate change, with population growth. Maybe people don't see it as short-term. At the same time, obviously, AI got a lot of attention, and we are seeing increasingly companies that are syncing the transformation that's necessary on both AI and sustainability. Did you know that our global water gap, so the difference between the water demand and the water supply of drinkable water, is increasing every year by more than 5%? Did you know that we had more than 600 extreme weather events in the last years? So definitely, sustainability still matters. It's reflected in the risks that leaders see. Now let's come to AI and technology. We are seeing that green tech investments are expected and are growing heavily, expected to come from 25 billion investments to 75 billion by 2030. And green tech includes a lot of AI technology. Companies like Amazon, Microsoft, that we also have on stage, and also what you see from the Bill Gates Foundation, they're investing 1 or 2 billion in climate and green tech funds. So bringing those two together really, really matters. And that's why we're going to discuss in this panel about that sync between AI and sustainability, which we call twin transformation, because we see those advantages. I'm looking forward with my speakers to discuss this in more detail. We have Antonia Wanner, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer at Nestlé. Thank you for joining us. We have Anke Hampel, who is a Senior Vice President at ABB, so different industry. And also on the non-executive board of ABB Germany. And we have Katrin Hinkel, who's the corporate vice president and CEO of Microsoft's Switzerland. So we have industries, we have technology. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Antonia, let's start. As you introduce yourself a bit more, can you tell us what's your role in driving resilience for your company? In which role does AI play in that already? And which initiatives have you taken to bring sustainability forward in these days?
Thank you very much. So resilience and sustainability was not mentioned as a pair a few years back. So it came more to the forefront. The more sustainability, you said before, we do talk about it, but often people now find different words. Now, why has resilience come up, and what is my role in all of that? It has come up with, I would say, some healthy movement, the questioning, what does sustainability actually do for the company? It's people, planet, and business. All three need to benefit from the sustainability initiatives. So, and with that, at least in our case, the resilience came very strongly to the forefront. Why? I mean, we're a food company, and as a food company, we use a lot of agricultural materials. We heard it in the previous panel. There was a fantastic discussion. That's exactly it. So agricultural materials, what do we see there? We see with the increasing temperatures on Earth, the yields are not the same as they have been in all parts. Some parts it's the same, some parts it's better, in other parts it's actually not as good. Now, when you buy a lot of certain agricultural materials, such as coffee and cocoa, we depend on that supply. So it's also in our interest, and it's important for the company's resilience and existence, that there is enough of these materials. So now where comes AI into the game here? AI, I heard something wonderful yesterday in a discussion. What is AI for? It helps you to be better, to see better, and to act better. So I like to steal that and just pinpoint what are the different activities. So in order to be better on the field, we don't have that much of an experience yet. This is more in the factories, where it clearly helps AI already today, combined with automation. It helps to be more efficient in energy use. So water, electricity, whatsoever is used as an energy source. So that's something we will expand even further. And by the way, side comment, I had a chat with our CIO just yesterday. He reassured me that the use of AI here in the factories, it helps to reduce so much the use of resources, notably electricity, that it offsets the consumption of AI, which is needed for that. So it's a kind of net positive. I found it quite reassuring. So, but that is then the be better. Now on the see better, this is why we go into the agri-space. See better today, what do I need to do when I want to measure greenhouse gas, water consumption, fertility of the soil? We need to go on the ground on each field. The poor farmer has to go to dig, do measurements. We provide how to measure, but it's quite cumbersome, it's time consuming. So there are better ways to do, and I had quite some discussions yesterday again with a few companies. So what is possible there is actually to use some data on the ground and then use satellite imagery and combined with extrapolate. So that means you can draw conclusions from all the combined data points which you see. So you don't need to go in the field anymore. That's fantastic. And we actually work with 2 companies to hopefully get there. And it certainly helps us to see better, going back to resilience, to see better where is a risk in the next 10, 15 years. Where will we face maybe less water or but then lower yields, lower biodiversity? So this see better helps us, and that's my last point, to act better. And the act better, just again in the agri-space, this you can get lost in the translation there. It's so vast. So in fact, when then we see, okay, that's where we have a particular risk in the next 10, 15 years, let's focus on this part of the world for that type of ingredient and really get a positive impact there, which helps farm, which helps us, and that's the last part.
Very important word also, focus on what really matters. So yes. Anke, from your perspective in your industry, which initiatives are you taking to syncing the two?
Thanks. ABB, for the ones who are not so familiar, is actually helping industries to outrun leaner and cleaner. And we do this increasingly via the use of AI. 55% of our solutions today already are software and, of course, increasingly AI-based. And we have been doing the hard part of the work for many, many years. before the age of generative AI, we have been bringing AI to the control rooms of many industries, buildings, transport. And this has been the hard part because now we can use this data. What has changed? In the past, we have been sensing data, analyzing, acting on it. With agentic AI, we are now able to really take this to the next level. We are understanding, we are perceiving, and we are solving. And this actually gives really a chance to take it to the next level, to get access for everyone there. Electricity is expected to grow 9 times faster than the overall global energy demand. And as we all know, the grids are not really ready for this. So we are enabling this. And AI is helping us to do this in a much more efficient way than what would be possible without it. There's really complex systems that make sure supply and demand is potentially measured at every single second. And we need to optimize the grid use. Otherwise, we're talking right now about 80 gigawatt energy or electricity missing in the US only by the increasing demand for data centers. And so all these opportunities are there. And I'm very happy, before Kevin starts over, one of the big interventions we have done also for the industries we're working with, for food and beverages, for hard-to-abate industries, cement, steel, is our industrial AI solution that we developed together with Microsoft, GenX AI. And what it enables is really to make sure the energy optimization is there. We have demonstrated 18% energy reduction by the use of GenX AI. And the more fascinating piece I find is really you are able to have the troubleshooting happening much, much faster. 60 to 80% time reduction for troubleshooting. And that's really giving the information into the hands of the people that need to be able to take decisions fast. And so that's the exciting part where we are focusing on sustainability and resilience by enabling electrification and automation.
Thank you. Thank you also picking up the word resilience, which is reframing it all, sometimes to make it even more relevant for more stakeholders. Katrin, what's your perspective and what are the initiatives that you're taking?
Yeah, so obviously the topic is top of mind at Microsoft in everything we do. One, for our customers. So thank you for mentioning GenX. It's a fantastic solution where you actually built in sustainability into your product with an AI solution that you then deliver to customers and enable them to take actions in a much easier way. So that's a great example. So what we do is we build platforms. We have tools where our customers can then build their solutions on, but we help with the ideas and how to use the technology to actually come to those kinds of results. That is our main target. But then to enable that, there's a lot we do, of course, internally. And the way we think about these products is always with sustainability in mind. That's where it starts. So let me give you a few examples. One is around the responsible AI standards that are published for Microsoft. They're very broad. They've been published even before anyone thought about publishing the responsible AI standards. And they represent how we develop our products. And that is an important part of our DNA. Another one would be around our sustainability targets. We have not touched them, not changed them. We continue on course. We stay on course because we think it's important. And we're making good progress. I mean, most people talk only about the ones that are more challenging, which definitely is carbon, and I get to that in a minute. But on waste and water and land, we're pretty much either on or over target with regards to the goals we set. On carbon, that is the challenging one. People talk about it's become more challenging with AI because of energy consumption. Yes, energy consumption is growing, but if you look at overall energy consumption in the world and you add up what Gen AI and emails, the sort of the office application does, it's a very, very small part of the overall energy consumption. So the real lever that we have in that space is actually by building solutions such as Genix with customers, where we go into supply chains, into production, into those kinds of areas to actually optimize, and that's what we want to do. So, but we still stay course on carbon. So there are some challenges, and I think the last piece that I would like to mention is that, and I was surprised by that myself, the extent to which we go into research around optimization. That is especially, of course, in our data centers, but also in the way we develop our hardware. So if you look into how we produce our laptops and how we recycle what's there, and everything that we offer around that, there's a lot of sustainability built into that. And then on the data centers, there's constant innovation. So on chips, on cooling, on recycling, on how we build the data centers. How do you renew a data center? Because sometimes the old architectures cannot be used for the new technology that saves energy. So how can we actually recycle as much as we can from an existing older data center and build that into the newest and most efficient facilities? So there's a lot of research going on. We're working with a lot of partners on that topic as well, and I'm very proud, especially about that part, because I think we're creating some very, very interesting projects there, also in collaboration then with the local communities and so on, so that others benefit from the things that we build.
Thank you. I love it that you're giving concrete examples. So let's get to the next level, which is agentic. Right? So 60% of corporate AI initiatives in the last year were claimed to already have an agentic element. So when we talk agentic, we're actually talking about Gen AI, not just doing tasks in simple processes, but sometimes multi-agent systems that work together to solve complex problems, hopefully with human oversight. What we have in the background here is an example from the coffee sourcing. And just to give that example, what agentic AI allows us to do, it allows us not just to combine unstructured and structured data, but data from different sources to then solve the problem of optimizing coffee sourcing, both for the supplier and obviously for the company sourcing it, by combining different sub-agentic systems to, for instance, model climate risks, to model what's growing in the crops, to look at the political risks, which often also play a role, especially these days, to look at the market risks, how are prices changing in the different levels of negotiation, and combining that also. Let's talk a little bit about agentic and how we bring agentic to the use to make companies more resilient and more sustainable. Katrin, share with us from the tech side how you're supporting those and using those agentic ecosystems.
Yeah, okay, so agents is the big new development that we're seeing. Again, it's not sometime in the future, it's now. And we look at 3 different types of agents, if you will. So one is the personal productivity agents. It's something that actually everyone can build themselves. We see those. I have about between 5 and 10 constantly that I built myself that are supporting me in specific tasks. Then there's sort of on the other end of the spectrum, in the middle we have agents that are used by teams, to optimize smaller processes. 5, 10 people, sometimes 20 people, not at scale. And then there's agents that are more corporate or enterprise agents that really go through a whole hundreds of people that are able to use them and to optimize. Those probably have the biggest levers, because those corporate or enterprise sized agents are usually, or very often, not just one agent, but a team of agents, which we don't really talk about, that then go into the different systems and bring together data. So that will enable us to bring together data that before we couldn't, and then we go into the sustainability space. So as an example, if you optimize a factory, and I'm talking about a beverage company right now, if you optimize a factory around water, waste, carbon, and so on, electricity, then sometimes you go for one, but then you're creating a lot of negative impact in another space. And if you don't bring together the data and have agents that can actually cover all of it, from maybe also look into the finance system and so on, then you don't get to the savings and to the and the environmental impact that you would like to have. So this is where agents are going to help both in sustainability, but also in the wider productivity scale.
Yeah, and they allow us to go across those silos in the organization sometimes. So Anke, what's your perspective on this next level of AI and sustainability resilience?
I think the good news is that it's the first time that we can really build a technology that's really human-centric. And that's an opportunity we shouldn't miss. If you just think about how we have been talking about sustainability or the challenges at hand for a long time, we always have been saying the solutions are all there. We need to scale them to mitigate climate change, to drive the adaptation required. And today we have the opportunity with Agenda AI to give this knowledge to the people actually that are there to scale the things. So I believe actually we will be able to scale faster. Will it be fast enough? Up to us. If I pick up on the example I shared earlier, and this fits perfectly to what you just said, the operator on a line today has already a lot of data to make decisions on where to optimize. But if it also gets the access to the inventory part of the information, to the CapEx, it's possible to decide, do I take the line down now? Are the spare parts available? Is this the right investment decision? Should I optimize and run longer? So all this is a different level of predictive maintenance that we haven't seen so far. And that's really empowering people to make decisions that so far have been waiting for the service engineer to arrive, waiting hours, days, not at all required any longer. There are decisions possible on the spot. The other example I like is very much when you think about power transmission lines, super critical. AI helps us to increase the throughput by up to 15%. That's what has been demonstrated. And what does it do? It brings information together from cloud coverage, wind, temperature, supply and demand in the energy supply system. All these different systems so far haven't been talking to each other. And this then shows you, okay, how can I run this this part of the grid in a way that it's anticipating what the demand that is coming, what storage is needed where, which EV storage could actually be used. All of these things coming together. We are demonstrating this today in our building management systems. Of course, in the future, you will have this in many other applications. And so having these complex information sets coming together and building on them and then driving, obviously, improvements is an important part. And that's what I think is exciting about it.
Thank you. So which other use case can you add before we come to wrap up on the leadership topic?
Yes, so these were already fantastic cases, I can only agree. So we really see, AI, the agents, they help to connect more information faster so that actually you can do things or make things better from a holistic point of view. Now, the case I'm with the team, we're just working on, apart from the data extrapolation, this one is to use an agent to develop products that are sustainable by design. Because today what we do, we look at it, what's the greenhouse gas footprint? Okay, this one we need to reduce. So you kind of always in the repair mode. I want to get us out of this repair mode into it has to be right from the start. And we start doing this with packaging, where we already have a decision tree and the agent has been fed with it. We're not just training the agent. And then when the packaging developers, they look at it, outcome should be a packaging that's optimized from a cost perspective, from a greenhouse gas, a plastic, and whatsoever relevant. So we've all the criteria up there. So that's something in the past we could do, but it took quite some time. And because it takes quite some time, people are often not doing it. So, and that then again helps the resilience because it's more cost effective to get right from the start versus repairing after.
No, great decision support example, bringing different perspectives together. So now, what does it all take? We've actually seen that when you bring AI and sustainability transformation, you have a lot of common success factors. And they all start with leadership, commitment to change, but they also require data readiness, which is not to be underestimated, and the engagement of your people, and importantly, we've heard it, balancing efficiency and innovation. So from a leadership perspective, Antonia, which barriers or opportunities were you tackling to, move forward with those initiatives?
I mean, it's the usual. Some people say, oh, this now comes on top. Okay, maybe the opportunities are not clear from the start, but there are always some front runners in the team. And I mean, as a leader, I think we have to be the front runners. We have to look ahead and what are the opportunities. So look ahead, opportunity, pick the people in the team that are ready for it, and of course the IT included when it comes to agentic AI. But and then show the success cases, and then the rest follows. Mm-hmm. But it's the usual challenges.
Thank you. What about you, Katrin?
I mean, we see our own challenges, and we see the challenges that our customers have. I think it starts with one thought, and that goes back to my consulting background. It always needs to create business value. It's like, if it's not of value to an employee, to a customer, to top line, bottom line, something. Sustainability, we don't look at it. So when I discuss with customers, or when we discuss within Microsoft, we start with the problem. We start with what is the biggest thing that we need to solve for, and can AI help? That's the way to ask the question, not the other way around. I think it's if we look at where does it impact, it's really important that people are educated and skilled. This is a basic need, and yes, that's where we need to lead. But that's also where we bring a lot of tools to customers, and this. I think it was in June where we made a big announcement of investments into Switzerland, where we said we're going to train 1 million Swiss people on AI. We're already done 400,000. So the goal is by 2027 we'll be done much before that. But providing those possibilities to actually learn, I think, is the second point. Third one, I would say, is around governance and values. Super important that you set the boundaries. We have set boundaries through our AI principles. We recommend to our customers to set their own AI principles. Very, very important, because this technology needs some guidance as well. You said it. It's about the human that sets the direction, and then the technology that supports. So I would say that is probably the third one.
Yeah, Anke, maybe just one additional thought before you answer. If you look at the Western world, the actual majority of chief sustainability officers are women. We have 2 here. Yeah. Any thoughts on also your personal influence as a woman in this leadership topic?
I love the point, and yes. This has been one of the fun parts entering sustainability about 3 years ago. Obviously, I'm coming with a business background, and so making sure, as you already said, that value creation for the customer is at the heart of what we do is a super important part. So many sustainability practitioners who have been struggling there for years didn't have this on top of their mind. And so I think there's understanding, integrating, thinking inclusiveness, all female traits that definitely have helped. Originally, so many women entered this space because it was the one where they couldn't do any harm. I think we are now benefiting from having so many women in the space, because it takes urgency and patience at the same time. And I think this is something we're bringing to the forefront. You need to show there are successful pilots, use cases right now, but at the same time you need to be there for the long run. And the examples really for me are making sure the employees are seeing what you are doing today to obviously continue generating the competitive advantage while taking along the people, helping them, retention, staying on the course. You described for Microsoft, same for us, we are staying the course on our sustainability targets. They are well integrated in our purpose, and that's what people are looking for. The moment you start loosening, people start losing trust, and we do want to have the highest level of engaged employees, and this matters for agentic AI as for any other leadership challenge that we have ahead of us. So bringing sustainability into any of the use cases we have, reminding people that yes, if you are doing the cost optimization, at the same time you're doing the water optimization, the emissions reduction, that's one of the challenges I think we can continue improving on. It's easily forgotten, you know, the cost comes first again, and then you easily forget that an average data center is consuming water of 1,000 households and the electricity of 100,000 households. So this is something, bring it into the equation, and it's motivating the people to work on these things. It's not just cost, it's all these other benefits, life cycle extension, all these things. And that's where I think we have the biggest opportunity as leaders in this space, to bring people along and make them excited about what's coming.
Thank you for your continued leadership on this topic. To wrap it up, we've heard about how useful, important, and effective it can be to sync AI and resilience and sustainability. We've heard a lot of interesting examples from the be, see, and act perspective, and we've heard a strong call for action that partnering across industry and technology is super important, and it takes continued urgency and patience. We're here for the long run in our leadership to take it forward, but to also take our people along and to train them and to train ourselves. So thank you for joining this panel with us, and let's continue the conversation as we go through those days here in Davos. Can we take one more picture? Yes.
Mics down.
You have enough?
everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If you can take your seats, please. We're going to be starting our next panel. Everyone, please take their seats. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mika Latimer. I'm seeing some new faces in the crowd, so I'll reintroduce myself. I was invited here as a youth leader for the World Woman Foundation. I am a senior at UC San Diego studying social psychology, and I'm beyond excited to be here. I am going to be announcing the next panel, which is on industrial AI. Our moderator is Anne Chevrier. She is the Growth Marketing Program Senior Manager at Dassault Systems. Please welcome Anne and our esteemed speakers to the stage.
Genau. Ja, wir nehmen den Mann in die Mitte.
Ihr flankiert mich.
Genau.
So, good morning, everyone. I hope you found the space safely with the nice weather conditions we have. At least this year, it's not snowing, so I'm really, really happy to see some sunshine here in Davos. So, welcome to this Roland Berger panel about industrial AI, why it takes more than just Gen AI use cases. So we are at a critical junction. I think we all agree that industrial automation investments are slowing, yet everyone agrees that AI is transformative. So why is that disconnect? So we're going to cut through the noise today, saying that industrial AI isn't just ChatGPT for factories. It's something fundamentally different that touches everything from shop floor to the boardroom. So it's really something that we should look at. So our panel brings a unique perspective from strategy, operations, technology, and platform innovation. And we'll explore together what industrial AI really means and how European industry can lead this transformation. So let me introduce our esteemed panel, starting with Dr. Edeltraud Leibrock. She is Global Managing Director and Senior Partner at Roland Berger, leading innovation in worldwide scope in a digital platform. She brings extensive experience in technology, digitalization, AI, and transformation from top-tier strategy consulting and senior banking roles, including CEO of a global development bank and group CEO of a major German public bank. She's also a trained physicist and biologist with a PhD in physics, and she also supports several innovation ecosystems, such as the Fraunhofer Technology Transfer Fund and the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Hamburg. Please welcome Edeltraud. So let's continue with the second lady. Nadine Despineux is Chief Sales Officer and member of the Executive Board at Jungheinrich AG, where she drives the transformation toward customer-centric, technology-enabled solutions. Previously, segment CEO at Renk Group and Managing Director at Kraus Maffei for Service and Digital Solution, she combines deep industrial expertise with a strong focus on innovation. Her passion is leveraging cutting-edge technologies and AI to redefine customer experiences, empower employees, and create sustainable value. Please welcome Nadine. And of course, we're in the World Woman Davos house, but we're still open for diversity. So let me, yeah, be honored. There are not many of them if you look around. You're the lucky one. Let me introduce you to Christian Haltiner. He's the Managing Director, Switzerland for Dassault Systems, also a member of the European Central Executive Board. He has over 20 years of experience in the IT sector, including leadership roles at Canon, Microsoft, Rotring Data, and he combines strong sales and partner expertise with a deep understanding of innovation platform, process optimization, and manufacturing. Today, his work centers on virtual twin experiences and digital continuity, helping Swiss industries transform how they design, produce, and operate. Please welcome Christian.
Thank you.
So let's cut the noise. First question. What is industrial AI? So we agree that industrial AI isn't just machine learning. It's the marriage of symbolic reasoning with neural networks, deterministic rules with probabilistic models. So what makes industrial AI fundamentally different from what we see in ChatGPT or consumer applications? Good luck.
Well, you gave the answer already, dear Anne. So,
yeah, that's why, because I want to push you further. We're not just here to talk, but to act. What is the difference?
Well, actually, when we're talking as a strategy consultant with our clients in industry, different industries, today it's actually mostly about Gen AI right now, which has, of course, to do with the rise of Gen AI, and that it's a good thing, actually, that for the first time in human history, we're able to talk to the machine in human language. And that makes a total difference. But industrial AI has been around before Gen AI already. And industrial AI has always been a combination of software and physical systems. So people first started to talk about industrial AI actually in the 1940s when Norbert Wiener coined the term cybernetics. And cybernetics is a steering system, software, that works on a physical system and not just measures, but takes the measurement results for not only predictions, but to steer the system through the next cycle, adapt it, and so on. In the 1940s, this was mostly a theoretical concept. I loved to read as a kid in the 1970s, 80s, science fiction, I can say that, science fiction stories from Stanislav Lem or Herbert W. Franke and so on. And this was always, these were my heroes because they talked about cybernetics. So robots, exploring different planets and solar systems and so on. So science fiction. But today, industrial AI is far beyond science fiction. It's implemented, it's working, it's running. It enables us to equip physical systems with intelligence. And of course, and that I want to add here also, Gen AI is about, you said it, machine learning. So machine learning is one flavor of artificial intelligence that's building on neural networks and transformer models. The basis for Gen AI are also built on neural networks. It's just a very smart method to optimize the coefficients in the neural networks very fast and come to very good results in natural language or other forms of expression. But there's also another flavor of AI, which is rule-based. And as a physicist, I've always wondered why now we want to retrieve, reverse engineer all our human expert knowledge from the data we put onto the internet for the last 25 years. That doesn't make sense. I mean, we know physics, we know nature's law. We don't have to reinvent that from sparse data we have on the internet. But we can combine these two flavors of AI, and you said it, the newly coined term for that is neurosymbolic, so neural networks and symbolic AI. And I think that's the next breakthrough in industrial AI. And I think we'll also be talking about data, structured and unstructured data, but I don't want to give a front-loaded talk here, but rather ask my esteemed colleagues here on the panel.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first. So first of all, I would say if you talk on industrial AI, before AI, you have to understand industry, right? You have to understand industry, and we as Dassault Systems, I would say we understand industry. We have the largest industry customer base built over 40 years, so that you have an impression. I would say 90% of all planes are built, engineered, somehow and manufactured by our software. Maybe 85% of all cars and so on. And as well in pharma, we are quite strong. So I would say end-to-end across the value chain, we understand industry and industry data, right? And if we talk really on industrial AI, I would say there are 3 dimensions that we see. First, it must be trustable if we talk on AI in industry. Second, it must be secure, and it must be sovereign. So starting with sovereign and sovereignty, I mean, if you look to industry and intellectual property, so there's always the question, where is the data? And if you then look on security, is the data really secure, right? And I think these are 2 subjects that get more and more important as well for European industries, where to put that really, right? And if we look on trustable data, then it was always a question, okay, if you would like in the industry adapt AI, and it's more than Gen AI, somehow you need to have the data right. And it's really the data, there are many dimensions of data, right? Because if you are building a plane or a car, you have mechanical data, you have electrical data, you have software, and even all these dimensions put together then a complete system, right? And these systems, we would say it's a software-defined vehicle or car today, right? So we call that the virtual twin, for example, from a car. And if you have all that data right with the structure and all documents that you need as well attached, then you can think really about how do I put AI on top, right? And if you do it right, then there are really exceptional outcomes. Because if you can imagine, let's assume you have a factory, right? A model of a factory with all the data of all equipment in the factory, all the processes and so on. And you could ask then really AI, more or less, bring me 20 new layouts of this factory that are optimized. And you will get that maybe in 2 or 3 weeks, where in the past, a couple of engineers might have to build that in 2 years from now. So it will speed up really the productivity in industry, and therefore we see that as a game changer. But of course, what you need is as well somehow a platform for where you store that industrial data, and I think there we have an answer as Dassault Systems. Second, maybe just shortly, if we talk on really industrial AI, it's as well about knowledge and know-how. Where is the competence in the end, and where is this knowledge and know-how of industries? And as well there, what we see coming are more or less virtual companions or virtual assistants, however you call it, or Copilot in Microsoft, where you have really kind of virtual working force, right, that helps you somehow to build really the products of the future. And that will be very interesting, right? And that's always in context of the industry. So there's a bright future ahead, but it's a way to go there.
I agree to that. I mean, we are coming from a classical German mechanical engineering company. So it's not typical that you then go and jump into AI. You're coming from software. That's much more natural than it is for us. But for us, and I believe that's something which is for a lot of European companies relevant. Industrial AI is a game changer. I also believe in that one. But it's not like a tech hype. And I think that's super relevant and important when you lead a company, that you find out what really matters, what does make the difference. And it needs to be part of a fundamental strategy if you wanted to move the company into, especially if you're very hardware heavy loaded, into that future where AI is really driving the company. And you asked, like, what is industrial AI? For us, fundamental important is the governance. When you do not have governance properly in place, it is super, super risky because you risk your customer relationship. AI is very helpful, but it can be a massive danger if there's wrong decisions made. Yeah. So for us, and we heard it in the panel before, having clear guidelines in place. So we have created AI office, which makes sure that whatever happens in the company is governed by clear guidelines. We are a stock-listed company. We cannot afford that we are making mistakes because we introduced a new technology and it's, you have to be on Vogue, so you have to be there. This is not an option for us. Yeah. So when we look to AI, making sure having a strong governance, making sure that we have anti-bias tests, making sure that we have compliance readiness, making sure that we understand decisions which are made, and for us, having always the human in the loop. For us, it's not like, let's let it run, let it optimize, but making sure that there's somebody who checks that constantly and making sure whatever is implemented is ready tested and always is the loop of rechecking reality and whether that's like the reality we wanted to see. So that's something which is super relevant for us.
Thank you. Like each and every one said like one word I want to challenge you on. So you said data, you said sovereignty, and you said compliance. So generative AI hallucinates from time to time. Industrial system, we can't afford it to. That's our industrial crown jewels. It's like a strategic important thing. How do we make industrial data AI ready while keeping our feet firmly on the ground? And how do we move from fear to strategic action?
Wow, now you hit on my favorite topic.
I know.
You have to stop me if I'm talking too long now. Because I start with a story about data. And why you said it, I mean, structured data are the crown jewels of all our companies, really. And Nadine, you talked about the risk that is also associated with the use of AI. And IP is also a risk. I mean, making our crown jewels accessible, maybe for others to make use of them. If we had today Christian Thun on the panel. He's the CEO of the European Data Warehouse, which was founded, I think, 2011 or 12, after the financial crisis by the European Central Bank in order to bring transparency into the asset-backed market. And so for more than 10 years now, they're collecting data from all asset-backed transactions, credit transactions all over Europe. You can imagine what data treasure that really is. And this data is available for just little money to everyone. And Christian would let you guess who are the customers for these data. And unfortunately, it's not mostly the Europeans themselves, but it's customers from the US, from Asia. That also goes into the sovereignty topic you will be talking about. So actually, we have to think how to make accessible the crown jewels of our companies for ourselves in a sovereign way. And this is not self-explanatory. It's not, but it's not easy, but it's not super complicated either. These structured data have never meant to be accessible by human natural language. They are stored in data silos, which match the organizational silos of the companies and have been designed to be machine readable by mostly proprietary systems. So they're not really accessible for Gen AI without first adding context to them. And that's super, super important because without context, there's no intelligence whatsoever. So neither human, natural, artificial, nor alien, nor any form of intelligence without context. So you have to add context to that data. And there I'm also going back in time, way back in time, this time into the 1950s to early computer linguistics. And Margaret Masterman, for example, was one of the first pioneers with semantic graphs. Now that sounds complicated, and I could give a talk about that. I would love to, but I'll spare you the full lecture today. Google reinvented the semantic graph as their knowledge graph in 2012. They're organizing their huge data by their own knowledge graph. And these knowledge graphs, or semantic graphs I rather call them, we need them to really integrate data across processes, across organizational silos, company-wide, maybe even together with partners you're working with in industry, and to make structured and unstructured data accessible within its context. So if you're interested in more, just approach me afterwards. I stop here.
I can jump on that one. Yes. Have a good example. You know, you always ask, like, where is the use case where we really generate value? So for us, it's service. We have 6,000 service techs outside there, service scales. So core idea, having something like ChatGPT for our service techs, because they use a lot of time to look into documents and search for the right information and so on. So what we have done is we have basically feeded a ChatGPT, industrial AI ChatGPT, with all the data, with all the reports, with all the drawings, with all the technical documentation, and we thought that's genius, right? Because then you have all the information available. Unfortunately, technical documentation have like drawings which are describing how you build and rebuild parts, which is extremely helpful for humans because you see how it is like constructed. AI is dumb. AI looks at that and have no information at all. So what we had to do is enrich the data with vector graphs, which allows us then that AI can read it. Took us 1.5 years to get all the data cleaned, to have now the system ready. But it's like initially a great idea, data available, but the data which you have, you cannot use. So a good example of it doesn't help just having data. You need to have the right data, right? So.
Yeah, I see your case. I might just add something out of my experience, right? As we work 40 years in the industries. So it was interesting, really some decades ago, right, when Dassault Systems introduced as well the concept of product lifecycle management, right? It was at that point in time really there was the need, and all saw that you have to structure the data across your value chain, right? Because if you are building an airplane and you need to provide all the documents and all the data and information, somehow you need really kind of data backbone with structured data to put all and link that all then to your product development process. So the concept of PLM was widely shared in the industries, by the way, not in the service industry, but in the core industries, it was widely shared. And at that point in time, many adapted that, and the ones that did that are still now in a better position than the ones that did not. And out of this product lifecycle management motion, where you had a lot of files and a lot of documents, there was another wave coming where you saw the need that you go away from documents. If you build, for example, a plane, that you go in a data-driven and model-based approach. So that means in the end, every part of a product is in a data set, right? And of course, you can attach as well documents, but you need that data sets as well to model more or less the product in the end, and that you can then as well simulate, test, and validate that in a virtual environment. And if you do that and put the right ontologies on it,
Exactly, that's the word.
That's the word. If you put the right ontologies on it, then these structured data become readable, and then you can put it in the context. And what we are saying actually now, and what we are building, is these virtual twins that more or less we get that virtual assets to life, right? In the end, it's a product lifecycle backbone with the right ontologies, and attach other documents and data on it. And if you do that right, then you can really apply this industrial AI, and then really you can leverage all the productivity that you need. And so it's more a data play actually first. And I see still a way to go, because if I look to the industry, especially small and mediums enterprises, they sometimes even do not fully buy in the PLM concept, right? But actually what I see they have to do now, because otherwise industrial AI, they cannot leverage it, right? And therefore I see a revival of structured PLM data, and I try really as well to push in Switzerland that the companies go there first, because that's the way to go if you would then put AI on top. But do first the data piece right, otherwise there's no chance. Yeah.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time is already over. Because I have tons of questions like workforce transformation, USA, China versus Europe, how do we survive, stuff like that, but we take that one offline. One closing sentence, one sentence each. What should the audience and everyone in live streaming take away from this panel?
Yeah, for me, if you forget everything from this talk, but just remember one thing, it would be all intelligence needs context. No context, no intelligence. And we've talked about ontologies.
Yes.
That's actually the basis for a semantic graph. You have to build the business ontologies. Whoever thinks of Palantir when hearing about ontologies, yes, that's the business model of Palantir, but you don't have to give your data to Palantir. There's alternatives. There's European alternatives. You can even build your own ontology, your own semantic graph. It's not super complicated. Everyone who understands language, nouns and verbs can connect data, nodes with their relationships to each other, the edges, and then you have an ontology or a semantic graph. It's really not that complicated. So that's the one thing to remember. Just do it.
I would just add, do the data basics, the industrial data basics right in a secure and sovereign way. I think that's now the core question for every enterprise in Europe, right? It's really the core question. Do that first, and then I think you have the backbone really to evolve and to adapt an industrial AI. But there's a lot to do in the basic work. Go there, do that, because otherwise it gets really difficult.
I would say select real impact cases for your company. Don't do everything at the same. Select the ones which really generate value. Number 2, have a strong governance. I think then you have a good chance that you can use this technology, make a difference, and create really a competitive edge.
Thank you. Like the question isn't whether embrace industrial AI, but whether if you lead or follow. And for those who want to lead, you have the experience shown just next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja, ja.
Picture.
Wir sehen uns auch im März, oder? Ja, cool. Also ich habe jetzt gerade noch mal Leute klar gemacht. Aber ich melde mich noch mal. Ja, so. Aber meine Arbeit ist nicht hier tatsächlich. Also ich schon wieder connected. Und wisst ihr, wann ich mein Hotel buche? Ja, gestern Abend um 17 Uhr am ein Hotel in Landshut. the, you know, industrial AI. Geld ist bei uns der Leiter im Energiebereich und unseren Venture.
Priorisieren, was wir machen, was nicht. Aber das ist ein super Thema, ich finde es auch interessant, gerade für unsere Automation. Genau.
Cool, ich folge dir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Hi, everyone. We'll give everybody a second to get their seats. Oh, I guess I can take this off. Well, first of all, I just want to thank everybody for joining us, and thank you, Major. Very, very excited to have you here. I'd like to introduce you a little bit. Major, if you don't know, is a multi-platinum Grammy-nominated producer, singer, and songwriter, and founder of the Frequency School, which we will hear a lot more about. And yeah, we're very excited to do this Q&A and a special listening experience with him. So first, I think it'd be great, I'd love if you could share a bit with everybody about your relationship with sound and how it's evolved over time and kind of where you're at now.
Totally. So thank you, everyone, for being here. We know time is the most valuable thing we have. I always like to say it's like a hourglass has been flipped over our life. We never know when that final grain of sand will come through. So your presence is genuinely, truly appreciated. Thank you for being present here with us. My name is Major, as she mentioned. I love music. I started making music when I was 16, and I put my music on MySpace, which I now work with kids, and I told them that, and they were like, "What is MySpace?" I seem like a grandfather to them, but this is how I got introduced, through technology into the music industry. Some of these artists became very famous. I got a chance to work with a lot of great world-renowned artists. And I was just on this trajectory of just using music more, as a business, as a party, as a great thing, but never really knew about intentionality or consciousness or mindfulness or wellness, anything like this. And then was going on this great journey in the music industry, having a lot of fun, producing a lot of great artists. And then I got diagnosed with cancer. And so this was like a kind of a huge reset moment for me, but I like to say it's a yin and yang because it introduced me. A lot of people started to share with me the healing power of a lot of different alternative modalities, spirituality, science, Eastern, Western, but what really resonated was sound, because I was already working with a lot of artists who had a lot of, great reach, and I recognized that music was that universal kind of language that could connect to us all, regardless of what language we spoke, where we're from, what our age was. And so that experience kind of introduced me to how can I start to integrate music and wellness together and make it more accessible, more ready for people who are maybe not always interested in, I don't know, sitting down and meditating, or, you know, going into any type of sound therapy or anything like this. Initially, to be honest, I thought a lot of it was kind of woo-woo. I was like, I don't know about this. And then I started hearing about some scientific ways, things like binaural beats, which change your brainwaves measurably through listening to different sounds, and started to incorporate this into some of the stuff I do in the mainstream, as well as wellness experiences and opportunities for people, even out here at Davos, for people to just kind of have a moment to center in and to reflect and be present. And so, yeah, music for me has been that tool that has brought us around the world. And we started now, with the Frequency School, helping to try to introduce some of these concepts to younger people. And we're just really excited about the power of music, the power of sound, and importantly, how it all brings us together. So this has been my journey.
I love that. When you started this, and I think with the Frequency School, one of the things that we're seeing, now is people are really craving this, and what do you think that says about society and where we are right now?
I think it's a great thing that people are looking for more mental health tools, and it's becoming more mainstream. A lot of, especially in some of the communities, in different communities, there's been a lot of stigma around like how mental health, or, people just don't talk about things. We bury our trauma. We don't process a lot of things. And so I think the ability that people, the fact that people are looking for this and thinking about it on a bigger scale is awesome. We just left in Davos at a mental health day, which is only the second annual, which is crazy to think about it. It's been going on this long, and no one really has been thinking about taking
care of yourself in that way.
Taking care of ourselves. And we always say you can't pour from an empty cup, right? So if we get burnt out and we're doing all of this stuff and running around, what do we have to really give? And so sometimes we think of it as almost selfish to take time for ourselves. Like I used to think that I need to be giving to everyone, but if we don't take ourselves and we don't have anything really to give, and if we take care of ourselves and we're really at our maximum potential in all of our ways, then what we can give to someone else is, with just a small piece, is so much stronger than we could if from a depleted state. And so I think it's a positive thing, and I hope that this trend keeps going up, where people are taking more care of themselves and in their mind, their body, and their spirit, soul, heart, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, agreed. Music is often described, I think we all talk about it as a universal language, and I see your work in a lot of ways as a bridge across cultures, identities, emotional states. So for you, what have you learned about human connection through sound in global cross-cultural contexts? And even you have a new track with Sounds Right, so that might be an interesting thing to talk about.
Yes, so when I got on this journey, like I said, at first I thought it was like a little bit crazy. People are like, yo, you can use sound to help heal, and I was like, guys, like this sounds a little crazy. But so I did some research, and I joined this group. One of the groups was called Resonance Science Foundation, and we went to different places around the world. So one of them was Machu Picchu in Peru, and we saw how the ancient Peruvians used it in their community. I learned that in some of the ancient Chinese symbols, music and medicine are almost identical. It's like, that was one. Drum circles in the old times were opportunities for connection, to bring the tribe together. It wasn't just we're just playing. It's like, and then now, like speaking how you said of therapy, like there's a guy in Brentwood in LA, they have a drum therapy, so it's like $1 a minute, and these like people go in there and they drum, and that's how they get their therapy, but finding your rhythm, So music has always, I think before it was commercialized, music was a tool of connection, a tool of for healing. There's, in the shamanic traditions, they do the Icaros, and they go through this, and it's a huge part of the transformational experience. So I think just bringing some of that intentionality back into this world, and making it not where it's always just about sales, or always just about a good time, which is great. A good time is great, but if we can have some intention in it and be noticing what the frequency is doing, then I think that's awesome. And I believe that as far as the connection tool, I like to use the analogy or parable or metaphor of a symphony, and that each person in here has a unique sound that only you can play, a unique frequency. And when we're playing without listening to each other, it sounds like a disaster. But when we're playing in like together, you know,
with each other.
in tune with each other and in sync with each other, then we get a beautiful symphony, a beautiful orchestra. And so if we can take that to life and think about, you know, even when we're in the meetings and when we're in our making our decisions for our, you know, for our families and for all of these things, if we can think of it like how a symphony plays, you know, everybody's playing their part, and I'm not necessarily trying to play your part, you're not playing mine, but we play together and harmonize with each other. And so if we can increase the harmony, I think we create a better future that we all want to see.
Thank you. Well, before we go into your listing experience, which I'm very excited about, is there anything else you'd want to share about your journey in sound as cultural dialogue and its importance to you, and then maybe give some context into what people are going to experience?
Totally. I think that there's a connection of music and nature as well, which is why I'm really happy to work together with Sounds Right. There's a natural rhythm of our heart. They call it a heartbeat, you know, so we have a beat, literally a drum inside of us that's playing music. There's the circadian rhythm of the day and night, which is, you know, everything is kind of related to energy, frequency, vibration, rhythm. And so the more that we can tune into that, which is why I loved what Sounds Right and nature are doing, is to be able to bring those two parts of us together to remind us that we are nature and we are one with everything. And if we can remember that we're one with everything, including each other, then we can dissolve some of the illusion of separation and continue to come back together. And that's what I think it's all about. And once we know that we're one, and once we know that we're together, we don't want to fight or harm each other because we're connected and we're one. And so music can be a tool for that, as well as what they're doing is using the initiatives of music to be able to give back to things that you care about. And this is where I think artists can, and also I mean CEOs, executives, everyone can think about how can we add some purpose into what we're doing and give to causes that are important to what we stand for and what we want to create. So yeah, I'm super grateful to connect and collaborate with people who are sharing this kind of intention. And I think like the symphony, if we all play together, we create a great sound.
Thank you.
So yeah, should I share about the piece? So
and do you want me to, I can step off if you want to take people through?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Whatever.
Thanks.
She's like, I'm out of here. Yeah, so this piece is just a short piece that I composed using the frequency 444 hertz, which is, I learned that all music in the mainstream is composed on one frequency known as 440, and there's some different ideas around that. Some people believe that that's like some evil agenda made to like harm humanity, and I can't say yes or no whether that happened. You can go on the rabbit hole yourself if you want. Be careful because you can take a while. But this one is just, there's some other frequencies that we learned that have positive effects. So what the intention for this is just for us to take one moment to just reflect, to just breathe. There's nothing you need to do. You can close your eyes if you like. That's what I'll do. And to just share. I'm grateful for Acoustics for having this immersive sound to allow us to really be able to experience and feel the music. And what I like to do, if everyone is okay with this, if you don't want to, it's fine. But just to, while it's playing, think about something that you're grateful for, because I believe the frequency and the energy of gratitude, especially in a collective space, is a powerful one. And I think that when we all come together on that, the resonance is palpable. And if we can take that energy of presence and gratitude into all of everything we do this week, then that ripple effect will cause, waves that will send far outside of Davos and go, we're all here from around the world. So if we can just take a piece of that back, a piece of that presence, and just opportunity to be here, then it's a success. So with that, we can play this one. It's called, so it's funny, now I'm working in these kind of corporate environments. So when I made this song, I turned it into I won't say the name of the corporate entity, but I turned it into who it was. And I said, hey, this one should be called Spiritual Elevation. And they were like, no, it's going to be called Anxiety Relief. Like we can, so whichever one resonates with you better, that's what it's called. So let's listen to that.
Hopefully that's a good reset for everybody. Yeah. Everybody sticks around. We're going to jump into conversation with these ladies.
Any order? We're going to get a photo. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Should I go up there? Yeah. Okay. Quick photo op.
Perfect. What's on this one, please?
Thank you, guys. Oh, sorry. Thank you again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Here we go. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is it going? Wake up! I know you had a good meditative session, but please come back to reality, the chaos. Well, when there is chaos, there is more than anything you need is listening. And this session is all about how leaders can listen better. And we will talk about listening as leadership, using sound, culture, and collective care for our shared planet. Dialogue begins even before we speak. It begins with listening to each other, to each other's culture, to the world around us. And in an era when environmental urgency and cultural disconnection is there, the most powerful form of leadership is not speaking, but maybe it begins with just listening. And that's why we have some extraordinary leaders in the field of culture, art, creativity, and preservation to talk about how can we be better leaders by just listening. It's my esteemed honor to introduce one of the most amazing people I know, Amber Mudinger from L Acoustics, and an extraordinary leader who everybody knows, Katja Iversen from the Museum of United Nations, the UN Live, and Kathy Runsman from Earth Percent. Welcome.
Thank you.
And listening needs a lot of intention and attention, so please pay attention. So now we start with all the speakers. Dialogue starts with listening. Why you think listening is one of the most important leadership skills for today?
I'll jump in, I guess. I mean, I think we're in a culture of limited attention span, as we all know. And I think sound has a way of uniting us, and listening in particular, as sound and silence, I guess I should say, have a way of uniting us. And so it's important for us to listen meaningfully to those around us, and not just to each other, but to interspecies, to nature. Because I think we can learn a lot from both what we're hearing and what we're not hearing, and the lack of things, and how, we really need to have empathy and kindness for each other. So I think listening really can kind of help with that as a leader.
If I may, in a world right now where things are moving so fast, where it's only the 20th of January. Imagine what's happened this year. Things move so fast. So leaders need to be curious. They need to be capable of moving agilely, and they need to be able to listen. They need to be able to listen both to the people that surround them, real listen, not just fake listen. We have a lot of that. They need to be able to listen to trends, what's happening. They also need to be able to listen to nature and get the groundedness, the frequency. Because real good leaders today, they need just to be able to both move fast, think fast, but be grounded. And sound can help with that. And coming from UN Live, the Museum for the United Nations, where we work with culture, music, film, gaming, sports, we see how listening, both to the people who are not normally listened to, but also to music, just can kind of be transformative. And it's not just leaders who need that, it's all of us who needs that.
Beautiful. Bial.
I agree with the comments about speed, how listening slows us down. That's a very important fact. I want to call in the work of an amazing composer, musician, Pauline Oliveros, and her work on deep listening, which, if you don't know it, there's deep listening and quantum listening. It's really interesting stuff. But what she talks about is how when we really listen, we actually enliven and change the environment. It's not a passive process. Hearing is the more passive thing, but listening is a much more active process. And the more deeply we listen, and we've touched here on these ideas of what it means to listen to people. I think we will talk even more about what it means to listen to nature, and then also what it means to listen to music, because music actually impacts directly the areas of our brain that are moved to connection and to empathy. So that really, really matters. Like, the importance of music in people's life, I think, cannot be overstated. It's absolutely fundamental. But I agree with this. The really key point to me, I think, is not just how we listen, but exactly this point on who we listen to. And I think, you know, there's a bit of a leadership crisis in the world. I think people, individuals, are really starting to think about what it means to rebuild power in their own spaces and communities because of what they see as actually certain failures of leadership. And therefore that thinking about what it means to listen and who you listen to. And I was trying to think of some examples, and I'm going to say something that, you know, regardless of what people's individual politics are, I think this is a useful example. Like, one of, to me, the best examples of what can happen if people listen deeply is Zohran Mamdani's campaign, right, in New York City for the mayor of New York. Now, whatever your view on the politics of that is, what happened there was somebody who simply ran a campaign that said, I'm going to listen to the concerns of ordinary people. That's something that can be easily co-opted by populists who will pretend to listen. But there is really a thing here that's showing a need that people have to say, who's listening to me? Where am I getting an opportunity to be heard? And where are the gaps, where are the vacuums that I think have been created literally by not paying attention to sound, to listening?
Well, that's a good segue to the next session, like sound. You know, you gave a great example. Maybe I can move on to Katja to understand, how do you use sound to make change in a world that is so fragmented and disrupted with so much noise?
So if I might, I want to give two examples, but just want to say at UN Live, we work with popular culture to move the many people, to engage the many people and move the many people in a more sustainable direction, whether it's in relation to people or planet, inequality, education, gender equality, nature, biodiversity, planetary health, climate. We're not afraid of using these words. I can see it's not everywhere in Davos we're using these words anymore. But working with popular culture, music, film, gaming, sports, that's kind of what we do, because we know that we need the many people to move, because what's happened right now is that people have been pegged against each other. And the one who can peg people against each other will rule. We need a lot more global collaboration, not less. We need a lot more feeling of belonging, global belonging, and we need a lot more empathy. And the empathy just goes in between each other as people, but it also goes between humanity and nature. So just the example, and I know you'll elaborate more on it, we have, together with fabulous partners, developed kind of an initiative that's called Sounds Right, where nature has become the artist she truly is, also legally. So she owns her own sounds for the first time ever, which means that if you listen to nature on the big streaming platforms, you're already doing good, because royalties go back to nature. But leave that. But just in a very short while, 30 million people in 185 countries have been engaged. And that's the power of popular culture. If you go where people are on the platforms they already use, and you listen, you can create unimaginable initiatives that can really move the world. And we need that now.
Thank you. As we move to more conversations around building connection, empathy, for you, Amber, how can we use technology to build more empathy in this world and connection and change?
Sure. I mean, I think Sounds Right is kind of the perfect example. If you take a track, that an artist has created and they've included nature as an artist, and say you spatialize that track, you're able to hear every nuance of the instrumentation of that particular artist, the instruments they were using, but also the natural aspect of what they've put in there from nature. So if you say parrots and the rainforest, for example, you're going to hear all of those textures that can envelope and surround you. And I think, that creates something more meaningful for people to experience. It becomes more personal. They become curious. They want to listen more. And I think what Kathy said in terms of music and the importance of music in general cannot be overstated these days. It's the one thing that unifies us all. So the more we can, use technology as a catalyst for that and, partnering on things like Sounds Right, I think it's a great education tool that goes back to conservation and change.
Thank you. Maybe, Kathy, I will just ask you a question. Earth Percent is built on the idea that artists can drive real change. Can you give us some example on the work that you do? How does it work?
Yeah, I think, it's been touched on in lots of places. So there's a crisis of trust. And actually people have one of the most precious and still very trusted relationships that exist is between audiences and artists that they love. And so music fans, in fact, the music fan is that's a deep, committed relationship to the musicians that they love. And we are really underusing that at the moment. I think artists have become very aware in the last year or two the responsibility of having a platform and having a voice. And they're really thinking about what to do with that and how to use it. What we like to do is say, why not let artists do the thing that they really do, which is make art, right? So allow musicians to make music, but if we do the right thing, I think of it as like hacking the structures of music a little bit to make the fact that an artist doing what they do, making beautiful music, a music lover doing something, which is listening to a track from an artist they love, that those two together in that perfect and trusted relationship can actually, first of all, we're generating entirely new funding for indigenous and community-led conservation around the world. It's a completely new funding stream. It's long-term. But also it unlocks the story that artists want to tell. I think we ask a lot of artists, we're asking them to be advocates and activists on everything. But actually, if you allow them to use their art, then there's no distinction between your activism and your artistry. It's the same thing. And the beautiful thing about nature, allowing people to work with the sounds of nature, first of all, there's real universality, right? We have a very universal reaction to rain sounds, to the sounds of an ocean wave, to birdsong. Birdsong is wired into us neurologically, right? If you hear a really full chorus, that means you're safe. Your brain actually knows that you're safe. So these things are incredibly important. And what we found with artists is if you say, tell a story about nature, if you say to an artist, tell a story about climate, they look at you with a panicky face. They're like, wait, what? And also, am I going to get in trouble? And is everyone going to hate me? And they're going to say, God, just shut. If you say, let's talk about nature, everybody in the world has a nature story. Everybody in this room has a place they love. Everybody, if I said to you, which is the ecosystem that you love? Are you a mountains person? Is this your place? Do you like forests? Are you oceans or beaches? Do you want to be in a desert? Everybody has an ecosystem they love. Everyone has a species they love. We've had artists say, when we've said, what story do you want to tell? Beautiful young female artist, Rosa Walton, she was like, wait, my dad is a moth expert. I want to make a piece of music. Can you get me some recordings of moths? I'm like, what do they even sound like? They squeak, by the way. They make this wild squeaking sound.
That's amazing.
We've had people turn woodpeckers into dance beats. We've made music with the sound of Indian monsoon rains for an amazing Indian pop artist. there is no end to the stories that people want to tell. And if you connect those stories through music, this art form that we listen to so deeply, and if you get lucky and you work with people like L-Acoustic, so you can do this with literally the best technology in the world to do it, I think we can make so much change. We can change people's relationship to each other in the natural world.
Oh, that's a good, I mean,
And I have to say, I mean, you guys know these numbers better than I do, but since Sounds Right launched, over $600,000 has been raised on streaming to go back to conservation efforts in less than a year. Yeah.
Which, if you know anything about the economics of streaming, you'd be like, that's good. That's good. And the point for me is, it's new money from people just doing a thing that they love.
And if I speak Davos, it's innovative financing. And it's not just innovative financing. We'll raise $1 million this year that goes straight back to the frontline groups that works. We've seen the puma be brought back to an ecosystem.
Oh.
Well, that's a sign.
We made the thunder god angry or something.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Thunder. We're all okay.
Everyone's okay?
You okay?
Are you okay?
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We just really wanted to showcase.
Yes.
Sound.
The wild.
Yeah, in the wild.
Yeah. And I don't know if you want, we have the QR code so you can all follow nature.
Yeah, so we can share that.
You can share that afterwards, but just kind of to see how it raises money, but it also engages the many people. So we say, in about 2.5 years, we'll raise $5 million a year through both fees on soundscapes. Look out in the coffee shops and the hotels and the shops near you, because it'll start coming, and on royalties from the streaming platforms, and we'll engage 600 million people. And in the world now where attention span and listening is shrinking, I think that's quite the feat, and it's only because everybody has left their egos at the door, and we work together in the most amazing way that I've seen. In a world where we're being pecked against each other, we're just saying, no, we will work with each other and we will do this.
It's true.
Since we are on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, I think I will dive a little more deeper into using sound just as communication, then building infrastructure for conservation. So what those numbers look like in your mind in next 5 years? Or what are the programs that you think people should know about, how they can contribute?
I mean, I think there's a few things that are needed. I mean, one of my little fantasies is that at these kind of gatherings, or at things like New York Climate Week or at London Climate Week, the one things that would happen is we would have an artist in every single meeting and in every room playing a piece of music that uses nature sounds as well. I have a firm belief that everything would change. We would actually get further towards the goals that we have. Every time I see it happen, we've just seen it with Major. He's a beautiful example of that. But in particular, if people can perform live, everything changes. It goes back to where we started. Everybody's nervous system, right, is affected deeply. You can bring people to a state of emotional empathy and connection that is truly important if we're going to achieve any of the sort of change that we want. So, and I think institutionally in corporates, there's a lot of discussion. What I find a little frustrating sometimes is I think everybody's like, yeah, bring the culture, bring the artists and everything. It's very hard to raise that funding, actually. It's very, very hard to get. Everyone wants it, nobody wants to pay for it, is one thing that I would say. Okay. And yet artists can bring so much into every space. If we brought music into every space where we're having the kind of dialogues that are going on here, if the spirit of dialogue would be profoundly enhanced by more culture, more music, more art.
And I think too, when you're thinking about businesses and corporations, it's obviously you have to think as an organization, okay, what stays true to our mission and like who we are and how can we work with artists and culture. But there's like, if I just use Acoustics, for example, it's like we build, we manufacture sound systems and technology. We care about greener touring. We care about noise pollution and what that means for people and their environments and their day-to-day well-being. All of those things, to what you're going back, like what you're asking, tie holistically together. And I think, to Kathy's point, if we brought an artist into every meeting, that would change the conversation in a really beautiful way.
And again, if we talk corporate and talk marketing, and we take nature and sounds right as an example, this is a new way of looking at old problems, biodiversity loss, climate, etc. And we're not talking about 1.5 degrees. We're talking about cherishing nature and listening to nature and creating the relevance and the emotional connection and the empathy. And that's also what brands are aiming for. Long-term relevance. I'll talk about nature and long-term relevance. Yay. We're talking about trust, and we're kind of working with artists who are putting trust into this. And we're talking about, that, not just a connector, it's a creator. So we're talking about some of the things that are absolute key to big brands. So they should also be on board of this. So, kind of Acoustics is a great example of who sees that and believes that. But then also tying back to what Kathy said, we know the challenges we have ahead of us, and it's not just on the nature side, it's also on the whole fragmentation of the world. And we look at marketing, and marketing, I don't know, how much does Nike use to promote a shoe? Isn't it about $500 million a year? And it's and then we work with some of the funders who think, let's put 100,000 in to change mindsets. And it's yeah, that's a good start. It's a start.
Yeah, it's a beginning, but
and that's also why it's so wonderful to work with the partners that we have in Soundsright, and many of the other initiatives that you and Live is involved in, is that it's not about the money, it's about the collaboration and what do you bring to the table. And when I look at a room like this and what you have created, Rupa, and I've seen the people come by this wonderful houses, if we map the resources and the connections that were here, wow. If we could collaborate, what could we change? It's so rich. But it's also putting that scarcity mindset away and say, okay, what can we create together instead of what can we compete about?
Also, music, joy, dancing, right? Yeah. We danced in here last night. It was beautiful. It was so fun. And the police got called, I think. So rock and roll. But one thing I always say is nobody voluntarily chooses to live a music-free life. So one thing you often hear, especially in NGO circles, is people talk about how do we reach certain people. I tell you how you reach people. You reach them through music. Everybody has a form of music that they love. Everybody. People really, even people who are very fairly unmusical, not particularly, discerning in their taste, there is still music that resonates to them. So there is nobody we can't touch, reach, change or move through really that art of deep listening and through using music.
That's beautiful. I was able to actually connect with somebody last night just because of that music. And it was beautiful. I'm a very shy person. And somehow my shyness was gone because I was intimidated by the influence. And we are here where you would meet a lot of influential people.
Like Major was touching on earlier, talking about drumming circles for therapy. My understanding is that it's believed now that dancing emerged once we settled in tribes of people that were more than about 40 to 50. The way that you can keep people bonded together was through movement and dancing together. So that relationship between your body, music, movement, dance, it's really, really profound. It's very old. And also music is deep. I mean, it's spiritual to people. It's very important. And that, again, that depth, think of that, what it means in somebody's life, how they embody their relationship to music.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful.
It's beautiful, but also as we are focusing, as the world focuses a lot more on influence, how do we use the power of sound or art to kind of really build authentic relationships? Because I think as leaders, we cannot create just influence. We have to be authentically connected to people. How do you do that?
That's a big question. Yeah. I mean, I think one thing is don't just think of sound as entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, think of sound as dialogue for change. And like we were talking about, I think from the very beginning, you know, listening to what you hear or don't hear in environments is really important. You know, and engaging, exactly as we're talking about, with artists and culture, you know, to make that change, I think is so important.
And connecting to each other. You know,
Absolutely.
what we have done at UN Live is to get you know, artists, whether poets, musicians, fashion designers, together through what we call a whole network of global we portals that we have across the globe, where we can bring people together, leave egos and logos at the door, and then come in as people, and then have those conversations across geographies and hierarchies and ages and issues, and create that sense of, we call it a global we, of belonging to something bigger, because we have so much othering now. We have so much, you know, the whole nationalism right now, where we say, well, we're better than the others, and we're better than our neighbors, and we're kind of, or we're not, or we feel less, or whatever it is. But when you can break that down, you can often break that down through real conversations where you listen. And when we put that, the way we facilitate it, we also use sound, because it gets people kind of in a mood and in a mode where conversations can be real.
That's amazing. I have one last question for everyone. If leaders leave Davos with one new way of engaging, what that would be with sound?
Well, I'd love to see the theme of Davos. So if it was the spirit of dialogue, am I right, this year?
Yes.
Maybe it could just be deep listening next year.
Yes.
And think of all we could do with that.
Beautiful.
I'll be a little more shallow, even though I totally disagree. I totally agree. I'd say become a fan of nature. You know, you take your phones, and that's all of you, but it's also the leaders. You know, become a fan of nature, and sounds right. You can just kind of click in, become a fan of nature, and then listen to nature on a regular basis. Whether it's the musicians you love who makes nature into their music, or whether it's your favorite sounds, because it grounds you in another way, and it grounds you in remembering that nature is not just a resource you can extract. It's actually the foundation for our being.
Yeah. I mean, I would say we should all be thinking about, like, here at Davos as leaders and organizations, like using sound for empathy. Like, music is, like we've all been talking about, such a great connector. How can you as an individual and you as an organization use it in that way? Have empathy for others. Like Katja's saying, like, think about nature. How can you, you know, support that, not extract from it? And I think we'd all be in a better place.
Thank you. Thank you to our sound and sensory partner, L Acoustic, to make us better listeners, and thank you for bringing amazing sound experience. Thank you.
Thank you to Katja and Kathy.
We can clap louder for these amazing ladies.
Woman. everyone, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So I'm Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation. That's why I'm here. I'm the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidesium Foundation, which is a UNESCO-recognized foundation in Switzerland. And I'm also the host of the podcast Girls Talk STEM. And I was born in 2012, that year where the world was obsessed with an ancient calendar prediction, the end of the world. We laughed it off then, but as I stand here in 2026, and that old fear feels a bit more real. For my generation, complex global challenges are not headlines. They are the atmosphere of our lives. We have grown up in the shadow of a pandemic, witnessed the birth of generative AI, watched the climate clock tick down. I am here because the spirit of dialogue is the only tool powerful enough to bring our shared anxiety and turn it into shared agency. But for dialogue to work, everyone must be at the table. And right now they aren't. We see a retention crisis where 40% of women leave tech within 7 years. We don't have a pipeline problem. We have a leaky foundation problem. And if the foundation is leaking, metaphorically, the ladder is inevitably going to break. And despite decades of investment, progress for women in senior leadership is stalling. We're seeing a representation slip back to levels from 5 years ago. The challenge isn't a lack of ambition or capability. It is a systemic failure to sustain the very talent we claim to value. And today we're joined by leaders who understand exactly how to fix that foundation. So I want to give it up for Ms. Ginka, Professor Togel. I'm so sorry, I didn't want to butcher that. Ms. Ginka Togel, who is the professor of leadership at IMD. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me start with a quick reality check. If leadership advancement for women were powered by good intentions, right now, we all would be sitting here in a room full of women chief executive officers. But of course, this is not the case. And it was already mentioned, it's not a pipeline problem, it's not a readiness problem, it's a problem of the leadership machinery. And that's what we will be talking about. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by these 3 wonderful women who sit at the control panel of talent, technology, global operations. Now, let me introduce the panel. So right next to me is Karen Kimbrough. She is chief economist at LinkedIn, and she serves also on the board of directors at Fannie Mae. She has previously worked at Google and also Bank of America. Next to Karen is Niti Mehta Shukla. She is co-founder and also chief impact officer at Automation Anywhere. This is one of the world's leading intelligent automation companies. She's also a leading voice on artificial intelligence, on digital inclusion, and also the future of work. And we have also Carolina Garnett, who is the Chief Human Resources Manager at ABB. She has over 2 decades of experience in the fields of human resources management, talent and performance management, people development. She has also held various senior roles in multinational and also consulting firms. So you can see a lot of experience here on this side, a lot. So let's get started. And Karen, I'm sure you're going to agree with me that it's good to start with some data. And just today, IMD and LinkedIn published a white paper. And according to this white paper, women's representation at senior levels is going backwards. What is interesting, it's not just in a domain which are dominated by men. It's exactly the same also in industries which are dominated by women. So Karen, the question is, what is the biggest misconception that leaders have about this backsliding, and What is it that they're misdiagnosing?
Yeah, so thanks so much for having me, and hello and good afternoon, everyone. So what we're seeing at LinkedIn, I think, is really interesting. It's exactly as Ayati, who introduced the session, said. We are seeing that the number of women in leadership positions kind of peaked around 2022. One of the things we're measuring, actually, though, is that pipeline, to use that word, of new entrants to top-level managerial roles. And what's happening is that is slowing. So there are women who are at those top levels, but the new inflow of new faces is slowing since 2022. Okay, so what's the biggest misconception? I think it's that somehow it's something that women are doing that's holding them back. And then I think when we look at the data, we do find, I will say this, we do find that women show up differently on the platform in terms of what skills they want to showcase relative to an equivalently skilled man with the same job and education. And we do find that women are more reluctant to apply for roles when they don't meet all of the qualifications. But when we control for all that, the biggest misconception is that somehow women are maybe applying less or that they are doing something wrong. And what we find is that women just generally fare worse when the labor market gets what we call in economics more slack, meaning there are more applicants for every role out there. And it seems like what happens in institutions and leadership is they tend to kind of gravitate towards men. The only exception is when women get hired into something that's considered like a risky position or a super stretch or something that maybe isn't going to succeed, and we'll see how she does. And then they do accede to those senior level roles, but those are like not, supported and guaranteed. So the biggest misconception is somehow that women are signaling incorrectly or doing something wrong, and really it has a lot to do with the labor market and the macro, and also how leadership approaches its hiring decisions.
Yeah, Karen, this reminds me of Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel Prize winner who published a lot of work on making decisions under conditions of uncertainty. And in one of his papers, he says, when uncertainty increases, we tend to fall back on what feels familiar.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think that explains a lot of why we see women faring better in what we'll call a tight labor market. And by that, I mean, think what it was like in 2021 and 2022, when if you really wanted to move around, you could. There were lots of opportunities. Women tend to fare better. Yeah. And right now, it's not the case.
It's not the case, unfortunately. Niti, we're going to continue with the white paper. Another finding in this white paper, which is kind of puzzling, is the following one. 69% of companies think that they're doing enough. But only 9% of those same companies that think they're doing enough have reached a gender balance at the top. Only 9%. So why do you think this kind of belief is so persistent, and in what way is this risky?
I think part of it is, like we mentioned, when you go back to the familiar in times of uncertainty, I think COVID and the pandemic definitely did kind of do a little bit of a reset for many people. So if you look at the last 10 years, there was a lot of compliance work done to bring women to top leadership or boards or et cetera. There was a significant movement around that. And so they felt they ticked the boxes. Companies felt, I've got 2 women leaders, I've got 1 person on the board, I've done this, I've done that. So they feel a sense of, okay, I went on this journey and I've reached it. But they didn't realize it was the start of the journey, number one. And then came the times of uncertainty, which again pulled it back. But one thing I'd like to say there is that I always look at the situation from 2 sides. I think there's the side of what the companies are doing or not doing currently. And then given the situation we are in, what are women doing or not doing currently? And so we have to look at both those sides, because for good or for bad, that's what happened. We went through the pandemic, there's times of uncertainty, economic crisis, there's more wars than ever. Empathy is kind of walking out the door most days, and you need to bring that all back in. So I think companies need to do it, and so do women. And I think we need to kind of take a step back and reset, look at it, and see what we can do today in today's climate to make this change.
Yes, so true. Carolina talking about what we can do today. At senior levels, advancement becomes less about performance and much more about who feels to be a safe bet. To be a safe bet. What creates that sense of security, and where could that sense of security unintentionally maybe exclude capable women?
First, thanks for having me. And actually, what we have seen in ABB, which I'm representing here, over the last 5 years, we've seen the opposite to what you describe. And that made me reflect when I read the article, and also what brings that safety for all candidates, no matter what you represent. And I think what's typically, my observation, having been in various companies, what's underestimated is the rigor you have to bring when you work on making a workplace more inclusive, have higher representation. Because you have to accept first that it's a 5 to 10 year journey. And I've seen too many companies address, if you want to increase the gender balance, to treat it as a standalone topic, that we have to fix this problem. But what is required, and I thought it was very fascinating in your studies, that one of the barriers that now where we see this is that we didn't understand that it requires a change of the organizational culture in parallel of your ambition to reach high representation. So I think why we now have seen success in ABB over the last 5 years, we are not yet where we want to be, but we're progressing very well, is that we have intentionally worked both systemic with the culture and with the leadership. So that means if I would leave tomorrow, it's not a person-dependent topic, someone that is passionate about it. And when she or he leaves, it's gone. It's inbuilt in our ways of working. So that means, when I say systemic, we have built it into the long-term planning process for all the businesses. When we are planning the coming 5 years with all the strategies, all the other investment, this is one of the topics they also plan around. That also you have to look at your policies, what you can do to really make it fully embedded systemically in the company. Building on the values, what your expectations on leaders. As I said, leaders has a very important, because we are the ones recruiting. So if we are not grounded in the values, why we do things, what company we want to have, it's not just about the how, it's also, and just not the what, it's also the how. They are also more brave, I say brave, when they select the candidate. We have, like the mantra, we should always select the best candidate. But that means you have to build the pipeline, and that takes time. Yeah. So patience, and I think that's why I think we see some of your results, that when things are getting a bit more uncertain, it shows that the rigor were not really there in companies. Yeah. You maybe did a lot of good single efforts, but you didn't build the rigor in a systematic way, how we really, truly transform companies, the values, what we believe, the type of leaders we want to have.
Yeah, thank you very much for raising also this governance issue, so that it becomes part of the culture of the organization. So a couple of years ago, we thought the ladder is broken at the bottom. But now we know it's broken not just at the bottom, but also at the doorway to power. So let's talk now what we need to redesign. So, Niti, what would change if sponsorship would become evaluated leadership obligation, which is also rewarded? In other words, we keep track, we measure it, because we know what gets measured gets done, what gets rewarded gets repeated. So what do you think is going to shift first, and also where could we expect some resistance?
So I've thought long and hard about this, both for Automation Anywhere, but just in general, because any woman in power you meet, you're like, okay, how can I move the needle? What can I do, right? So I think one of the things that, at least from my experience, and this is a little bit more personal, is like I mentioned before, you know, I look at it from the organizational side, and then I look at it from the woman's side. And I think one of the things that we can do now is, as women, understand that you're going to hit the leadership position or choice or be the choice when you can sell it in a way, right? Like, what can I do? How can I do it well? And why am I the right leader for it? And to me, that's the aha moment. The aha moment has to come from within you. Just like in marketing, we you know, when we talk about a customer, we're like, what's the aha moment where the customer says, yeah, you're the one I want, you're the product I want, or you're the service I want. And I think a lot of women, and this also alludes to what you said, you know, we never apply for the job that we, you know it backwards, forwards, you know, come Monday, come Sunday. And if you know that aha moment, one, I think women should portray it well, communicate it well, and then coming back to sponsorship, have the sponsor not just sponsor you, but sponsor your aha. And why that's important is, I think then you are chosen for that position because you're really good at it. And that becomes systemic, to your point, versus, hey, I just want to help this one particular lady or person I know, and a colleague or whatever it may be, right? And then from the organization side, coming back, is the same thing, you know, have the organization and the leaders be trained to spot the ahas. We have an inclusion agenda, and we want to kind of get more leaders into it, but we want these leaders to have these aha that we want to bring into leadership with an inclusive lens. And the reason, again, that's important from an organizational point is because you get the right leaders for the right job. They're risk takers. They can then deliver your vision or whatever it is that you have brought them on board for. So to me, now it's not just about having a leader, or out of my C-suite, I have 2 women or 4, whatever it may be, you know, from this minority or that particular agenda that I might have. It's about getting the right ahas with that inclusion, because then they will stick, they will stay, they will actually thrive, and they will showcase that this is something that will benefit the business as a whole. So I think coming at it from both those angles, from a sponsorship lens, is super important. And I think if we continue to do what we did pre-pandemic, which was, have a little bit of a goal set only, it may not work in the long term. So that's kind of how I think about it. And I think it can help both. It can help the systemic aspect of it. And I think it will also help the fact that women sometimes don't take the risk of, doing something more than they've ever done before.
Mm-hmm. Right. Karen, if the problem is the system design, not women's readiness, what is the first structural lever that you would try to redesign? And is there anything that you're going to make mandatory instead of optional?
Since I made the case that I think it's not something that women are doing wrong, I think it's the way we are making hiring decisions that is the barrier or the challenge. I think we need to rethink that a little bit. How do we make hiring decisions? How do we make decisions that are robust across different economic cycles? I think both of the points you made, instilling a really deep, long-term commitment that's structural and not just a key woman point, and also thinking about getting that aha, those both make sense to me. But what I would say is this, and if we haven't done it, I feel compelled to mention the word AI because we have to say it right. So let me share one thing with you all. So one of the things we see is like this incredible demand for talent. Let me just take a case example. Right now, there's an incredible demand for talent that has either AI literacy, the idea that, I know how to use AI tools that are relevant for whatever my domain is, or I have some kind of deep AI technical expertise. I'm an AI engineer or whatever it may be. And we already see gaps there in how women show up or are represented, whether it's quantum skills, which are also in hot demand, AI skills. And we know, and Ayati, is that, and we know what you said is very correct. We see women at 50% when they graduate out of STEM. They come into the workforce at 50%, and then every decade it just chips away until you get to the top level, and it's 25%. So what do I think the issue is? It's partly creating an environment where women feel like they're thriving, and I don't think the environment is one that has to be hostile to men or problematic for them, but it has to be way more open to letting women thrive. And what we see in our data is that women slide out of that pipeline to leadership right when they're ready to have a family, right in that middle tier, exactly when they need to be proving themselves and running twice as fast. And so our findings have been that for women to succeed to the C-suite, they need to sprint in the first 10 years. Because then they need to take a breath and do other things, right? Maybe have a family, get married, whatever. Men don't necessarily have to sprint. They can kind of just run continuously and get there, but women need to sprint. And if they don't make it to a certain level within the first 10 years, they're very unlikely to get further, whereas men can kind of progress, and if they don't get as far in that first 10 years, they still have a shot at gaining ground, if that makes sense. So that's what we're finding when we look at people and how they get to senior positions. They're not going and they're not running the same race. So I think we need to kind of even out the race. Now, that was a very allegoric kind of answer. You all are like, okay, so what should we actually do? I mean, it's hard for me to say. I'm an economist, so I'm looking at the data, I'm telling you what I see, but I do think there's something there about the fact that we're all running different races to try to get to the C-suite.
But that's a very interesting point. I have never come
Thank
across
you.
by
Yes,
the way.
that shows up in the data.
That's a really interesting point, that we have different speed and different rates.
We have to, if you want to try to have it all.
Yeah. Right. Carolina, if the declining female representation is a kind of an early sign that something is not okay, what risk do you think boards are still underestimating? Because at the end of the day, the buck stops with them.
No, it's a very good question. I mean, I'm a strong believer, and also research shows that the more diverse perspective, the better risk assessments, decision making, and innovation. And I mean, our company is built on innovation. That's how the company was founded, and then that's also for our future. So, of course, you're entering into risk not to be having the highest performance you could get out of that company, the highest innovation level. So I think that's, to me, it's a critical question for the boards. And boards are asking these questions, you know. They're interested to see how are you progressing. But I think perhaps what boards could spend more time on is, of course, numbers are one thing, and there you can see it's progressing or it's declining. But even if it's progressing, you have to go a bit deeper to see then what's the rigor behind it. Because, again, you can fix the problem fairly quickly on senior levels. You can bring from outside, which can be a good thing. But it doesn't expose maybe the lack in the pipeline. And I would, if I was a board member, I would look also to the profit and loss positions. Those are the ones that will lead the companies in the future. What's the quality of the pipeline? What are the stepping stones? How are the distribution there? How can we work to prepare these future leaders for becoming future CEOs? I would spend a bit more time there as a board to look at the quality of those P&L pipelines, go a bit deeper, but also then look at coming back to this environment and the culture where we want everyone to come as they are in ABB. I know it's like a tagline, but I think it's important because no matter if you groom leaders within or if you bring from outside, that promise also makes people stay. If you don't have a culture that where you can thrive and grow, it won't be sustainable numbers. You might look good for a while, but then people will leave. So that coming back again to the importance of building a culture where everyone can perform and be successful. Yeah. So that's, again, you have to work on that in parallel. And I think you have to measure that as well. And that's typically a company can do in the engagement service and see how those scores are also increasing or declining, coming into, how do we have an inclusive culture? There's so many elements that you measure that could also be good things for a board to look out for. You know, is this company progressing really? So, but it's a risk of innovation. That's my firm belief, and it's that's tough one for us as a technology company.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned something so important: metrics. And quite often we look at activity metrics. So how many programs have we organized? How many people have gone through the programs, initiatives, etc. And we very seldom look at the power metrics. How many women do we have, as you said, in P&L positions? How many of them are leading major turnarounds, transformations, merger and acquisition integrations? Important projects, right? So it's time now for questions from the audience. Yes, please. Yes, please, go ahead. Do you have a microphone? It will be great if you would introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you very much for the microphone as well. My name is Jenny Bostrom. I work in the pharma industry and I'm also active with UNICEF. It was an amazing discussion. Thank you. I'm taking so much back with me. My questions was around the more systemic and structural context, because companies are not operating in isolation. Women are not living in isolation. So what is the impact of the culture and policies in society in order to unlock the full potential of women?
I mean, I'll start, but you all have to pick up right with me, right? It definitely feels like there's an ebb and flow to this, you know, whether it's a tagline or it's sincere, this idea of like, we want to make sure we're addressing disparities in representation. And there's times when a lot more effort is put into it and times when there's less. And it definitely feels like right now is less of a focus. I mean, I'm just going to say how this is my personal observation. And so I think that it, you know, somebody recently said, you know, in some ways firms have an opportunity to take a stand when politicians can't, and maybe there's opportunities for firms to kind of take that stand even when the winds are changing, because I think we're still on sort of like shaky ground if we're just waiting for someone else to advocate. Like, this is your moment to walk through the window. Careful, it's going to close soon. Like, that's not great. We're all going to stand in front of the window waiting for it to open again so we can jump through. So we need to make sure the window is always open. And again, to torture some analogy that I've started, I think that the way to do it is to have more than one person holding that window open. If we just only hope it's government or policy leaders or only hope it's firms, we're still vulnerable. It's not sustainable. We need many, many people to be around holding that window open. So.
I might go next. I'm going to come at it from a very, very different angle. I think it's actually a fantastic opportunity right now and where society is right now. The AI revolution is kind of changing how we do work. Bottom line, doesn't matter which industry you're in, it's going to change over the next few years. And there's so much work being done around reskilling, workforce development, bringing more people in, etc. I think take the bull by the horns. This is the moment the women have to kind of really take it by the horn, because we can leapfrog. We can get there faster than we thought we would, because by and large, the men are in the same boat. They're also going through the transition. And so it's an opportunity. And I think it's a hard one in the sense of we're barely trying to kind of keep up with everything that's going on in our jobs, and now we're asking people to work, change and reskill and embrace AI in various ways. But in my opinion, I don't think we have a choice. If we want to reach that level of parity, this is an exact moment. This is an opportunity. We need to do it. We need to bring more women to get reskilled and take that leap.
Can I just say I love her point? That's such a great point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Yeah.
That was it. I just wanted to applaud. I was like, yes.
No, I was thinking that, I mean, one thing that you mentioned earlier with the sprint, and one thing that is, of course, being a global company, knowing that the support structure around looks very different in the society depending on where we operate. And of course, companies, we can only do so much. Of course, we offer daycare at our sites in countries where it's not, offered. But here I'm also hoping that the demographics in many countries now with an aging workforce. Countries that perhaps have not been so active in implementing those support structures for children care, daycare, these countries will be dependent now on having women now active in the labor market. That I also hope will kind of put again the focus on more countries, because again we can only do as much as companies to support this, but there needs to be a joint also effort together with the society and the countries where we operate. But it's a slow moving, of course, but Switzerland is a good example where aging workforce and not having that representation of women at the workplace to the same extent in other countries. And now it starts to change it because we need the workforce. So I think there are some dynamics that perhaps can speed up some of that decision making that perhaps looked a bit impossible just a few years back.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna check from my notes. So the first question you raised was when performance is no longer seen as the primary security to achieve a high performance chief roles in the company. Carolina mentioned that you need to build up the culture within the company to support this ecosystem. But my question is, because in the morning sessions, it was mentioned more with the AI and everything, you need to be more resilient. So this X functions, X ecosystem experiences are very important. So my question is, what objective signals remain for women and external candidates to demonstrate readiness and leadership credibility for these chief roles, coming maybe from the different industry or from the different level of experience, and then how they can demonstrate this to sell the aha moment?
That's a very good point. I'll take a stab at it. I wish I had a clear solution for it, but no, I think it comes back to the sponsorship question that came from the survey that IMD did. In times like this, when there is so much of organizational change. So if you, again, coming back to the organization size, every business is undergoing tremendous change. They're looking at competition in a different light, there's technology stack at a different light, the challenges they're facing at a different light, etc. I would come back to it to say, bring that sponsorship with you in a way, if you can, and again, find that sweet spot. Because if we just sell the fact that I did my job really well. Look, my manager loved me. I have references. I've done this for 10 years, whatever it may be. That may just not be enough at this point, and unfortunately so. I think men have it easier. I think bring that sponsorship with you. Have somebody who's a reference that says, this is the person you want to lead this change. This is the person you want who will kind of take the right risk or balance it out or whatever your X factor, your aha moment might be. And I think that's important because it's just hard in times of change to move companies or to move industries and bring that with you. I agree with you. I think it's hard.
May I add a point? While you were talking, I was thinking of something, and I really don't want to sound salesy. I didn't come here to sell LinkedIn on any of you, but one of the things that I want to preface that, right? One of the things that we found when we were doing our labor market report for this event at Davos was that people who got, and this is people, it doesn't matter if you're what your gender or where you are, people who were more successful in getting hired into a new organization. Wait, how do I say this in plain English? Okay, you had 3.2 times better chance of being hired into a new organization if you knew somebody there. Okay, in plain English, what does that mean? Networking is more important now than it was even like 4 or 5 years ago. And that's such a corny thing to say, but it really is true. We're seeing it in the data. So knowing somebody who can be your sponsor or your advocate into an organization saying, hey, I know this woman, she's fantastic. And yes, she hasn't had that role before, but I guarantee, who will vouch for you, right? And so I guess I'm just plugging what you're saying again, but wanted to say the data kind of bear out this idea of if you can find somebody in an organization to advocate for you, network, really matters.
I'll add at least a personal experience. So I moved roles. I led marketing and brand at Automation Anywhere for a very many number of years. And just past the pandemic, I moved roles into Chief Impact Officer. I know nothing about social impact. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur in the tech field and come from marketing, and I know nothing about impact. I had to sell myself internally. The company's large enough that it's not enough just to be a founder to do what you want, of course. And the reason I say that is the way I sold myself was I have done version 1.0 100 times over for any number of challenges. And I can do it for this one too. So what I sold was the fact that I could lay the groundwork, I could create the version 1.0, and I could do it at a better spot than X person you hire from outside. And I think that worked. And I mean, I think the Impact Office is doing fantastically. The leadership is happy with it. The board is happy with it, and we're doing great impact as well. So the point is, I've not done impact. I have no expertise. I hired people with expertise in it, of course. But selling that aspect, that the fact that I can figure it out and I can do it better as version 1.0 because I have that experience, I think changed it. And that sponsorship was what was important for me to land it.
Maybe just one additional comment. It was a very good question. I was thinking what you said earlier, that you have seen some data that women are not as good in, or we describe skills differently, you said in the beginning.
They select, I'll just say it really clearly.
Exactly.
It's not that they're not as good, they just choose to highlight different skills than what men choose. It's neither better nor worse.
And maybe the answer is
different.
also partly there, because I mean, joining ABB, for example, coming from external, you would have the same kind of barrier being a man or a woman, because many people in ABB thinks you have to come from the industry and having 30 years of experience. So it's the same. But I think it's also how you package your previous experience and because some of the things you have done would be as applicable for our company as even if you've been from a very different background. But the leaders who recruit, if you describe it in a certain way, you would just end up like, no, not interesting. So I think it's more how you package also your experience, the skills, and really think through, because it's probably, maybe we need a bit of support there. I'm saying we, because I probably would fall into that bucket myself. But how could you promote your skills differently so that your experience actually become relevant and agnostic from industry? So maybe that could be one.
I think you're spot on. I'm jumping back in again, but what we see at LinkedIn is exactly that. Like, it's less and less a matter of like the job title. What's really changing is the portfolio of skills that an employer is looking for when they're trying to fill a role. And so being able to tell your story, sell yourself, however you think about it, have your narrative, is really around like, I've done this job, I have all these skills. Maybe I didn't have that title, but I do this, and I guarantee you I can land this. And so I want to just emphasize again your skill point. We absolutely see the importance of these skills now, much more than maybe even, again, 5-10 years ago.
So, hello. Does it work? Okay. Thank you so much for this amazing panel. My question is very direct. I hope you understand that it comes from a very good place. I think, like, when you were talking about the structural changes, one thing that women, and also as the more intersectional you are, the more you suffer from it, is like sexual harassment or racism or any kind of macro or microaggressions. And I do think that it really impacts the person and the professional. And so I do think that that's a big contribution to how you can thrive, right? So my question is, what advice do you have for someone who went through this and they're maybe feeling alone, or maybe it wasn't even directed to them, but they witnessed something and they don't know what to do. Yeah, just curious about, but just, your personal perspective.
Okay, I'm going to answer just as an African American woman, a black woman born in Texas, right, for what it's worth. And I definitely have seen craziness, right? I'll just put it out like that. Though not at LinkedIn, for everyone who's recording this. I have seen craziness in the past. And the honest answer is sometimes I was able to be like, that's a you problem and not a me problem. That's an awesome answer. It's not always easy to do that. Sometimes it totally got in my head and lived rent-free in my head, and I was like turning and spiraling, right? So the truth is, you don't always control how you react to a situation, even though the advice is, oh, you control your own reactions. My advice is sometimes you can't always win, like as an individual, right? I have made choices to stay and to go based on where my head was. But I tried to make the most intentional choice for myself. I know that's not a very satisfactory answer, but like the world is full of craziness in different ways for all of us, whether we're men or women or what race we are or what religion. But I think sometimes you decide, I'm here for my purpose. And there's a great quote by an American author who was like, the purpose, and this is about racism, but she said the purpose of racism is to distract you. So I spent a lot of my time thinking, I'm not going to get distracted by this idiot. You know, I'm going to my goal is over here and you can. So I've had that. Occasionally I've been very successful with that mantra. It helps, but I don't have a better answer. So don't be distracted.
No, my answer would be, of course, as an individual, you should ensure you have proper support if something happened, be it if it was in a company or, I mean, that's of course. But I have been a bit mentally trying to equip myself very similar because, of course, also being 30 years in companies that are operating around the world, different cultures, different acceptance, respect. I mean, you will for sure get comments or feedback along your. So it's also to just and that sounds, of course, a bit sad, but to be prepared. In many situations, you will be able to kick in with what you have planned to respond. And I typically go with curiosity because that's a good weapon. You can just say, well, tell me more, because people are really, if someone comments and you start to ask why, they realize they're really not in a good place. So that's a good thing to have us, be curious. I mean, don't judge. It's a you problem, not as you say. It's a very good one, but of course, sometimes it hits you because you're maybe stressed. You're not. I mean, and of course, we should not need to be prepared. But but I think you will always find and ensure you find good colleagues that will be there to support. And what I found really interesting now, given the last couple of I would say 3 to 5 years tension around also the whole topic that we're discussing right now, we have found a strength as a company that we don't want to be political, but we want to be firm on what culture we want to have in the company, and then you can really work with your values, as I said, come as you are. And the response we get from employees in some countries, they say the company is my safe space. That's where I can be who I am. Then we can make a difference as a company and also avoid a lot of the things that happens maybe outside the company. Yeah.
I can give a one-line personal answer: ask for help and then pay it forward.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and also never ever underestimate the impact of allies. Mm-hmm. Because in a situation of microaggression, when someone, for example, interrupts you, your ally is going to say, wait a second, I want to hear what Anne is going to say. Or, for example, someone appropriates your idea, is going to say, how fantastic that you come back to the idea that Anne had just 5 minutes ago. So we should do definitely more of that. I get here, we have to finish. We have to finish. Thank you so much. I'm sure
Thank you.
To join me. Thank you. Fantastic panel. For the wisdom, the insights, but I think also for the optimism. And there's one thing that I'm sure we all take from the discussion today. It's clear that we can rebuild whatever is not working, and we must. And in the white paper we say, you do not fix a broken ladder by coaching how to climb it. You fix it by basically rebuilding the ladder. And that's exactly what we'll be doing with your help, and you're going to be part of what's going to come next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minka, so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
After your speech.
Oh, I'll just say it.
Perfect.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Is there a sitting order?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not sitting. You're sitting here.
Okay, perfect.
They're all here because it's strange when they sit behind me.
Okay.
No?
So we.
Yeah.
Can you? Oh, also speaking.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Take a seat. Come in. It's not warm here at all. We're not in Davos. It's some other place. So thank you very much for making time. I'm Carolina Müller-Möhl. I'm going to give the intro speech and then hand over to the panel. So some of you might remember the song Money, Money from the film Cabaret, released in 1972, sung by the incomparable Liza Minnelli. For those who don't have it fresh in mind, Cabaret was set in Berlin in the early 1930s, a city full of energy and creativity, but also a society on the edge. Politically instable,
growing extremism, social inequality, and definitely a darkness rising in the background. The song Money Money itself is satirical, bitter comic, and it's about the power of money. It plays that famous line, money makes the world go around, the world go around, the world go around. And it shows us how money shapes opportunity and power, but also how fragile and unfair that system can be. The song is a warning about what happens when society measure value only in monetary terms and leave large parts of the population out. Fast forward 2026. We live in a different technological area, but much of the underlying dynamics remain us painfully of what's not yet there. Instability, inequality, and an entire group excluded from opportunities. And this brings me to a very simple but powerful truth. The world does not only turn because of money alone. It turns because of people too. And half of these people are the world's 4 billion women who remain not fully included. When it comes to the global economic integration of women, we are not on the right track. Progress is too slow, too fragile, in some ways reversing. We still waste an enormous pool of talent and potential. But there is hope, and there is hope in leadership. There are pioneers who refuse to accept the old script. Women who are rewriting the story. And today we have 3 of them on this stage in a minute. The COO of a global bank, shaping the financial system from within. The head of Women's World Banking, empowering millions of women to take control of their own financial futures. And a pioneering venture capitalist, opening doors to innovation in regions too long overlooked. What more could we wish for in January 2026? Then share a room with female leaders who are reframing finance, expanding inclusion, and redefining what is possible. I invite you to hold that one image in mind, the cabaret stage in the 1930s in Berlin, with its glitter, but also with its warning. Only today we can make it different. Ladies, we can. Today we are not discussing women and money as a side topic as it's discussed a couple of meters from here. We are discussing the architecture of our collective future. Who gets access to capital? Who takes decisions? Who carries risks? When women are included, the world becomes more stable, more just, more resilient, and without question, more prosperous. Global GDP would rise, poverty would sink, innovation would accelerate, and communities would thrive. And this is not only good for the 4 billion women in the world, it's also good for the 4 billion men in the world. When women rise, nations rise. So welcome today to this great panel. I'm gonna hand over to you. And I'll leave all that here. That's gonna, who shifts this away? Yeah, someone does. Okay, let's start.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Carolina, for this beautiful introduction. And, you mentioned one of my favorite movies, and I will refer to it several times, I think, during the panel. But right now, I would like to invite to this stage Mary Ellen Iskandaran, Beatrice, or as it was written, Bea Martin. And Fatuma sorry. And since Caroline already introduced you, in fact, but when you started from Money Makes the World Go Round, I remember the song, and I remember also all the perspective that the movie gives us about the terror, about the change, about the catastrophe that was about to come. And to be honest, it reminds me also that that time and today we also forgot about a spirit of dialogue. That is the slogan, the motto of this year's Davos World Economic Forum. So I would like to have those values and dialogue in mind when we'll be speaking, because okay, let's say starting from what we established before, despite of, most of you probably are aware of that, but despite of controlling over $31 trillion in global consumer spending, women still face 1.7 trillion finance gap, particularly in access to credit, capital, and financial product designed for their realities. Closing this gap is not only moral imperative, but I deeply believe that we should have that moral in mind, that we should have a dialogue that is based on values in mind. But closing this gap represents one of the largest untapped growth opportunities in the global economy. This session was designed to show you a move beyond intent to execution. It examines how financial institutions, investors, and policymakers can design financial systems that genuinely work for women while delivering measurable bottom line impact. And the first question I would like to have to all of you, maybe starting from Fatuma, women remain underserved in a global financial system, yet the data clearly shows that investing in women delivers stronger returns. To all of you, starting from Fatuma, why has finance been so slow to adapt, and what is finally changing?
Thank you so much for having me. So the reality you share is quite concerning, and I've experienced it both as a founder and as an investor. So by way of background, 14 years ago, I co-founded Africa's largest marketplace, which later became its first unicorn, and we took it public 6 years ago on Wall Street. And when I was about to decide what was next for me, I actually came across the very same data. So actually, in Africa in particular, women have the highest entrepreneurship activity rate globally at 26%. Yet they face a $42 billion funding gap. And at the same time, you have striking data from many sources, including McKinsey, that says that if you bridge really the gender equality in the investment space, you can create $300 billion more GDP, which is 10% extra GDP for Africa. It's actually 10 times the GDP of my home country, Senegal. So to me, it's not actually an inclusion topic or only a moral imperative. It's actually a business case. And so today we actually run the largest gender equal early stage venture capital fund. And how it started was quite interesting. So when I was leading our unicorn company in e-commerce in Nigeria, I had a couple of thousands people on the management, so I needed, of course, to have some VPs. And I realized that I had, out of 8 VPs, 7 women. But I was hiring based on merits. So when I was setting out to raise my fund, looking at this data, I was, how come, what if we decide to set a target of investing equally, not more or less, just equally, 50%. And that's why I actually like gender equal even more than gender lens, right? So we did just that. And in my industry, we are expected to return overall 3 times the amount of capital we raised for our investors to be happy. And for our previous fund, we returned overall 16x time the amount of capital we raised while having 56% female founders. And now it's really something that's so core to our thesis. It's who we are, it's our ikigai. And that's why for our second fund, we actually came out very clearly and owning that commitment publicly and saying, okay, now we are said to be, and we are the largest gender equal venture capital fund, and we will invest at least 50% of our proceeds in startup co-founded or benefiting women. And behind this case study, the data speaks for itself also globally, right? So even if I look at in the US, you are mentioning that women make like half 40% of the 40 billion of consumer spending. I'm part of the Gender Equality Council of the WEF and also part of the Gender Parity Sprint Champions. We just released a white paper that shows that by 2030, you'll actually have $83 trillion that will be controlled by women. We call it the Great Wealth Transfer. And in finance, you actually have women making 40% of the workforce globally and in the US. Yet, in PE, VC, or at least in rooms where capital is allocated, they are less than 20% of the decision-making power. So it's one shift that we need to make with a stronger sense of agency and a much larger scale. And I think beyond the example I shared with my fund in Africa, overall the data is compelling. So for instance, I came across some recent data that was showing that women-founded companies actually realized twice more revenue per dollar invested than their male counterparts. So the data is here, and the capital should follow that exit data in particular to be able to make bolder moves, because at the same time, globally, whether you are in the US or in Europe or in Africa, women are attracting between 1% and 3% of the global VC spending. And with the current headwinds we are all facing, it's actually not necessarily improving with the right pace. So I'll pause here, and I would love to come back to that later.
Yeah, so I'm going back to you, Marie-Hélène, with the very, very same question. So how and why has finance has been so slow to adapt, and what is finally changing?
So that was pretty much a masterclass answer you just had there.
Let's go. Oh, no. We have a few more things to do here.
But maybe I could take a bit of a step back. We decided at Women's World Banking for the first time to do a 10-year strategy. And we thought we needed to really put a big, hairy target on the wall if we were going to take that long to deliver a strategy. So we looked at what were the barriers that women were facing to finance. And we were sure that we were going to see different things in different cultures, different regions, different languages, different religions. And interestingly enough, across the global south, and frankly, global north as well, we found such a similarity of barriers. We found barriers that really were about women themselves. They, across the board, just had less awareness, less knowledge of the opportunities that were available to them. They definitely had less access to technology, which had become synonymous with really access to finance. And once they had it, they really weren't all that comfortable using it and didn't really feel that they could really navigate the phone to the full opportunity. There were absolutely cultural norms in a number of countries that young women were not allowed to own cell phones, or the mobile phone industry organization, the GSMA, would survey people, what is the reason you don't have a phone? And while lots of places and lots of men talked about affordability, it was only women who said, my family won't let me have one. So there were definitely cultural reasons for the woman herself. The reasons that make me the angriest are the financial service providers, because there is this still persistent belief that women are not bankable clients, and low-income women even less so. And we still see the vast majority of countries in the global south do not require banks to collect or report gender disaggregated data, so you don't even know who your clients are or how they're using the products or how they're using them differently than men. And that idea that there's not a business case still, unfortunately, persists. And then the third set of barriers are regulatory and legal. There are still a lot of discriminatory laws against women, and some of them, as blatant as not being able to open a bank account. There are 17 countries still in the world where a woman cannot have an identification in her own name. She has to be on her husband's passport or one of her children's passports or identifications. So there's still, collateral laws are just antiquated. I don't think there's a woman entrepreneur in the world that hasn't tried to get a loan, that hasn't complained about collateral and the requirements that are placed by lenders on them to have that collateral in place. So there's a lot to do at the regulatory level. And so that's really where Women's World Banking has spent the last 8 years. It was a 10-year strategy. We've spent the last 8 years, and I am absolutely thrilled to tell you that our $100 million target, 100 million women target, to reach 100 million women with a financial product or service to which they did not previously have access. We blew through that in September, 117 million women. But and I'm equally excited about the fact that during that same period, so 2 years ahead of schedule, we reached 79 million men. And that's saying when you design a product that meets women's needs, that addresses women's barriers, that addresses the things that are pain points for women, everybody benefits from them. And so I think what I'm hoping is starting to change is more of an adaptation of those kinds of solutions to those barriers.
So, Bea, what is finally changing? Since we had the steps, we made a step back. We look at the net. I will be happy to say that we look at the past, but since we're aware that situation of women is still not good enough in so many countries, look around. To be honest, I could look even at Poland in some aspects right now, or other countries from post-Soviet bloc. And the moment when, because of the governments also, and we don't adopt many regulations. So I would like to ask you, what from your perspective, what is finally changing?
What is finally changing? I mean, all the things that were said here are absolutely true. I think women in VCs are, the proud receivers of only between 2 and 5% of all the funding. We know for a fact that they return higher than men. We also know that they exit earlier than men, on average around between 2 and 3 years. So we know that is a very good business case. But I think you mentioned that before in the interview you were doing in the other room, is that I wish I would have known that the business case alone is not enough to make the change, right? I mean, all this data is there and has been there. I think we have seen progress, by the way, so all these things are true, but I think over the last years we have seen progress in my industry. So as Carolina said, I'm at UBS, I'm in banking, I'm doing the change from within, hopefully. I think there's a lot of things that are changing. I see women in my, age bracket taking, higher positions, feeling the need to give voices to women, feeling the need to be visible out there. I mean, for many years, if I think about myself, we were all working in a male-dominated environment. I think women never felt the need to say, okay, how can I support women? How can I give them a platform? How can I think about, in this male-dominated world to kind of help? Because I think in part we didn't want to be seen as, helping women for the sake of women. And, at times we had a bit of this imposter syndrome of, okay, I made it here and I better be kind of quiet so that, nobody noticed that I'm here, type of thing. But I think with time, what we've realized is that, there is a need to do that. And there is not only a need, there is an obligation for somebody like me to actually be visibly out there, inspiring others and showing what is possible. and I think that will make a big change. Yeah. So when I think about women and access to financial products, and we have had a huge focus over the last at least 5 years, and Emma Wheeler is in the room. She's been in wealth management, looking at women and how to serve women and how to design products for women. I think women think differently when they make investments. They are happy to take more risks for things that they're more convinced about, or they have some sort of affinity to, or they have purpose investment in. And to be fair, I think we kind of missed that gist for a long time, and now we are thinking, okay, how can we serve that segment better? 50% of the great wealth transfer is going to go to women's hands, thank God. So, women are going to start to have a much stronger position when, taking financial decisions. We need to invest in education. I think both of you said that. I think it's very important women understand what can they do with their money. Women live longer, by the way, on average 7 years longer than men. That means that they need to save more. They need to think about their pension in a different way. They have more difficulties over their, professional life. I was on a panel before, we were talking about women's health. I think the progress we've made on making people understand, the very specific challenges of women through menopause, for example. I think it's amazing. I saw, colleagues of mine coming and saying, oh my God, this is a real thing. And I thought it was all because my wife is going through it now, right? But it's very interesting. And this is all awareness, right? I mean, there's a number of things that change in that period of time within, focus, memory, that do have an impact on your professional life. And it's important that everybody around you understands what it is, and they don't think, okay, oh my God, this woman just became stupid overnight, right? So this is, I mean, we've made a long progress, but I think there's many more things that we need to continue doing.
Mm-hmm. Just a few weeks, 2 weeks ago, after at the beginning of January, I was invited for a meeting to one of the Polish banks, Polish-owned state bank, owned by our state, and they told me, we need to start to design ESG strategy. Because, we had CSR years ago. Right now, we need to work on ESG reporting, and we need to focus, of course, on environment, social cases, and the governance. And in fact, I did some research about the bank, and what do they don't have? They have nothing to do with women, in fact. And it's not only about not having women in the board, having only one woman as a secretary or assistant in a bank foundation. But they have nothing designed for women, in fact. So I would like to ask first you two about starting from Bea, because we sorry for that, because we talked before the panel that from perspective of global banking, we could ask how the institutions like yours embodying gender-mindfulness into strategy and treating it not as a niche, but not as a CSR, but exactly going deeper and also preparing some path for other institutions right now.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I said it before, and, we quoted some numbers about, the money that women are going to have under their control, whether it is because they manage assets, because they own those assets, or because they influence those assets. And those numbers are well beyond, 3 trillion right now. And it's really interesting to see how, the importance of women is taking a totally different, or, the voice of women is taking a totally different stand in the discussions. For us, I said before, we are thinking about how to serve women in a different way, more beyond, obviously, the whole ESR spectrum, because we do believe that there is a business case to do so. Mm-hmm. We have female founders who we support with funding at times, definitely with a network. I think where women could improve is in the networking, ability and activity. I think we don't actually use our network to ask for favors, to, brainstorm about problems. Men do that much more, and we need to be much more, proactive in that. For example, so women's founders for female founders program, which has been in place for 5 years. We give support to women. We introduce them to a network of successful entrepreneurs that can give them advice on how to convert ideas into businesses and monetize those ideas. We have been doing a advisory, so in modular advisory for women as well, which is female wealth, and there what we see is that women are thinking, again, I said it before, different when they invest, in terms of the term they invest, the type of themes they're interested in investing. And we've been doing a lot of education and awareness with our client advisors so that they can actually, talk to these clients in a different way. And we've seen really great results with that. We've increased, the amount of volume that we do with those clients by probably around 30% over the last year. So you can see that by focusing, minds and ideas, you can definitely see the results.
So Maryland, 8 years of the program already. And we already know that, women's banking has proven, in fact, that products designed for women outperform traditional models. So the question would be, what are most common design flows in mainstream financial products, and how the institutions can, and this is the word I don't like, how we change it quickly, because for a philosopher to ask how to do something quickly means, what quickly means and how quickly is possible.
Okay, you're right. That is the trickier part. So I think as we were saying before, that these products that really are designed with women's needs in mind do outperform, but far too many financial service providers sort of design around a default client. So somebody who's receiving a stable income, same amount every month. Somebody who's they might have a cell phone, but they may not know how to really use it to its full extent, or even really fully understand all of the ins and outs of the product that's being sold to them, and that they have easy access to it, that it's easy for them to get to it. So we're always doing a lot of conversation with the women that we're designing for, to find out, what are their pain points? What are the things that don't that aren't working? So some really great examples are, women do, and I think we've heard it in a couple of panels here today, they really do, all of finance is about trust. But for women, it does seem to be even a little bit greater, that they need to feel a sense of trust. They need to they do take a little bit longer, as you said, to make a decision. And then some of that is about trust. In India, for those of you who may have spent some time in the financial system there, has put in really some extraordinary regulatory measures and a digital public infrastructure that has brought hundreds of millions of men and women into the formal financial sector. And they've got a very, very easy government-sponsored payment system. Now, only in India could you come up with these numbers. 250 million women in India own a smartphone. And that's a critical difference, the smartphone versus the feature phone or the flip phone. Own a smartphone, but do not participate in the payment system, as easy and as accessible as that is. And when we started talking to the women, it just kept coming back to trust, that they didn't really think the product was meant for them. They didn't really trust the providers. And so we started working with a bunch of fintechs to think about, what is the messaging? What is the marketing? If I had known in business school that so much of finance was really marketing, I may have taken a different degree. But just how do you talk to women so that you can build that trust? And too many institutions don't think about those behavioral differences. I think another quick one, and this is quick. You can change this quite quickly. I talked a lot about data in the barriers. So if you've got the data, if you are one of the lucky financial institutions that's required by your regulator to report on a gender disaggregated basis, use the darn data when you're making business decisions. We were hired, and institutions love, nonprofit institutions love being hired for things rather than being given a grant to do them. We were hired by Mercado Libre. Many of you may know it's sort of the Amazon of Latin America. Great goal. They wanted to bring more women entrepreneurs onto their platform, but they had this terrible problem. Women wanted, the loans were too small that they were taking, and they had a much higher default rate. And this just did not make sense to anything we had ever seen before. They were collecting 4,800 data points to do their credit scoring algorithm. But, so they had the data, but they weren't using it. So of course they were wrong about the default rates when we started looking at their own data. That's why I say it can be quick. If you're collecting the data, use it. And then one just last thing, I feel it's always so important since most of our work is in the global south. This is, Bay is experiencing the same thing. This is not a global south problem only. Singapore has had, the UOB, one of Singapore's largest banks, has had this lady card, maybe not the greatest name, for 30 years now, and it's really, really successful. And they're very good at listening to what's going on with the card users. And they were seeing consistently that women would save. But unfortunately, we know that women often ignore their own health and ignore their own maintenance of their health and staying on top of tests and diagnostics in service of their families. So they were seeing that women, when unfortunately they were diagnosed with an illness, they were depleting their savings, and their financial service really wasn't helping them. So they made it possible that if you were a lady card owner, you automatically got a savings account and complementary insurance cover for 6 sort of female cancers. You can imagine what the 6 are. And as you increased your savings into that savings account, your coverage under the insurance increased also. It's been an enormous success. And again, not just that one product, but they built trust with that client. And they've seen tremendous opportunities with that same client base across their products.
Okay, thank you. Because one thing you mentioned is trust. And the second thing, and I heard it so many times from my students, and the students like young women, but also what we have in Poland, we called it the third age university, so university for those who already retired. So what I heard from them, trust is one thing, but they have also a problem, and when they go to bank, but also when they about to have their own company, with self-confidence. And so, one thing is education, and I would like to ask you exactly about women-led businesses that constantly, we know, outperform, yet receive a fraction of venture capital. So what structural shift, you already partly mentioned it, are needed to invest in investment decision-making to unlock women entrepreneurs at scale?
Well, I would like to shift the burden away from women, actually, and put it back into capital allocators. Just another example of how, when you design intentionally, it works and outperform the market. So in Tunisia, we invested in a marketplace called Dabshi. It's a second-hand marketplace, like Vinted, for instance, female-founded, Ameni. And Tunisia is a country with 12 million inhabitants. And, before, when I used to be myself in e-commerce, in every market where we were operating, and we're number one in all these markets, we used to have 70% male customers and 30% female customers. And it speaks to some of the issues in accessing technologies that my colleague just mentioned. But Dabshi set to actually start with a woman-only website. So people selling were female and people buying were female. In less than 3 years, she was able to get 20,000 sellers, but to touch 1 million users. right? So the impact is huge, and it's, I don't want to make it sound like we have a pipeline issue. IFC has some studies showing that if you look at, seed, Series A, Series B, Series C, which is the stages of scale and gross capital for a startup company, you actually have 51% male and 49% female at seed. So women are showing up. But then when you are at growth and scale, you have 90% male and 10% female. Yeah. So to me, there are three main things. One, we need to work on risk perception. Despite the great numbers I shared with you, when I go in the US to raise money, as soon as I say I have the largest share of female in African VCs, they say, oh, you should talk to our foundation and charity. Yeah. And I need to say, no, I did 16x return when I was expected to do 3x, and now the conversation starts. And actually in Davos, every year I convene a group of women that are female unicorn founders to be able to meet and to build a platform to make our story known better, because most of the stories we hear actually about successes are male-dominated, and Carolina, who works in the media space as well, can confirm that. The second thing is capital allocation. As I mentioned, women make up to half of the financial workforce, but only 20% of the female decision makers. The data shows, so Kaufman Fellows, which is one of the largest fellowships for PE and VC globally, that when you have a diverse founding team, they invest more in female founders, and we know that the returns are there. So we need more of that. 20% is not enough. We need 50% or more. And I think the third thing is really incentives. If we have pension funds, central banks starting to set targets intentionally, seeing that business case, then we'll get the shift that we want with a sense of urgency that we need.
And to be fair, I think, central banks, but certainly governments and other, kind of cross-country public institutions, they do have and should have a vested interest in getting women into the workforce, into, reducing, cost of covering for medical and health treatments and so on. So actually, that is something that, we should definitely think about, or they should definitely think about.
I think one of the problems that hasn't been mentioned here is actually the women themselves. Like what I feel many times, like I'm from Switzerland, I'm an investor, by the way. I have tons of these kind of stories where people call and they want to talk to my CEO, right? Because she's on the foundation side, which is just the funny part of it. No, I'm talking about financial literacy. I find even in Switzerland, most of my friends, they have just no idea about money. They don't want to sign their own tax bill, for example. I'm not going to go in there because that's another topic for another panel. But what I wanted to say, it really starts with the women. It starts with taking over responsibility on your own bank account. I mean, just knowing what happens and not having your husband taking care of the money side. That is a crucial point. Seems, in developed countries, not the case. I mean, who of you, who in here takes care of their own money? Okay.
We are exceptional, that's why we know. That's why we're here, yep.
Bea, you have some clients in here.
Let's spread the business card now. I'm going to spread the business card now. But
let's invite them to that dinner tomorrow.
But I 100% agree with Carolina. I think, we see that, and this is not a problem of, emerging markets, and this is not a problem of education, lack of education, or it is an issue in developed countries that women feel that, they have nothing to do with money, their husband is dealing with all of that, and the financial literacy is not attuned to the level of, even wealth or education. It has actually nothing to do with that. And I 100% agree that this is a very important part of, even with your children already when they're young, if you have daughters, starting to kind of make them, financially literate is a very important part. I mean, I would say for what it's worth, I come from Spain, and in Spain, a lot of people feel that, we are a very conservative Catholic country for many years. I think my mother was probably one of the first generations that, worked and went to university and worked. And it is really interesting how this, kind of almost like a needle in your head, you have to be financially independent kind of thought was so ingrained in us, in all of us, by the way. This kind of like be able to make your own decisions, not have to marry somebody because, you needed to the financial support. I think that was so in my generation, for sure, in Spain, it's been so much ingrained. I think because we are coming from probably a different place than many other European countries. But I've seen that, and I think that's a very fair comment. The other comment is networking, and I will say that and say that and say that. I was in a Davos Women in Finance lunch just before I came here, and we have managed to keep in touch during the day. These are all women in finance, all women with a fairly position of responsibility within their own firms. And for many years, I think we wouldn't have the courage to call somebody else and say, hey, this, can you help me on that? Or I need a meeting here, or how you guys are thinking about this. And I think now, over time, this has been, going on this is the 5th year. This year, it's great to see how we are coming together as a team, as a community, and we can actually reach out to each other. And funnily enough, that's what men have been doing for 150 years, right? So, I mean, we have a lot catch up to do.
Yeah. No, we are about to wrap the panel, unfortunately. I believe we have a lot to tell to each other. Since you mentioned Spain, I'm from Poland. Yeah. And the traditional society and traditional model, but at the very same time, women they always had their own money. Mm. And in many regions, in fact, we still used to say that the woman, in fact, is a neck, but the woman is a head. I deeply believe. And I think that many of our men already are aware of that. That's why they're calling, okay, let's build the future, let's educate, let's build the trust. And from my perspective as an academic is also to build that self-confidence and knowledge in the young generation, to be aware of themselves, to be aware of their rights, and to be aware that, in fact, and going back to the song, it's not only about that money makes the world go round, but here we would probably agree that the women makes the world go round. Thank you for that. Thank you for being with us. Thank you all.
It's not hot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Philosopher, advisor to Polish politicians. I think we have a lot in common. Yes, I think so. Yeah. I met your foreign minister. I can't remember his name. Rabecikowski. Maybe. Foreign minister. Is he also
If I can have everyone take their seat, please. We are going to be starting the next panel. Please, can everyone make their way into the main room? We are going to be starting our next panel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for everyone that showed up. We are going to be moving into our next panel, which is on the Middle East Inequality Moonshot, Investment and Innovation Dialogue. We will have our moderator, Magdalena Baran. She is the executive editor at Liberty Magazine, and she will be continuing to moderate. We also have Marta Payer. She's the board.
And we invite you to the stage.
We invite you to the stage. Kariman, I will butcher your last name. Abul Jadayel. Saudi Arabian athlete, Olympian and Guinness World Record holder. And then we have Paula Yakuban. Thank you. A member of Parliament of Lebanon. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Yalda Alkar, co-founder and managing partner for Bracket Capital. Thank you.
Okay, so please take your seats, and since we're here, I'm really happy to see you all, and I'm really happy that all of you were able to join. So I will start before the panel. I had when I sent you the questions, I had also a longer exchange with Yalda, and I will add something from our conversation to the description or overview of our panel. So, as you know, Middle East economics accelerate diversification, embrace advanced technologies, and position themselves as global innovation hubs. This session examines how investment and innovation ecosystems can fully include and empower women. And I deeply believe that, in fact, this is one of our crucial topics, because, okay, you know that when we think about closing gender gaps in labor, in entrepreneurship, we know that it could add, according to data, $2.7 trillion to MENA GDP by 2030. But before we'll go into data, and I will ask Marta probably about the data, we talked about it before the panel, I would like to ask all of you about your personal experience here, about building your own power. And let's start from building your power and thinking about it, empowerment in the frame of relationship also. Yalda, can you start since we already started to talk about it?
Is this working? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
Perfect. I just want to say this is one of my favorite discussions of Davos, and I attend quite a bit, and World Women Forum is always one of the funnest one, and this is my second time here. So thank you for having me, WWF. In terms of starting your career, so just a bit of background about myself. I run a venture capital firm based in Los Angeles. We invest in growth and late-stage private technology companies. And I also, I'm the president of our foundation. We do a lot of work on online child safety. And obviously being a woman in a patriarchal society is very, very difficult. I would say being a Middle Eastern woman in a patriarchal society is even more difficult. Looking back at my career, I started out in investment banking, and there you weren't, qualified by the quality of your work, but really the number of hours that you would stay late in the office and the type of toxic environment that you would play into. And then I moved into private equity. I was working in Bahrain. And there, funny enough, I was one of the most senior executive at the firm. I was heading the office in Qatar, and decisions weren't even taken in the boardroom. They would be taken in a majlis, between men, and just, by design, women were really left out of the conversation. And then I moved into venture capital, and now we're in a world run by MAGA, red hat, Trump-wearing hats, where again, by design, there is no more inclusion whatsoever in the conversation, and you feel like they're really, really dominating the framework. I honestly think that one of the things that saves me the most is my upbringing in Lebanon and the resilience that teaches you. We were raised in war, we were raised in uncertainty and conflict and volatility. I think, naturally, I gravitated towards a world of, on the risk spectrum of investment, venture capital is definitely the riskiest one. I feel like I'm naturally comfortable with chaos, which is something that happens when you grow up in Lebanon, to the point of self-sabotaging sometimes. So I left a very high-level corporate job in 2016 at the peak of my career, 8 months pregnant, to start my own venture capital firm. Everyone, including my husband, thought I was mad. I remember going home and telling him, "Oh no, I have a hunch, I really want to do this." And he would look at me, he's like, "It's called hormones. You're 8 months pregnant, this, don't do it." And against everyone's advice, I went and I did it. And I think us Middle Eastern women, we're just so powerful. And we just have this urge to create and to prove people that we can do it, and even more so when they tell you that it can't be done. So, yeah.
So Paula, since we started to talk before the panel also, because you also have your personal journey from being a journalist, from reporting politics to being an active politic. And let's say that this way wasn't easy probably, especially in a highly polarized reality. So the question is about your individual experience in this regard.
It's never easy for women, but now it's harder and harder, and it's getting really harder every day. Just when you think how unpopular feminism became, how it's not trending anymore, and it's not trendy anymore to be not sexist. And this is scary, because inclusion is not luxury. Inclusion is very, very important. It's not an add-on to have women in politics or in decision-making or in business. I think it's extremely important. And there is this conception that it's regional or cultural or religious sometimes. It's like in the Middle East, women are not taking their places and they're not participating. That's not true. And what I'm going to say now, it's not a joke. There is less women senators in the US, less than men called John. And men called John are 3% of the population. Women are 51% of the population. It gets worse when it comes to business. Also, the figures are really scary. So women are really behind on all levels. And there's only one way forward, especially in politics, and it's through a quota system. It's the same everywhere in the US, in Europe, everywhere. It's almost same thing. So for me, it wasn't about representing women when I entered into politics. I live in a country that is very, very, very corrupt. It's ruled by a corrupt junta. And they keep on going, despite the fact that the Lebanese people are highly educated and they really seek change. However, the sectarian system keeps them where they are. And the blame game between the parties is just ongoing all the time. So I just realized after 25 years in journalism that I wasn't really making any difference, because journalism wasn't only about reporting. It was sometimes, also, living the divisions of the country. So I decided, let me take this chance with the civil society movement and go and run against all the political parties in my country. So we were 66 candidates against all the political parties in Lebanon. No exceptions, all of them. Despite the fact that they used to pretend that some of them were opposition, and then, they had turns telling people, that they're going to do this time a better job. So this was in 2018, 66 candidates. I was the only one to make it. And the numbers were not good. The numbers were like, we have 0 chance of getting any seat anywhere in Lebanon. That was the first seat in 2018, and then 2022 we were 13. Now we have elections in a few months, hopefully, if they're going to hold elections. We'll see if it's going to grow or it's going to shrink. I'm not very optimistic, unfortunately, but this is in a nutshell how I became an MP, how I entered politics from journalism.
Yeah, Kariman, your story is absolutely inspiring. High-profile athlete, and you're a visible role model for women across your region. So, starting the deeper part of also the panel, how does visibility in sport, in business, in public life influence your life first, and then influence investment also, and participation and cultural acceptance for women leadership?
Well, thank you so much. I just want to say, introduce myself. My name is Kariman Abel-Jadail. I'm an architect and an Olympian and a Guinness World Record holder. I represented Saudi Arabia in Rio 2016 Olympics as Saudi Arabia's first female sprinter to ever compete in the Olympics. And post-Olympics, I became a rower, co-founded the Saudi Rowing Federation in Saudi, and also I'm the first female cross-country skier. I'm also an architect. So why it's important? Because they're both very challenging fields. I studied in Boston. I took my bachelor's and master's in architecture from Northeastern University, and a second master's in the history of art and architecture from SOAS University of London. How did I find my power? Well, in sports, I want to say something. It's you lose more than you win, and that builds resiliency. You have to be resilient. You cannot continue in sports if you're going to just stop at every loss and overanalyze. I would say something. We tend to overanalyze a lot. And in sports, that's really, you're going to be behind. So I just get on with it, really. And I want to say something. I always talk about myself, but it's not, I didn't become who I am just by myself. It wasn't a lonely road. I have my mother, I have my sister who is with me here in the audience. I have role models in the Saudi society as well. We have Princess Rima bin Bandar. She's our Saudi ambassador for the United States. And she's also an IOC member. And she was with me along with other girls in Rio 2016 Olympics. So this whole community empowers one another. And it's very important for us ladies. I know it's a tough word outside, but as long as we support one another, I think we're going to be empowered. So I am empowered because of the Saudi women that I met along the way, and I'm privileged to know. And in the end, I just want to say I'm very lucky to be Saudi. I mean, in today's world with the Vision 2030, I am very lucky.
Marta, before, because we'll go to the numbers in the second round. I believe we'll have the chance. I would like to ask you, first, also about a part of your personal story and your ability to join those realities and different worlds, but also about gaps in talent, gaps in capital or policy that you believe are the most urgent to address today, to maybe not to close the gaps because we cannot do it quickly, but yeah.
Sure. So basically you asked me to speak about a bit myself and then just a quick 1 minute view of myself, and then if I got you right, it's about the gaps from capital or the kind
from
of gaps
talent, capital, policy that you see as most urgent to fill.
So first of all, I'm a very unexpected person because I am Italian. I've set up my first company when I was 14, which is not typical of Europe, which you guys know, because my dad didn't want me to study abroad. So I had to make it do, and I studied between US, Italy, Germany, and France. And I think I'm really grateful to Germany who made me. I've been all over the world because I wanted to be a global citizen, meaning I worked in US, I work in Central Latin America, I work in Asia, a country called Myanmar, who is almost closed now, Australia, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and the main countries in Europe, of which I speak the languages. So I think I'm here to try to explain a bit what I see in the Middle East, why I choose to still live in GCC, which is a part of the world that, you know, like everywhere, has pros and cons, but I really like, with women at the moment that I really feel inspired with. And I have to admit where I find also men that are really supportive. So just to give you a view, because I don't want to be biased, okay, I'm basically now spending the majority of my time between Riyadh and Dubai, where I live in winter. I choose to be also close to Europe because of my parents, especially after COVID. So I still live in 3 months in Europe, around Italy, and I travel. And I also choose deliberately to spend 1 month in US or Latin America or Australia, again, to have the global view. And I am thankful to have my career, not only to my mother and family, friends, but to the support system that I found in women, and also in Generation CEO and other women. And I hope also to work more and more with World Woman Davos, but also to the 2 amazing men I had in my life. My first partner, German, of 13 years, who really supported me when I had no confidence. He didn't give me money, but he gave me really the drive, the advice, the also time to be away. And my current life partner, which against all the odds is Omani, is a former national champion who has traveled abroad, and who is one of the guys who is really changing the AI face of Oman. So I'm just telling you this because everyone has views and things. So this is my lens. As said, I started in management consulting, so very typical career. When you want to travel, you want money, you want to see the world in Europe. And then I was basically 12 years in 2 telcos. So I just got the management route all over the world, setting up B2B, like IoT, data centers, cloud computing stuff. And then when you are in emerging market, it's also about mobile money. So I did something called M-Pesa, which many people say is one of the, stable coin or CBCD that you have. And that's why also they took me to Latin America. My last title at the end of the 12 years was Chief Operating Officer of a Central American telco. So I had to fire people. I had to be creative. I managed the growth, and I managed the less growth. And I decided I'd rather stay in the growth. I set up my own small holding, so family holding with different businesses in there, to also, not to support women, but support me and my family and my parents, and to really have a life of purpose. Mm-hmm. And then basically, a friend asked me to go and help a big tech management consulting company to enter Saudi Arabia. So I was fortunate to be, since 2013, in and out of the GCC, which are the main 6 countries, like Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi, UAE, and Oman, that are, let's say, the one that are trying to diversify currently the economy in the Gulf from oil, and where you see amazing innovation, amazing people, and a lot of also expats. And then basically, since 2019, I went to Saudi. I was really part of the change as a facilitator, because I'm not local. And I really supported and mentored amazing ladies. And then I decided to be back in what I do best, global business. I live in Dubai because I start with Australia and I finish with North and South America. I'm an investor, I'm a corporate leader, and I have also my own company. And I can tell you, everywhere in the world is difficult for women. Sorry, that's my own opinion. Everywhere. In Latin America, there are some challenges. In Europe, there are other challenges. And I might think from observer, in GCC, you have other challenges. But I guess for me, it's about being a go-getter and try to make community. Mm-hmm.
And when you say gaps, because the gaps.
The gaps, okay.
I think we'll be back to the gaps, because I would like to switch to Paula, because since you mentioned different challenges for women in different countries, in different areas of the world, yeah, I started to think about gaps, but having this regional context also. And I wanted to ask you about the gaps you see in your country, but also about structural barriers that you observe that make a political change in Lebanon not so easy.
You know, I'm haunted by the idea of young women, young girls, watching me, especially Lebanese girls, and thinking, I don't want to go into politics. I don't want to be in the parliament. I don't want to be in her shoes. Because the attacks that I get on daily basis, the insults that I get every single day is mind-blowing. However, I decided to speak up, and I decided to continue this path. And I worked a lot on my family. I raised a feminist. My son is a feminist. My husband, who is Swiss Lebanese also, he's a feminist. But you need to educate them. Sometimes they just don't know. And then I decided that the cost of being silenced is much higher than speaking up. So I decided I will continue, no matter what. Being in the opposition in Lebanon and being against all the cartels that we have, because we don't have politicians, we have a mafia state. It's not easy. And it taints you. It really, I mean, they are able of grilling you because they own the media and they own everything else. So I'm telling you, I'm really haunted by the idea. I want other girls, to take this path and not to think, let's leave it to the male in the family. Because in Lebanon also, a lot of women are not feminists. Not only in Lebanon, everywhere in the world. It's just sometimes women do not believe that their place can be anywhere they want. And I really don't think that women are better than men, because sometimes people put it in that way. No, it's not. It's not. A woman can be corrupt. A woman can be everything that a man can be. However, it's her right to be present. It's her right to be, in every field she thinks of. And I have a small message for the World Woman Foundation. I don't like panels where there's no man. And I really appreciate the presence of very few men here in the room, because one enlightened man is better than thousands and hundreds of women that do not believe that they deserve to be on the front lines. So it's 2026, but we still have a lot to achieve to say that we have real equality. We're not. It's not a moonshot. We are light years, behind everywhere in the world, and we need to keep fighting, especially now, more than ever. Thank you.
Let me just add that I deeply believe in what you said. We had a Congress of Polish women, and we're pushing them to have at least one man in each panel. Because if, and I'm really... there was a colleague here, but I think she went out, who has written a book about that feminism gives profits to everyone, not only to women, but also to the capital, to our companies, to our banking, to our society, so on, so on, and so on. But I would like to go back to Kariman right now, asking you, okay, we're still in this... I don't want to say fight, because fight is not... I would prefer to say that we are in the process. And you observe this process, so I would like to ask, how can the private and public sectors learn from how women achievements in sport, but not only in sport, inspired broader participation in entrepreneurship and leadership?
I think that in Saudi Arabia, the public and private sector is, when it comes to sports, the line is a bit blurred. Everyone wants the female athlete to succeed. Like they're all together to succeed. Our coaches are not women; they might be men. Our presidents, they might not be women; they might be men. So it's like we have an ecosystem that want the woman to succeed. So for me, it has never been done before that during that time when I participated in Rio, that a female sprinter participated in the Olympics. Why? Because, you know, the thing is, you know, I had to work for it. So we have to be present, and how the private and public sector help us is we have to be there first. I remember I signed with a Nasser club as a cross-country skier last year, and I was the first female skier in Saudi Arabia to be part of a skiing club in Saudi. And you know what they told me? The board of Al Nasser. Just 1 second. Al Nasser is a famously signed Cristiano Ronaldo, so that's the team. And you know what they told me? They said, "Thank you, thank you for actually approaching us and saying that, you know, you want to build a ski club in Saudi, because we didn't know you had that interest until you approached us. So for us, as women, we have to lead, and we have to lead by example. And in terms of influence, you get influenced and inspired by the people that are closer to you. There are thousands of Olympians and abroad, right? Thousands of miles away from female Saudis. But the people I know in Saudi Arabia only got inspired when I participated in the Olympics. Why? Because I am their friend, I look like them, I talk like them, I am from their same community. I am here in Davos because I want the people to know that, yes, Saudi Arabia has a Vision 2030, but it is not just statistics or KPIs. It's a real example, and I would like to show that to the rest of the world, that really Saudis we're moving mountains for women empowerment. And when I started, I was just the first sprinter from Saudi Arabia in the 100 meters, and now we have thousands. So in the span of 10 years. So that's a lot. And in the end, I just want to say, just be present. Representation matters.
Yes, thank you for that. This is something I deeply believe also because, you know, when I work, some of you already heard it, when I work with my students, female students, you need a person next to you who will lead you, support you, be your light. And then you need to build a circle, going back to you, Alda, first, with relations, but also with to follow the topic of our panel, to that globally women-founded companies that receive, as we know, less than 2% of venture capital, yet outperform when funded, delivering 35 higher return in investment. So in the Middle East, what changes in capital allocation and investment mindset are most critical right now, and to unlocking women-led ventures?
I'm going to go to the first part of the question.
I knew that.
When you said relationships, because I think you really hit the nail on the head there. Let me just say before, when someone told me Paula Yaoubian is on your panel, I think I swallowed my lung. She's so humble, by the way, but I know the amount of character assassination and bullying and everything that she has undergone, and how she actually channeled through it and became who she is really monumental and really, really inspiring.
Thank you.
And to your word,
thank you so much.
And to your word, Karima, about rejection, I can really relate to that, and it really resonates. I think women in business, they face rejections maybe 100, 1,000 times more than men do, and their power to just strive through and use rejection as an opportunity is really a talent that mostly women have, not men. Men, they just pass on to the next thing, but we force forward. To your point about relationship, I like to tell the story. It's a funny anecdote on how I got started in Qatar. So that was the market that I was given when I worked at Morgan Stanley. The reason I wanted to cover Qatar was because my boyfriend, who's now my husband, è italiano. Sono mamma di tre bambini italiani. He's Italian. Out of all the Europeans in London, I had to find the Italian that was moving to Doha. So I went to Morgan Stanley's leadership, and I Googled top 10 businessmen Qatar. And I convinced the leadership at Morgan Stanley that I was related to all of them. I'm like, yeah, they're all distant cousins. Like, you're sure? I'm like, yeah, of course I am. And then he's thinking like Egypt, Qatar, Lebanon, it's probably all the same. They speak the same language. He's like, okay, you can cover the market, but you need to write 7 call notes every day and send me a report of 7 people that you met every day. I fly to Qatar. Not only was it my first time in Doha, it was my first time in the Gulf region as a whole, because there's a prejudice in Lebanon that if, you know, back then, if you want to succeed, you work in London, you work in Europe and the US. So I land in Doha. I knew one person about rejection, a private banker at Credit Suisse. And I go and I see him. I'm like, can you help me make some introductions? He's like, no, you're wasting your time. You know, private bankers, you're married to a Swiss. They're like notoriously private. They're never going to give you any advice. The only thing he did do, he gave me his driver. And he's like, my driver will drop you back at your hotel. Goodbye and good luck. And then in that 5-minute car ride, maybe less, 2-minute car ride from the Credit Suisse building to my hotel, I had a eureka moment. And I asked the driver, how long have you been driving, Mr. Private banker? He's like, 10 years, ma'am. I'm like, 10 years, great, you have a business card. He's like, yes, ma'am, and he gives me his business card. So I call the company that he works with. I'm like, send me back a driver tomorrow morning. And they send me one. I'm like, look, this is 500 rial. You're gonna drive me to all the places you drive the Credit Suisse bankers to. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, at the end of the week, I'll give you another 500 rial. And I was literally showing up in palaces, in homes of people that I had never met. He would bring down the car window, and they'd be like, who are you? For all I knew, I could have been abducted, right? It was pre-Google Maps. The only comfort I had, there was a banker who showed up there before me. And then I just showed up at people's home. I would fake a call to like a fake assistant that my 25-year-old self didn't have. And I'd be like, oh, I flew all the way from London to meet with the sheikh, whatever that means. Of course, there must be a sheikh living here. And then they would let me in. And the amount of time I got rejected, I would say it was probably 11 out of 10. But those that actually took the opportunity to meet with me, you just develop that connection. We never spoke about business. We spoke about their kids. We spoke about, the growth of their country, the ambition of the youth community, and that builds connection. And over time, thanks to the connection that you're building with people, business naturally transpires. And that's something that I think, again, us women, just building on relationships is such an advantage that we need to look up to.
So Marta, but we build relationships regionally and we build it globally. And I would like to ask you, since you really know the market, what are the most promising corridors here and what is the context, in fact, of joining MENA and thinking of it in a global relations? From a women's point of view.
So let me just pause and give the audience here a context of MENA, because I don't want anyone to assume. So MENA, for example, so it's North Africa and Middle East GCC. So you're about Syria, we just open up about some Jordan and other countries. Then there is North Africa, and then there is GCC. So GCC, it's are 6 countries that run, and I know 3 of them well, so I will speak only about what I know personally. So UAE, where I live, have 95% of expats. So it's a very different market compared to Europe, where blue collar and white collar are mainly from abroad. And then you have 5% of locals, very well educated, women also participating in the society and contributing it. Then I think there is Saudi, which of course my fellow panelists know very well. And you have also a much lower number of expats who help build the country, train the people, and now the local Saudis are really taking on the leadership and all the different roles, as it should be. Oman, which I know you have, in my opinion, is one of the next frontier, because Saudi is the present and the future. UAE is the present and the future. Of course, many other countries that I don't know very well and I want to talk about are also growing, but Qatar and also Oman are not yet open, are very interesting for energy and for all the things that are happening in terms of digitalization, which happen much bigger in Saudi and other countries. So that's the idea. What I also want to tell you, compared to the global view, so 1.2% is the average of the women-led enterprises founded in the MENA region by VCs, against a 2% of the global average. Women-led businesses are less than 5% in GCC and MENA, against 23 to 26% average globally, and 25,000 Emirati women who are the CEOs of SME enterprises are contributing to $16.3 billion in 2023 to the economy. Those are all statistics that are coming from the World Economic Forum report that was issued on 28th of May 2025. And really shows that there is a massive opportunity, because I'm in tech, I'm in energy and investments, and I really see how I saw the growth in Europe, I saw the growth in other parts of the world, and I see how this massive acceleration is happening at the moment in GCC, of course in Saudi, okay, and all the other countries, and how the women participation is needed, is not an option. It's the fact that, if you have a growing population, and youth, below the age of 25 are on average in MENA like 45%, very different compared to Europe. You have economy growing, company growing, family-led Unternehmen, family-led companies who become global conglomerate, companies that are also are managed by government funds that are buying into Europe, that are buying into US, that are expanding from the Middle East into Europe against what happened before. So women needs to be trained as they're happening, and needs to have role model like the ladies here that, as you said, they look like them, they went to school with them, and they are also having the same challenges as the local have.
So guys, I believe we're really on time. And what you did, Marta, and I'm really grateful for that, because you made the most beautiful wrap of our panel, in fact. So thank you for that. And dear ladies, thank you for being with us. And I hope to be in touch in the case of the Women's Forum in Poland.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I just want to say something. I hope in 2030, women's leadership will not be exceptional, it will be expected.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
It will not.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Okay, so pre-COVID, excuse me, can I have you take pictures? Sure, thank you. Pre-COVID, I feel like women changed, and then COVID happened, we all came back in May, nobody, that was the greatest thing.
You're putting me to shame with these big. This is. I mean.
Oh no. Oh no, you don't need to do that. Take a photo. You just hold this, and then you can take photos. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to start? I'm gonna say we are. Hi. Thank you everyone for being. Oh, if we could, we are starting. Thank you so much. So I'm going to speak for a little bit about World Women Foundation. My name is Constance Hunter. I am the head of research at the Economist Group's 3 B2B businesses, the EIU, Economist Impact, and Economist Corporate Network. And I am also the chief economist of the EIU. And we are gathered here tonight at World Women Foundation. And I want to talk for a minute about World Women Foundation's mission to accelerate gender equality by 2050. To achieve this, World Women Foundation launched the Equity Moonshot Initiative, a global effort to envision a future of equality through innovative solutions to advance women's leadership worldwide. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what the Moonshot has accomplished so far. It has reached 500,000 women through storytelling and school programs. It has supported 12,000 women, women-led startups to scale their businesses. It supported over 6,000 emerging female leaders across a variety of industries. It has distributed grants and seed funding to over 3,500 female founders. It's reached 20,000 women via partnerships with GWU, and Carnegie is cut off. I'm going to go on a limb and say maybe Carnegie Mellon in the US, but maybe it's the Carnegie Foundation. And it's honored 150 women globally for their impact across societies. And with us tonight, we have a wonderful panel. So to my left, your right, is Fiona Bassett, CEO of FTSE Russell, part of the London Stock Exchange Group. FTSE Russell is a global index leader that provides innovative benchmarking, analytics, and data solutions for investors worldwide. With strategic and operational expertise spanning multiple geographies, asset classes, and functions, Fiona is known for her energetic and values-driven leadership style, constantly driving innovation and excellence. Throughout her career, Fiona has demonstrated a passion for cultivating talent and building diverse, high-performing teams that deliver exceptional results. Her leadership impact has been acknowledged with prestigious industry awards and accolades, including from American Banker, mutual fund industry, and the Institute for International Finance. A long-standing Deutsche Bank veteran, Fiona was previously the global head of systematic investment solutions and implementation at DWS, where she was also CEO of DWS UK. Okay, to my right, your left, is Magda Wierzycka. Close enough? I'm so sorry. I've been practicing that. She is the CEO of Signia. Signia is a specialist financial services group which is headquartered in South Africa that focuses on the provision of investment and management administration solutions. She started her career as a product development and investments actuary at Southern Life in 1993, and then worked as an investment consultant for 2 years at Alexander Forbes. In 1997, she joined Coronation Fund Managers as a director and head of its institutional business. She then left Coronation in 2003 to start IQVest, a fund of fund hedge funds management company, and later that year, after selling IQVest to the African Harvest Group, she was appointed to the position of CEO of African Harvest. After negotiating the sale of African Harvest to Cadiz Financial Services in 2006, she led the management buyout of the remainder of African Harvest Group, which resulted in the formation of Signa. Sorry, I don't know why I can't say that word. I do have a long CV. Well, you're very accomplished. We have to list all the things. All right. Well, with that, I will start with my sort of intro and first question. So I'm thinking about sort of World Women's Foundation and their mission and their focus on helping women start businesses. It really resonates with me because as a graduate student, I was working at the UN and I thought I might pursue a career in economic development. But I quickly learned that what the data showed was that in countries with higher market capitalization to GDP, you had greater female education levels, greater female labor force participation, lower infant mortality rates, and a whole host of metrics that really improved the whole society. So through economic empowerment, you not just empower women, but you uplift an entire society. And so that's sort of what led to my career in finance. I spent the first half of my career using macroeconomics and asset management. I then spent about a decade at KPMG as their chief economist. And I joined EIU from AIG, where I was the executive vice president, global head of strategy. So right now in the world, the OECD is actually representative of most developing economies as well. The female labor force participation rate is 68% versus men, which is 81%. So if we're going to achieve parity, we not only need to have as many women participating as men, but the women who are participating are going to have to achieve more, right? And that's a pretty tall order, but I think that we're up for the task. So Magda, let me start with you. How have your previous experience as a woman in business informed the culture that you've formed at your firm?
So, just a very potted bit of it is that, I worked in asset management industry, and as you know, it's just men, and a whole lot of aggression on the table. And then, led companies, and in 2006, I walked out of a company, and I said, you know what, I will never work for another man again. And that's when I founded my own company, Signia, and we listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in 2015, and then I started a venture capital firm in the UK in 2019. Again, basically with a very strong theme of, I will hire men of a particular ilk, and that is, the moment I perceive this kind of, male tendency to, I know this is terrible, sounds very sexist, but this tendency to build empires, to disempower others, to take credit for other people's work. That's the end of their career at Signia. So in terms of, the company, we employ around 500 people, 70% of our company, and it's a financial services group. 70% of the company are women. And most of our executive positions are women. And what I found, in terms of, and again, my career, in finance is that, women make for incredible employees. And the only thing you have to provide to get the best out of women and out of collaboration is flexibility. So provided you do not mind and you give women the space to take their children to the doctor, to attend that school party scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday, you get, ultimate loyalty, incredibly hard work, and very little of this kind of dog-eat-dog environment that financial services industry creates around, the male-oriented culture. Deutsche Bank being a very good example. I know a lot of investment bankers. I happen to know a lot of people who have worked in senior positions at Deutsche Bank in the UK.
So how does this culture that you've cultivated impact your results, do you think? And how does it impact your generating clients and interest from your counterparties?
100%. So Signia has grown literally. There were like 6 of us in the room, and we had no funding whatsoever. So this isn't a company where we had shareholders. I still am the majority shareholder of Signia, despite the fact that it's listed. So we really started from nothing and managed to grow the company into, we are mid-sized financial services firm in South Africa. We are the second largest index tracking company in South Africa. So through sheer dedication of people who work with me, we've managed to create something very special. Now, I have, based on my experiences, I did during COVID write a book about, never mind my experience, I've been involved in a lot of corruption fighting, so there was a lot of that kind of stuff I put in it, but also about women and how women are different to men in terms of working. Women are a lot more emotional. Women cry. And I've always said, that's perfectly fine. Cry. There is no issue. Just recognize the fact that you emotionally react differently. And that's okay. But the two provisos, what you need to realize about this crying, because, I've cried in my career. God, have I cried? It's the easiest. Our emotions are the easiest thing that men can manipulate not to pay us. So, at the beginning of my career, financial services asset management, I would walk end of the year bonus negotiation. And all that the CEO of that company had to say to me is, Magda, amazing, you've done an amazing job. But people don't like you. Tears. You're immediately grateful for what the guy gives you as a bonus. So instead of, if you say the same thing to a man, you say, John, brilliant work. But, people don't like you. A man will go, stuff that, where's my money? A woman goes, thank you for whatever it is that you give me. But, the other, so that's one thing that you've got to recognize. And then once you've recognized it and once you know how to manage your financial remuneration and how not to be manipulated through the manipulation of your emotions. So that's one. And two is, and then there are like a lot of lessons that I have out of my career. But the other thing is, and again, financial services, I've never thought of myself as a woman in a man's world. I just see myself as, be it an employee. So I'm very gender neutral in terms of how I regard myself in the workplace. And that also has been super helpful. So rather than thinking women are, we are somehow disadvantaged, I've just never seen it that way. I've just would walk into the boardroom and see myself as a very neutral person, as opposed to kind of going, okay, I'm a woman in a men's world. Well, one of the things, and I'll stop.
Well, yeah, I was just saying maybe we'll have a little bit more of a back and forth.
Stop.
So, Fiona, turning to you, the index space is a place where we're seeing a lot of meaningful progress. Women now lead 2 of the 3 largest index providers. And from your perspective, what do you think has enabled this shift? What does it suggest about how leadership pipelines and governance are evolving across that whole ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think it's super interesting because if you look at, and first off, I'd say it's great to be here and spend some time with all of you today. I think it's super interesting, right? You look at the financial services sector and women comprise around 46% on average, and yet the representation at an executive level is under 15%, which tells you that there is work to do across the broad industry spectrum. And I think if I look at the kind of evolution of the indexing space, which I have been kind of around for some, but not all of my career, I spent about half my career on the investment banking side and then asset management, and most recently in the last 2 and a bit years, having moved over to the index provider space. I think one observation I would have is that that part of the industry was really kind of like an emerging growth area if you go back the last sort of 20 years. And I think that in many instances, those areas were at the time seen to be peripheral, and perhaps women were encouraged to take some of these roles. They weren't the mainstream P&L roles at the time. Yeah. They were much smaller. And
now they're where it's all happening.
And now they're where it's happening. So I guess that tells all of you to take a risk. Mm-hmm. But I do think that that's been a big part of it. I also think that there has been a really kind of like harnessing of the power of the community, and particularly through an organisation, Women in ETS, which actually I've sat on the board of that organisation. It started 10 years ago. It now has just under 13,000 members globally, of which 20%, I'm thrilled to say, are men, should be higher, but 20% are men, which also shows you that there's a underlying demand for kind of allyship. And I think that was incredibly powerful because if you look across the spectrum, there are firms at very different stages of, I don't want to even say progressiveness because I kind of think it's a license to operate, but there are certain firms who, perhaps have been more challenged at trying to create gender equality and equity. And the power of that network for people to be able to share experiences, get advice, but candidly also introductions that then facilitated future career moves, I think was super powerful. And then I think on top of that, you've had the index firms are kind of sit in the middle because our role is really to develop data and indices that allow investors to be able to benchmark and therefore make better investment decisions. And actually, as part of our role, we create a whole range of sustainable indices and indices that are incorporating various corporate governance metrics. So perhaps we sit as that kind of trust broker in the middle that is not only more neutral, but actually has that embedded in the way in which we utilize data, measure data, and then incorporate that data and findings into our own industry. So yeah, a lot of progress. As you rightly pointed out, 2 out of the 3 of the top 3 providers are helmed by females. That wouldn't have been the case if you wound back 2 years ago, so it's recent progress. But half of the top 6 are also female, and actually the CEO of the Index Industry Association is also female. So when I look at kind of the foundations here, I think there's a really a huge opportunity and candidly a responsibility for us to drive infrastructure changes that help facilitate equality more broadly. And I say that because if I look at the evolution of the industry and gender representation, I think it really speaks to the power of the community, but it's infrastructure that's ultimately going to scale it.
Yeah. So it's funny, when I joined KPMG from finance, we had a goal, we had 19% of our partners were women, and we had a goal of reaching 25, which in 5 years, and it's since been achieved. I'm happy to report at KPMG. But even just entering a firm where it wasn't guaranteed that I was going to be the only woman in the room, and it was really refreshing, even though when I was younger in my career, I didn't particularly notice a big difference. But as you get more senior, I think that's when it really starts to matter. So I guess I'll ask both of you, and Fiona, maybe I'll stick with you for a minute. What do you think the most important KPIs are for measuring gender equality in the workplace? And how does that impact different factors of the bottom line?
Yeah, so the reality is I think it's multifaceted. Clearly there needs to be an evaluation of the representation of gender, and I would say diversity more broadly at every level of the organisation. You need to understand what's the promotion velocity and how that differs across the different communities. You need
Yes, it's not just promotion, but it's that velocity of promotion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's about pay equity. It's also about retention differentials. What happens at certain stages of the life cycle where people periodically leave the workforce and do they come in? And I think we've all seen industries that start at equality at the start, but then rapidly diverge. And that middle level, particularly, either people go out completely, or if they've been in P&L focus roles, they get moved suddenly to non-P&L and much more kind of support function roles. But I think there's also a very powerful one, which is what's the allocation of opportunity. And when you look at how capital is deployed in the companies, how does that skew? When you look at the risk metrics, how is that kind of informing decisions? But I think ultimately, KPIs are really helpful, but unless they drive action, they're ultimately just statistics. And so I think it's really important to embed those KPIs, not just at a company level, but at board level, and ultimately tie executive compensation to it, because ultimately it's really important that those KPIs drive behavior.
Yeah, that's a great point. So you mentioned having a workplace that has some flexibility. And there's a very famous economist named Claudia Goldwyn who won the Nobel Economics Prize several years ago. And she did work on gender pay gaps. And what she studied was the difference in pay between lawyers and pharmacists. And so those are two jobs where you have hourly compensation. Lawyers bill by the hour, pharmacists are paid by the hour. And the pharmacist who works 40 hours versus the pharmacist who works 60 hours, this pharmacist who works regularly 60 hours does not earn more per hour than the pharmacist working 40 hours. But that's not true for the legal profession, right? In the legal profession, if you're working 60 hours a week, you're getting more knowledge. That knowledge is compounding. You're building relationships. Those relationships are compounding. And so you actually get paid more per hour as you start to compound that knowledge, that experience, those connections. And so what she found was that actually what you needed parity in terms of things like family leave, parental leave, and you needed to encourage men to take that in order for there to be that same sort of what economists term that sort of family deficit that women have to overcome. So I just was wondering, at your firm, do you encourage that same flexibility for the men in your organization, and might that make it a really attractive place for both genders to work?
100%. So, what you want to do is, and, I always listen to things that happen in a corporate environment with fascination, because I stepped out of the corporate environment. And I did that because, I kind of recognized the glass ceiling and decided, I'll never break through the glass ceiling, so I might as well build my own house. So what I've tried to do is encourage collaboration. Now, you're not going to encourage collaboration if you don't, again, remove the gender from the lexicon of the company and make it completely gender neutral. Mm-hmm. So everyone at Signia gets exactly the same flexibility. Having said that, what I always recognize is that men have a much easier life than we do. Because men have a very singular purpose. They typically have a home and they have a wife. And the wife takes care of everything, plus she goes to work. A man expects his shirt to be ironed and he goes to work. That's his sole responsibility. So, you have to recognize the fact that women are multitaskers and jugglers of responsibility. And hence, despite the fact that, it is collaborative, I do kind of look at women and, as someone who effectively determines bonuses, determines KPIs, so at least guides the thinking of the managers in the company, I do kind of balance the flexibility in favor of women. And, I kind of look a little bit more dimly at men abusing the flexibility.
Well, that's interesting because, I think we do want men to participate and be encouraged to participate at home. And I think what I certainly see, I manage teams over 100 people all over the world. And what I see in the young men on my teams is them taking advantage of parental leave, taking advantage of going to pick up their kids, being there at the 10 o'clock meeting with in equal, if not even slightly higher measure than the women. And of course, what the economic research shows, if that's the way of the future, then you're going to naturally see an equalization in the gender pay gap, and I would imagine ultimately in the velocity of promotion. Fiona, let me just wrap up with, you had mentioned this community that you're involved in and women lifting other women up. And how do we foster that same sort of supportive community within organizations?
Yeah, so maybe I think the first thing is we need to bridge the onlyness problem, because there's a whole bunch of statistics that when you have a female cohort, or in fact any other diverse cohort, that is less than 30%, it actually results in disengagement. And so it's incredibly important that we foster clusters, and those clusters are ultimately scale. I think we have to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. You mentioned parental leave. We actually have an equal parental leave policy. I'm thrilled to say in our company it's widely taken up. And we need to make sure also that it's not just a tone from the top, it's not just signaling, but it's really instituted, and that our actions match the words on this, because I think that women are looking to be part of organizations where they can help shape the outlook and output from those organizations, and have real material influence. But I would say, and I want to say a shout out to the guys in the room, I think it is incredibly important that we involve men in this, and the importance of allyship is huge. If I look at my own career development, I've been very helpful to have a number of male sponsors. And the reality is, certainly in the financial sector, while the representation is at executive level of only 15%, it is really, really important to engage the 85%.
Yes.
So I applaud everyone, the guys who are here, and I think that we have to work together to collectively solve that. And I think if we look at this about how do we maximize talent output and talent reach, rather than frame this in the context of minorities, because of course women are not a minority, just to be clear, then I think we will see more seismic change.
I love that, and that is a perfect note to end on. Thank you both for being here. Davos is really busy. We're running from meeting to meeting, and our time is our most precious resource, so really grateful to have you join me on stage tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm actually running off. I know, I'm running to the Santander dinner.
Oh, that's funny. So
yeah.
That's very funny. Yeah, Deutsche is such a, like, everybody at some point has worked at Deutsche. It's one of those organisations. So,
hi.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
hi. Well, that was great. Thank you very much.
I've got so little experience of the corporate world.
Well, you're running a corporation. You're running a listed company.
Yeah, you are a corporation.
You are a corporation.
Prove nothing, I've been first from early. Whole team pattern, clean like jerseys. Talk on the net, but they move too wordy. I just run laps when they get done dirty. I don't chase trends, I set them facts. Man talk pace, but they ain't built for the tracks. I don't need luck, that's plan and graph. Came from scraps, now I'm lapping the pack. If we talk top spot, that's me, no debate. Came in clutch when they folded from weight. Race any man, he ain't matching my burst. Check that scoreboard, bro, I'm first. I'm a second place, that's for it. Early morning, training, storming. Ain't no breaks in the field, I'm scoring. Whole league shook when they saw my performance. They want smoke till the clock gets tight. Watch man fall when the grind gets night. Free my life, I won't live my word. Got earn these wins, man, nothing rehearsed. If we talk top spot, that's me, no debate. Came in clutch when they folded from weight. Race any man, he ain't matching my burst. Check that scoreboard, bro, I'm first.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. It's been an incredible day filled with insights, collaboration, and hope for the future. As we close this remarkable day, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the evening's program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all reflect and fully enjoy this inspiring conclusion. Thank you for your cooperation and for silencing your phones as we begin. And now it's my honor to introduce someone who has been the driving force behind this extraordinary event. Please join me in warmly welcoming the founder and CEO of the World Woman Foundation, Ms. Rupa Dash. Woo!
Hello,
Good
everybody.
evening.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We have some incredible supporters in this room, and I'm so excited to host the whole delegation from Poland, along with the First Lady, who will also join us in a few minutes. And of course, with Ola, with whom we have been collaborating for last 4 years.
4 years.
So the floor is yours. I'm so grateful that we were able to do this together with Axel Springer and Equal Voice, and super excited to host you all tonight here. So there's going to be a super party. We have an exciting DJ coming from New York. So please stay, and we are going to go wild. Thanks.
Thank you, Rupa. You know, I don't know if you aware, but Rupa is from LA, and I know they party hard. So I don't know. Okay, they don't know Polish yet. Okay, so let's get going. It was an amazing day, very fast-paced day, full of amazing speakers from all over the world, and I'm so happy to be part of it. So let's start the first panel, and my guests, please join me on stage. Professor Jagannath Panda, please join us on stage. Big applause. Anna Malec-Wąs, CEO of International Stability Operation. Anna. Sebastian Mikosz, CEO of Polish Post. Please join us on stage. My name is Aleksandra Karasińska. I'm a journalist and, please have a seat, and director of Rainier Axel Springer Foundation. The topic is difficult, and I think it's a very important topic. So security and resilience dialogue today. With different partners with different points of view. I hope it will be interesting and illuminating. Professor Jagannath Panda is the head of Stockholm Center of South Asian and Indo-Pacific Affairs. Anna is CEO of International Stability Operation Association Chapter Poland. Anna is a leader in supporting Ukraine reconstruction, reforms, and modernization. And Sebastian Mikosz, as many of you know, is a CEO of Polish Post. It's a huge organization employing 55,000 people, part of course, national critical infrastructure. Sebastian is Polish economist and executive director. Maybe you remember former CEO of Polish Airlines. Hello.
Hello.
Very interesting panelists. Professor Panda, we are here in Davos, and all the conversations today are focused on geopolitics. We are witnessing almost live, like in the television, or rather on internet platforms, how the world is changing. And there is a struggle of geopolitical superpowers for spheres of influence, for resources, for technological dominance. How would you, as an expert of international affairs, describe this moment we are in?
First of all, good evening to all, and a pleasure to be here in the Women House.
Thank you very much for this lovely evening. I think that's a very critical question, and I think I'll start by saying that yes, there is a lot of changes are happening. Rather, I would say radical shifts are happening, but these shifts are not, unfortunately, positive. We are leading to a crisis, a deeper crisis. And this crisis is not simply just a crisis, it's a structural crisis that we are facing. And in this structural crisis, what we are seeing, there is the role of technology, role of power, role of radical groups are gaining importance. At the same time, what we are also seeing, the competing nature of nationalism taking the front line. And therefore, we need multi-pronged voices to come forward, to stabilize the situation, to bring that necessary stability that we are searching for. And there, the role of women powers is absolutely necessary. I have written about this. In fact, would be happy to share with this house that one of the points that I made almost a few years back, that I think Asia has seen a lot of women leaders coming forward. We don't have top political leaders that much in Asia who have taken the leadership position, but there is a significant change that's happening. And this change has happened recently. Of course, in India and many other countries, we have seen women leaders have taken forefront for the last few decades. But it is also taking place in a country which has not really given due recognition to the women power. That's Japan. So we are actually seeing that momentum changing, and there is a new developments are happening, and the developments should be taken into confidence, and probably we need to bring out that necessary stability that the world today requires. And this stability is the most important need of the hour, because if we are late, then we will just lose the momentum. The kind of shift it is taking place might not be to the advantage of the countries, of the citizens, of the people of this world.
Thank you so much for the overview and the bigger picture. And I want to go to Anna, because I know you're working with many companies from around the globe, also American, but also Polish, who are operating in Ukraine or helping Ukraine or cooperating on many levels. Tell me, how does it look like during last almost 4 years of full-scale war, and how businesses survive during such crisis?
Yeah, hello, welcome everyone. Well, there were different phases, because at the beginning of the war, as you know, they secured women and children. So first of all, Poland jumped, stopped everything, and we helped them. But not just Poland, the world. But then they started to secure logistics supply. This is the very, very important issue worldwide. If you don't have supply, you're not able. Then they secured, of course, the energy sector, which step by step, life there was changing. What is amazing, what we also in Poland, when I'm teaching Polish companies and worldwide, please do not think as defense is just the weapons. Defense is needing sustainable support, which is stability. So we need any of your companies to support defense working. That means that our children can have safe lives. So what is happening in Ukraine, you can't believe, but in last year, 2025, 60% of the small and small companies were established and opened by the women. So why? After the women were moved out with the children from Ukraine at the beginning, they came back. Not all of them, of course. They are like ambassadors worldwide. They spread the informations, which sometimes are not always officially appropriate one. But then what happened, the military guys, the military are usually men. And they are dying, they're passing away. So now the women are taking over responsibilities in Ukraine, and they become more stronger and stronger. But what is the most important, since the beginning of the war, they had a support of the international company that maybe not all of you knows, but don't worry, there are the companies which supporting them. Financially, and also with the whole supply processes, which are logistics. NATO companies are like Momentum from Canada, or the British, or the English or American KBRs, and so there are worldwide companies which support them since the beginning.
Thank you, Anna. So we had a global perspective. If you have a critical situation in Ukraine, also role of companies. Let's look at a concrete example as one company. Tell us, please, Sebastian, how does it look like to manage such a huge company during crisis? Because in Poland, we are operating right now during the hybrid war. It's not full-scale war like in Ukraine, but it is a totally different environment. Could you tell us more about managing a huge company in this new era?
I might surprise you, but I believe that the size doesn't matter in that specific context. The fact that we are 55,000 is just due to logistic operations, because this is a national operator. So we are like every country has a national post. So we are the one for Poland. But the size is just coming from the mission, I would say. So I don't see it just through the glances of the size, but much more of the specificity of what is happening currently in Poland. And actually, you mentioned both logistics and supply, and we are living this, every day, breathing this, along with private operators. Everyone has the same challenge. So I would say that particularly, so I can rely a little more on the post specific role as expected by our owner, which is the state. Okay, so I would say that we changed the way we look at technology. Here, Davos is all about technology, AI. It's all the technology. Fantastic. The problem is that your biggest ally can become suddenly your biggest enemy. Because the moment the technology stops working, then you have to rely on something. And actually, look at today's situation in Kiev. Technology is not helping the fact that there is no electricity, that there is cold. So you need to be prepared for that. Hopefully, in Poland, we are not in this situation. We are not having like full-scale military operations. But let's imagine what happens if there is no electricity. Let's imagine what happens, and that's our role, which is not known. And by the way, many national posts does it. We operate physical cash, and I'm always advocating this. The economic system needs payment systems. So of course it's wonderful to have your Apple Pay in Poland. We have Blik, fantastic. It works fantastically. What when it stops? Yeah, and we still need the economy to run. For a couple of days. Let be it for a couple of days. I'm not talking about a Hollywood movie crisis with Will Smith living in the middle of Manhattan for years without nothing. I'm just talking about 3-4 days of not having access to your bank account. Not to mention that the generation of a younger generation cannot move along the city without Google Maps. Yes, so you take away the cash portfolio, the payment portfolio in Google Maps, and then you see what happens. We've been living this through COVID a little. We like mentioning because COVID was a non-violent crisis, but a crisis. For example, there was a run on cash, so we had to provide physical cash, and the more the cyber and the more the hybrid work is going on, the more I pretend that we should be deciding to have some physical protection. A Polish government is currently distributing via us an emergency manual. Okay, and we have paper. Actually, why don't we PDF it and send it through PDF? Yeah, but then what you do if your computer doesn't work? Hopefully, it works on energy. Internet doesn't work, and so. I don't want to sound dramatic, but it's good to mention it, and it's good to know it, that without this supply chain, without this logistics, without basic elements of what we are eliminating by the progress, we should be, or through the glances of the progress, we should be looking at it as an opportunity to relook what the professor is calling, a new structural crisis. Actually, the new structural crisis requests a new response. I'm much less afraid of a rocket falling on my head in Warsaw than of not having access to electricity and my bank account.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it, because we are discussing resilience, and this is many different ways we should be prepared and resilient. Professor Banda, I want to come back to the theme of this year's World Economic Forum, and the subject is the spirit of cooperation. could you tell us more about this new international cooperation? How could it look like? Will new alliances emerge soon?
If we talk about the theme of this year's World Economic Forum, the theme itself is very genuine. It's an honest appeal to the world community to believe in cooperation, flexible collaborations. But unfortunately, what we are seeing is that a selective, layered, complex, and interest-based cooperation at this moment. And I think this interest-based cooperation is more about trying to grab resources, territories, and try to overpower the others, engage in coercive economic strategy. This is what we are seeing. And currently what we are also seeing a subtle battle of collaborating as well as coercing at the same time. I could give you a few examples, China, India. Mm-hmm. China and India are very much engaged in multilateral platforms. Take the example of BRICS, AIIB, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. There are plenty of other organizations where China and India are still in cooperating terms. But at the same time, if you see, both the countries have intense competition with each other. And at the same time, they see each other as the future rivals. And that's the nature of the world politics today. So I think what we need a much more engaging partnerships, flexible partnerships, and also a partnership which should be people-centric. On top of this, also, there are two other aspects I would like to mention. I think what we are also watching today in international politics is a lack of role of ideology or idealism per se. I would draw the attention and take you back to 50s. There was a time, if we recall about the Bandung Conference of early 50s or early 60s, 54 and 55, the Bandung Conference talked about the spirit of cooperation in an unequal terms between emerging and developed economies. That's really missing today. And I think this is the platform in Davos today that we need to build that consensus. We need something of an idealistic nature, a flexible partnerships that should take care of the interest of the poorer, also the interest of the richer countries. And I think that bridge is missing today among all the competition and of course the technology, resource competition, the power rivalry, factor in nationalism has taken over. And I think we need to review a lot of things, and particularly countries like China and India needs to take leadership position from Asia if they have to really convince the Western world and convince the European world. And today, I think India-EU FTA, which is about to be signed, hopefully, that itself is going to make a lot of changes subject to if we manage to sign it. And I think Europe needs China, India, and emerging economies world. Emerging economies world also need better collaborations and integration with the Western economies, particularly with the European world.
Thank you very much. Anna, Professor said we need more idealism in politics. And I've seen a lot of this spirit in a Polish society, in a Czech society, and a neighbor society during the full-scale invasion, Russian invasion in Ukraine. I want to ask you, what are the steps? You are watching it very closely, going to Ukraine very often, talking to people who live there. What are the steps of building more resilient society? Because Ukrainians are amazingly, not only courage, there's a courage, but also resilience, strength.
I would maybe answer differently if I would not survive bombing and seen what I've seen. So as the mother of two children, I would fight, and in my fight and my way of fighting is to help them to rebuild and stand back an economy. Because if we help them with the economy, that means we help them with the technology. Nobody expected that the jump of technology would happen there, would happen everywhere in that short time. Now we have to learn how to listen, how to cooperate, how to talk to each other. Listening is the most important thing, which we don't even have in our country. I mean, the levels of, if I go on the conferences, I have 2,000, I would say, green guys around me. I'm laid in the head, otherwise I'm not visible. But I'm doing that because I don't want to be jumping and saying, guys, I can help you, because they are the ones that are doing the biggest job. I'm the one to connect the private sector, public sector, and the military sector. And I can tell you, I spoke with my colleague from Estonia. She's working with the NATO too, with the US government, with the Ukrainian. She also says the same. If I ask her what does it mean resilience for her, she says dialogue. First of all, a long term that we need to talk in between each others. You know, who of you knows that we have a SAFE program? Most probably we do. Some of you already knows because it's one of the biggest in European Union, established a SAFE program for European countries. And Poland got the biggest amount, 43 billion euros, which will be starting this month, next month in March. And we're going to be having it divided into the phases. The first phase is 30% for the defense and infrastructure, including. So many of us are sitting here says, defense, that's not for me. Guys, defense, I'm again saying, we need to extend the production. That means build, materials, supplies. It's everything going the same. And the most important is, don't forget that we are here, and no matter of the scale, we can work with the NATO, we can work with the, well, now Americans, I would say yes. I'm not saying about the president, I'm saying about the companies which has experience on the battlefield. We are not. Don't forget that Ukraine is 700 years of demining, 700 years with our technology. Why the Warren Buffett invested in the Ukraine the way that he's helping, but the part of the machine which will demine is in Ukraine. So the Minister of Economy is so happy. Why? He gave a job for the Ukrainians, but he implemented his solution into the market. He's winning, that means he's earning, Ukraine's earning, and then they are fastening the process of the mining. So again, if we talk about the steps, they are different, but the most important is to listen and make a dialogue and learn from that experience.
Thank you, Anna. Sebastian, you were listening, and I asked you about resilience. What is resilience for you, and how do you apply it to your colleagues, managers, employees, so many thousands of people you have to take care of, but also your clients? So how do you think about it as a manager?
For me, resilience in our case is adaptability. What has changed over those last, let's say, 4 years is the fact that things are happening much faster, and you need to respond to them much faster. So it goes through, somehow it's shocking, but it goes through decisions we wouldn't think we would do previously. I can rely on the example of Ukrainian Post because we cooperate with them.
You mean Nova Posta?
No. That's not Ukrainian Post. That's a private operator. We talk about Ukrpochta, so the guys who are our public, our equivalent. And these guys, first thing they do, they outsource their operations to Poland. So actually, if you send an international parcel, it goes through our sorting centers.
Why? Why is it that?
Because there was bombard. As simple as that. So talking about logistics, when you define the level of military targets, I wouldn't put a post on it, frankly. But actually, after airports and energy infrastructure, this is the logistic that comes behind as the third target. So we learned from them. Yeah, we were to Ukraine, we visited them. The adaptability is incredible, and actually, I realized that we are not so flexible. We would probably sit and think about procedures. Yeah, okay. What procedures do I have to bypass or not, or who will tell me that I did things without the proper number of steps? So that's the mindset paradigm you have to change, and this is what we keep discussing with the management. Quite frankly, I'm not too concerned about my customers. They are very adaptable, so otherwise they wouldn't be with us anyway. So.
Okay, Sebastian, thank you. Before we wrap up, I want to ask Professor Panda to tell your definition of resilient society and what are the resilient countries right now during those very, very turbulent times.
I think that's a fantastic point he has made, adaptability. I think I would go with that. But two other aspects I will attach to that, that when we are talking about resilient society, the society also needs to be prepared to overcome any kind of difficulty and crisis, and also need to stay prepared for a long-term stability. And I think that's all about resilience. But again, if we talk purely on about societies, I think, again, being from India, I could say this is definitely a resilient country. The kind of crisis, the kind of poverty to unemployment to many other things, ethnic crisis, that religious conflict that we have faced within India over the last 7 to 8 decades post-independence, that itself is a fine example about how the resilient society emerges and move forward. But again, there are many other countries we could actually take the example of resilient society. I mean, I would not really give that credit to China per se, but the way the Chinese people have fought against the Chinese Communist Party in terms of expressing their opinion, particularly, some of the minority groups, particularly the Tibetans, the Xinjiang groups. I think that also explains that it's not about entire country. It's also about smaller groups within that particular country. So there are resilient groups, resilient society like the Tibetan communities, Xinjiang communities. They are not yet ready to succumb to that authoritarian power. So I would refer to some of this example that how they have lived over the years to move forward and still not succumb to the pressure and still not succumb to the crisis.
Thank you very much for the conversation. Thank you for being part of World Women Davos Agenda 2026. Please stay with us for the next conversation and amazing evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very short picture, and Natalia will come. Okay, we got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Natalia Czerwona. Natalia came last minute. Actually, I'm so grateful that she's with us. Please have a seat. It will be fireside. Oh my God. We have a special guest here. Jolanta Kwaśniewska is with us. Our First Lady of Poland. No, we will do it. Okay, have a seat. Jolanta Kwaśniewska, who is World Women Davos Hero last year, the award, and we will be talking about it now later. Just stay with us and Natalia. Natalia just came from Kiev. You are managing director, CEO of the company. Please tell very few about the company.
So I work with Shildia and run the Ukrainian office. Our company, the main mission is to protect service members and civilians with autonomous systems. So that's basically what we are doing in Ukraine as well.
So you came from Kyiv when?
Just yesterday I arrived. Actually, it took me 2 days. To get here, because
what is the situation in Kyiv? Because we know there were Russians were targeting the system, energy system, and I know there's blackout. How you and your family lives there?
That's true. So basically, I was coming here and making my talking points, and out of sudden, we had another severe attack on Kyiv. So I was coming here and wanted to tell you that we have 16 residential buildings without heating. Now we have 6,000 again. So that's basically the reality we face there. My friends, my family, some of us do not have heating, electricity, water. Some of them do not have all of those items. And we are, you were talking about resilience here. So I just want to tell you that, yeah, there is a fatigue. But there is a dignity. So Ukraine, we do not live in constant panic. We live in constant adaptation to the reality, because, you know, I wanted to tell you another things, and now I'm telling totally different, because overnight everything has changed. And myself also, I have 3 kids in Kyiv, and it's more stressful to be here than to be there when I hear the sound of missiles or Shahed drones or whatever, because there I think I can do something. Here I just see my phone and see that there is air raid siren goes on, and okay, I feel that something can happen. So that's very stressful and nervous to be here. It's so warm in Kyiv. Actually, it's -20 sometimes, and in the room, my friend once told me, "Oh, I have +15 in my room." Wow. No, oh, that's cold. She told, "No, it's fine. It's better than like 10." Okay, yeah, it's better. So that's the reality we face, and just being here is very good. Again, it's very warm. It's very quiet, which is also good. But I want to come back as soon as possible. I actually, when the war started, and I had that question, so I will steal it from you. So when the war started, and I want to remind everyone that the war started in 2014 for Ukrainians who actually at that time, they also left their homes and relocated from the eastern regions.
So it's not 4 years, it's much more.
Yeah, it's much more, it's 12 years already. The full-scale invasion, so 24th of February, I'm in Kyiv, I'm alone, my husband is on a business trip. I'm pregnant with twins on the 7th month. And I just woke up because my phone started ringing and everyone just calling me and asking, what's going on? How are you? And I'm like, well, I'm fine. I hear something. And that's the moment you can't face the reality. It's something different. Your brain can't accept that day life changes in a second. And then I have an ultrasound, and I'm going there, and people start asking, no, you can't. I told, no, I should. I have my kids, it's their health. I need to check it. It's like a regular ultrasound. You probably, majority knows. And I went there in the city center, despite everything. And that's, there were tears of joy that I have, everything is good with my kids, but also tears of, you don't know what will happen next. So you don't plan long-term, you just live in this kind of reality. And that's why I tell you that we are constantly adapting. Because resilience is not the absence of fear. It's the ability to act and live despite it. So that's, I would say.
This is your definition of resilience. Natalia, I know you were a manager in companies and working for American Chamber of Commerce for many years, but you changed your career. And I think the change happened during the war.
Well, yeah, we are still in war. So yeah, during the war, I changed.
Why did you change your jobs? You could leave the country. You had a possibility.
Well, I left actually to give birth to my kids. I left the country, and just because my husband lied to me that he will come when I will deliver my kids, so he just made me leave. But in a year and a half, I came back with twins, and I actually now I have 3 kids, all born during the war. But like to cut a long story short, I can talk afterwards if you want. I have a very interesting story. Why I changed? Because at the moment when you see the war starts, all those volunteers, civilian leaders, just basic business employees, they changed their position and their goal overnight. They just started doing something for their country. So that was not because it was like fashionable to change and come into the defense sector. It was unavoidable. And it made me think that, and I realized that I can contribute to my country in that way. Because now we provide, as a company, we provide the data needed for the defenders in a more faster, safer, and at scale way. so that we are basically helping them to save lives.
Hold on, I don't know if you heard it, but we said it very quickly at the beginning. The company is called AI Shield, and AI Shield is
Shield AI.
Shield AI, and it's called and it's basically an AI tool with autonomous.
Basically, we have hardware and software. So we have ISR drone, and we have
drones. Yes.
Yes, and we have our software that basically helps companies to receive data from the battlefield in the real time, and that was an answer to my question: how my experience and my role can contribute to the real world impact. And that's how it is. I'm now with Shield AI, and I'm very proud that I can contribute to my country in that way. And I am very proud that we are on the ground in Ukraine, like standing shoulder to shoulder to those who defend the country. I'm very proud of it.
Bravo. I wanted to ask you 2 more questions, because this theme of this evening is resilience and security, but resilience is like the key word. And I asked you during our phone conversation before you were in Kiev, I was in Warsaw, what makes a resilient society? What is the secret behind, this years of, being able to stand up and fight for so long?
So if you think that I will answer like will give you some manual or tool or some magic advice, I wouldn't. I don't have one. As I told you, we live in those conditions, and I just want to tell you that whenever you think that you have a problem, and there are kind of different problems, but that's always just compare. Everything is relative. If someone tells you that, I don't want to have to fly on a business trip because it will take me 2 hours, it takes me like 2 days to get here, and it's fun, and I'm still coming because I want to bring that effect. So we are united, and in the way that we know why we are what for we are fighting, why we are stand there, why we're still there, why my kids are there, because like whenever my kids hears the sound, he's like 3.5, and he asks like, Mom, what's going on? What is that sound? And there's fear in his eyes. And then I just stay strong, I stay confident, no fear in my eyes. And I just like, okay, maybe the storm will start now. I know I say that now because he's 3.5. I don't want to make a lesson of history for now. Because maybe he will have some other questions. But now we see that you just adapt to reality and you stay strong and confident. And that's like how business leaders, majority are women, they're volunteers, business leaders, who actually needed to navigate and make sure that they are operating businesses and societies and families, comparing to others, and also having some losses on the battlefield. Like companies have their employees on the front lines, they have injuries, they have losses there, and they manage the evacuation at some point, and they stay strong. So that's how you empower others. Mm-hmm. That's how you show that, okay, we can do that. And people need to understand why they do some difficult things. Why? That's the first thing. The second, the trust. You need, and I'm speaking now more of the business, but maybe it applies to day-to-day life. The second is the trust. So you need to trust those people who are closer to reality. And the third is learning, because in Ukraine, what we do in Ukraine, it's learning in the real-time world. So, and everything we learn now, and the technology and everything, that will have a much more long-term impact on the world in general. So I think, I don't know if I answer your question.
Yeah, definitely. Natalia, you mentioned that, and I was thinking, looking at our First Lady, Jolanta Kwasniewska, that she is running a program for Ukrainian leaders. It's called Mentoriada. They coming to Warsaw, and they get support, they get not know each other, etc., the network, they get knowledge. They are amazing women. I had the privilege to meet them in Poland. And I was wondering what kind of, the next question was what kind of leaders we need in those very difficult situations, in crisis situations, in war situations, and what kind of female leaders emerged from the society, because they emerge very quickly.
Yeah, so what I told you was the leaders should be strong and confident. They should unite people around them. And basically the adaptation means that, okay, every day in Ukraine, we check on our employees. How are you? That's the main question to all Ukrainians, but for the employees. And the number one priority for every business leader in Ukraine is safe and security of their employees. Because numbers matter, but lives matter more. So people matter more. And that's why you should stay strong and confident and making sure that those around you know why you're doing that, why that you're staying there, why are you like overnight, for example, today you went to the restaurant, overnight you had a huge attack, in the morning you go to the meeting. Why? Because we all know that in the end we are on the right side and we in Ukraine are fighting for freedom.
Okay, last question. I want to ask you about technology, about the company, because it's something that is, we're discussing AI uses in businesses, in media, in, equality. We will be able to discuss it a bit later. I was looking at Annabelle here. But in your case, you were not dealing with AI before, and you had to adapt. You had to learn very quickly and become a leader of the AI company. Tell us more about technology and how can it be, useful as a tool to help societies, companies survive in very difficult situations and be more resilient.
Yes. So, well, basically, why I changed because I worked with international businesses all over the sectors, and then realizing that I can do the impact there, I joined Shield AI. What the main thing what AI and autonomous systems can do, it saves lives. That's the main thing which helps to gather data, to make sure that like having not many people, you still can operate the aircrafts or drones or other platforms. And in Ukraine, that's a problem. You know that we have not enough people now, and we need to make sure that technology helps us to move forward. That's the main thing.
Last 30 seconds, because she's so interesting. I would love to ask more questions. I know we don't have time, we're running out of time, but you manage, when we mention how smart you're using technology to save life, to make your society and fighters more resilient, it reminded me discussion in Poland, how much we have to learn from Ukraine, because when Russian drones came a couple of weeks ago, our soldiers, our armed forces used, F-16s to fight them. And my Ukrainian friend called me and said, don't worry, it happens every day in Kyiv. And she says, you don't have to use this expensive weapons. We just use very simple tools, very, cheap tools to fight the problem. And this is also about resilience and adaptivity, this story about using the tools you have and money you have and resources you have.
Yeah, that's, you have, you don't have plenty of options. You just have those tools you can use, and you just need to adapt in the way that, okay, if I can do that now, I should do that. And not every time you think, okay, I can do that later, or maybe in a week or so, just think that if you can do that now, do that. That's the most important thing you can do. And now we know that in Ukraine, because you never know what will happen next. In a day or two or a week, just do everything now, what you are aimed to, and what is your goal and everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, Natalia Chervan, it was a privilege.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm looking, thank you, Natalia. And I'm looking for Rupa Dash here, maybe very, very quick reshuffle, because we are looking for next part of the evening very soon with Annabelle and Alec Kutela. So, yes? Oh, yes. And Joanna is here. Good. So many Polish friends tonight. I'm so happy. Yes, yes. I was thinking. Okay. Dear friends, so this is the moment in the evening where we're starting the Rinne Axel Springer and Rinne reception, and I will kindly ask on stage Alexander Kotela and Annabel Basle to join me. Please come with me.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Good evening, everyone. Great having you all here. And thanks a lot to Alec Kotela. We are going to do this as a joint evening together with Angela from We Bloom. And thanks a lot, Rupa, for being able that we can have it here at your wonderful place. And I think it's great what community you have created, that everybody feels always so well connected when we are here. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rupa. Leadership has never ever mattered more than now, and has never ever been more exposed. The world is faster, more complex, more connected. No single voice can solve what we face, not even Mr. Trump. And yet, leadership still doesn't reflect the world it serves. Equal voice started with a simple belief: inclusive leadership delivers stronger outcomes. And I think we definitely see it with Equal Voice, that a working atmosphere, companies that do embrace equality serve a stronger purpose. Equality was once seen as a moral goal. Today, it's a strategic necessity. It's not a nice to have anymore. In my opinion, it's a must have. With the Equal Voice Assistant, we have used AI in order to ensure and to make a difference with AI now. We all see the major unconscious biases in AI, all the stereotypes. And with the Equal Voice Assistant, a technology developed in Poland, we want to change the AI world. But progress doesn't happen by accident. Equal Voice turns awareness into action and data into dialogue, commitment into measurable change, and with accountability where it matters most, at the top. This is not about replacing leadership. It's about strengthening it. Leadership that reflects reality, not tradition. Opportunity based upon capability, not convention. Power shared to unlock collective intelligence. At the World Economic Forum, we talk about shaping the future. Equal Voice ensures that the future is shaped by many voices. Tonight, it's more than a reception. It's a moment of enlightenment, a shared responsibility, and shared opportunity. When voices are equal, decisions are better. When leadership is balanced, systems are definitely stronger. And when more voices lead, the future works for everyone. Thanks a lot for having you all up here and being part of this change.
Good evening, and again, a very special welcome for Madam First Lady Jolanta Kwaśniewska. Thank you very much for joining us. As you all know, we are facing unprecedented changes, geopolitical, social, and even technological. And I think it's very high time to reflect and realize we will not resolve those issues just with the half of humanity. We need to involve women. And this is not my words, it's Rupa words. She just disappeared, but I stand behind these words 100%. I think that World Women Forum with Rupa leadership, Equal Voice with Annabella leadership show us something very essential. How to move from vision into action, from values to decisions, and how not only talk about the future, but also shape it. So I'm really proud that my company, Ryner Axel Springer Polska, can be part of this initiative. Welcome everybody. I'm really grateful that you are here and that we could together support those projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we hand over to you, Angela. Thank you. Angela Honecker from We Bloom.
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Honecker. In my day job, I am the CEO of Swissnex in India and the Consul General of Switzerland. And at Swissnex, we do connect Switzerland and the world in science, technology, and innovation. And if you are in that conversation, it does not take long for AI to be mentioned. However, tonight, as you mentioned, I'm wearing a different hat. I am representing We Bloom, a leadership network for leaders from society, technology, and business. I also want to start with a warm welcome to all of you for joining us tonight, and a very big thank you to Equal Voice, Ringier, to both of you, and to World Women Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here tonight and represent We Bloom. If you are with us in the room tonight, it means you are in a position of real responsibility of how technology, business, and society will evolve. If you have been to Davos before, maybe you have mentioned, or maybe you've noticed the shift in how we talk about AI. A couple of years ago, the focus was very much on the excitement around the technological capabilities. Right now, it's much more on governance, on sovereignty, and on responsibility. So back in May 25, We Bloom was hosting an event with the COOs from SAP, AWS, Beekeeper, and Microsoft Switzerland on how to actually operationalize responsible AI. And the feedback that we got from the COOs was that it was very helpful to have this trusted circle where they could exchange with peers, where they could exchange unpack some of the things that I think none of us have fully figured out by now. And this is where the Leader Circles initiative comes in, a curated and trusting network where leaders can exchange and where we bring the leadership circles together from We Bloom and from Equal Voice. The goal really is to build this trusted ecosystem and to facilitate peer-to-peer exchange on how to actually operationalize responsible AI. So tonight is a bit of a soft launch for the Leader Circle Initiative 2026. I wish you all a very engaging panel discussion, but most of all, I wish you a very inspiring exchange with your peers, because often it's these small moments in these more intimate settings that can really lead to big changes. So again, thank to everyone for making this possible tonight, and thank you all for joining us, and enjoy this session.
And it's party time, yes?
Exactly. Wonderful.
Thank you, Annabella, and thank you, Alec. We are just waiting for another guest to join us, Mrs. Birla, and once she's here, she's almost here. Give us 5 minutes, and we'll enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much.
Dear guests, very, very short announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know what's going on, why you're waiting, and what's going on. So we are waiting for very, very important guest as guest of the evening. And she's late, we know it, but there's a terrible traffic jam right now. People are leaving World Economic Forum. She's not far away, but she cannot drive, fly to us. So we are waiting. I hope it will be only a few minutes, 10 minutes. So afterwards, we will start a part. And we will serving champagne and refreshments. So please stay with us another few minutes. Thank you.
I please have your attention? Hello, everyone. I just want a little bit of your time and attention because we have an amazing leader with us, and I would love for you to join the conversation in the actual room where the conversation will be happening. So can we please take a seat? Thank you. We'll take a few minutes to sit down, and then that would be amazing. Thank you. Yes, let's please all have a seat. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. Yes, let's please get settled. Thank you.